Magical civilization and the war of the gods. The birth of magical technological civilization meets the resurrection of ancient gods. Is it the scientific and technological civilization belonging to ordinary people that stands out? Or is it the rule of the gods over the common people? In the collision between the new civilization and the ancient gods, a young man appears in a state of confusion and unknown, looking for his own answers between the new civilization and the old gods. Am I, the founder of civilization? Or a reviver of the old gods? Chapter 1. Asilio Continent. December 5165, 3288 Alan Calendar. West Sea Empire, Soxia region, former kingdom of Soxia. Vague consciousness awakens. Some fragmentary images flickered in his consciousness, but nothing could be seen clearly. I can only feel the smoke of war. Bloody killing. The roar of steel weapons. Faint reluctance, faint guidance. And also some vague belief. Who I am. Boom. The sudden violent explosion and the powerful fire element burst suddenly awakened the consciousness. The picture in front of him shocked him like never before. An earth dragon-like monster with a height of at least 30 meters and a body length of at least 100 meters without its tail. Its ice blue scales and weird horny spikes covered with various key points were bathed in flames. From the exploding fire element, Zhong rushed out brazenly, spitting out ice blue breath and heading forward. A huge humanoid figure came to the ground dragon at a terrifying speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, dodging the ice blue breath at close range. Holding a sword of more than 10 meters that contains rich magic power, he slashed towards the neck of the earth dragon monster. The earth dragon monster immediately stopped its breath attack in shock and blocked it with its front paws covered with scales and horn spikes. However, under the swing of the humanoid figure, the magic sword exploded with more intense magical power. Cut off the front claw directly and hit the earth dragon's neck. In an instant, the cold dragon's blood was swaying, and the figure of the earth dragon flew high and upside down. The huge humanoid figure immediately raised its left arm and released an extremely terrifying fire element impact, directly hitting the earth dragon whose neck was cut off in half and almost beheaded. Just like the initial violent explosion, completely covering it in it. It was during this brief moment when he attacked with his left arm that he paused slightly. He saw the general appearance of this figure clearly. It's not a giant about 20 meters tall at all, rather than a humanoid monster. But a huge machine that has a metallic texture but contains extremely terrifying magic power. Mecha. An unfamiliar word suddenly appeared in my consciousness. But just when it was surprised, this tall mecha suddenly burst out with power. The powerful reaction force caused a pit to appear on the ground. At the same time, it swung its sword to attack the fallen earth dragon, which was not in line with this heavy force at all. The terrifying flexibility of the machine unleashed an extremely rapid melee attack. Every swing of the sword was like a powerful warrior who could use his weapons flexibly. It's just that the one that does this is a mecha that's about 21 meters tall. It's hard to imagine what kind of powerful manufacturing materials it is that can withstand such rapid mobility and burst of power, and can also handle such a terrifying burst of magic power. The giant beast collided fiercely with the mecha, and the movements of both parties became faster and faster. The earth dragon, which clearly had a huge size advantage, was on the passive side when faced with a mecha that was supposed to be bulky. Whether it uses fangs and claws, or melee attacks with tail or joint spikes, it cannot effectively hit the mecha. With all kinds of flexible and quick maneuvers in close combat, the earth dragon is a bloated and huge piece of meat. But in the eyes of ordinary people, the speed of the earth dragon is already too fast to see clearly, but it still cannot cause effective attack hits on the mecha. Sonic boom. It even came from their fighting movements. The earth dragon is at a complete disadvantage. Even if it cooperates with long-range breath or unique magic burst attacks, it will be immediately blocked by the light golden magic protection on the mecha's body, and cannot easily damage the mecha's body. On the contrary, the big sword in the mecha's hand seemed to be specially designed for the earth dragon. The sharp blade can easily cut through part of the earth dragon's magic, and can also chop through the earth dragon's tough scales and strong horny spikes. The front paw that was initially raised was cut off along with the hard bones of the front paw in the initial attack. The battle began to show one-sided suppression. The battle didn't last long. 1 minute, or 2 minutes. It's so intense that it's easy to lose track of time. And the result is. Reporting to the 3rd Aerospace Carrier Battle Group, this is the Divine Machine Firebird. The resurrected old god of the type of monster in the target area has been successfully killed. There are no attached monsters and the old dragon god who is expected to come to support. Request to return with the loot. While the mecha remains alert, it uses wireless communications to call the aerospace aircraft carrier battle group in the airspace hundreds of kilometers away. Magic detection and magic radar scanning constantly confirmed the surrounding conditions. Except for the fluctuation of magic power such as small monsters around, no abnormalities were found. Please confirm the coordinates. Coordinate confirmation. Then, a space gate about 70 meters high and 50 meters wide appeared on the left side of the mecha. After confirming that there was no problem in the surrounding area, the mecha held a big sword in one hand, and used the other hand to use powerful force to directly drag the body of the Earth Dragon and throw it into the door of space. Finally, it held the big sword and kept on alert and backed in. Just when he was about to fully enter. Who is it? The mecha suddenly issued a warning in one direction, its sword pointed directly in one direction. Found me? Wait, I am now. Because the battles were so fierce and shocking, they didn't even have time to pay attention to their own situation. Only then did he realize that he was now just a looming shadow, suspended in mid-air. 2. Directly facing the direction of the sword's edge. But even though he seemed to be looming, the mecha also seemed to be unable to see him when it noticed something unusual. Strangeness. The mecha's mecha jockey, operator, did find an abnormality in the body's warning system, but after reinforcing the scan, nothing was found. What's going on? Firebird. The Air and Space Aircraft Carrier Battle Group sent an inquiry because they have been unable to pass through the space gate that consumes huge amounts of magic power. It's nothing. Maybe an old god used remote observation magic on me. I'll return right away. After confirming that the Firebird was okay, it also retreated into the space gate. The huge space door also closed quickly after it was completely submerged, and it felt like it was saving every bit of magic power consumption. In other words, accurately calculate to the minimum value of magic power consumption. Hundreds of kilometers away. Sea Tribe, above the sea area belonging to the western region of Atlanta. A huge aerial battleship with a wingspan of nearly a kilometer and an overall shape similar to an obtuse triangle was suspended under the gloomy late autumn sky. Fighters of various types were circling around them simultaneously, and some of the fighters returning from a distance emitted deafening sonic booms. On both sides of the main ship, there are 2 aerospace battleships with a wingspan of about 600 meters, which are the auxiliary ships of the battle group. There are some differences in appearance, but the coordinated fighter groups seem to be of the same model. There are eye-catching red flags on the hull of the ship. A flag with a red background, a silver warhammer and a black sickle crossed. And this? It is the most powerful country in the world today, with the most powerful magic technology, the flag of the United Kingdom of Komi. Kalien, 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. The main aerospace aircraft carrier, the Jekka Emperor. Inside the Jekka Emperor, the Space Gate docking warehouse. Holy shit! Firebird, what kind of pure idiot are you? There is only so little space in the docking bay, and you just teleport the corpse of the old god in. As soon as the Firebird came back, he was scolded. The hatch of the divine machine Firebird opened, and a young man in a wet combat uniform floated out, then took off his helmet while exhaling freely. A man with slightly curly brown hair and a handsome face. He is the machine jockey of the divine machine Firebird. He is a fire holy magician, 8th level, and a powerful warrior king, 7th level. Summon the space to store it, and the divine machine disappears immediately. Did you even listen to me? A big man with a heavy chest and a heavy waist walked over angrily. Orcs, bears. Oh, your Zika Emperor has a lot of internal space. Don't you think a big guy like you can move around normally? The Firebird jockey said with a smile. Shocked. There is ice attribute dragon blood everywhere, you will clean it up later, right? Ah! Bastard boy! The bear tribe looked so angry that it seemed like they were going to eat it alive. I will return to the Bison soon. I'm afraid I won't have time to help. The god machine Firebird jockey spread his hands helplessly. What the hell are you? The bear clan was about to get angry. Beep beep. The portable combat watch on the left wrist of the god machine Firebird jockey sounded, and he immediately turned it on. A magic light screen appeared. Marshal Jaika. The originally cynical Firebird jockey immediately stood at attention and saluted, raising his left arm so that the magic light screen remained at the same level as himself. Sorry for the sudden communication, I hope I didn't disturb your combat mission. Not at all, Marshal. Marshal Jaika nodded slightly in response. What appeared on the light screen was Marshal Jaika, the current highest military commander of Kailian, known as the Empress. Her beautiful face is the aspiration of many men, but she is also the embodiment of fear for the generals and enemies who know her well. According to the latest news from the Witch tribe, a high-level god from the Dragon tribe may have resurrected in the Suxia region of the West Sea Empire. You should be a god-level combat member who recently performed combat missions in that area. Have you noticed any abnormalities? Jaika the Marshal asked. Abnormal? The jockey of the divine machine Firebird suddenly thought, was the warning system detected during the final return an abnormality? There was nothing abnormal during the battle. Only when we left at the end, the warning system seemed to have detected something, but after strengthening the detection, there was no response, and I returned safely immediately. The god machine Firebird jockey did not dare to be careless in telling the truth. Answer. Forget it if you don't. If you think of anything, report it immediately. According to the speculations of the Witch clan, the high-level dragon god who is about to resurrect is likely to be one of the 9 elemental dragons under the dragon god in the era of divine rule. Even if full strength is not restored immediately after recovery, it is still a very strong threat. Marshal Jaika said solemnly, which made the Firebird jockey feel a lot of pressure. Yes, Marshal. The god machine Firebird jockey. After Marshal Jaika nodded slightly, the communication was interrupted and the magic light screen disappeared. The divine machine Firebird machine rider breathed a sigh of relief. I'm scared to death, it's actually a personal communication from the Empress. And the big bear tribe hiding next to the earth dragon's body asked carefully. I'll go. Why are you hiding so far away? The Firebird jockey was surprised. Nonsense, that's the Empress. At the beginning of this year, our bear clan had a group of fools who colluded with the old gods to rebel. She was directly defeated by her along with the old gods, and they ended up being miserable. The Big Bear clan responded with palpitations. I didn't execute it, I don't know. The Firebird jockey spread his hands and looked like he had nothing to do with it. Hey! The Bear clan didn't want to pay attention to him, turned around and left. The god machine Firebird machine jockey looked at his leaving figure, but in his heart he was thinking about Marshal Jaika's inquiry. The anomaly he noticed before returning was related to the old god of the Dragon clan. Or something else. Similar problems also occurred in places where battles between mechas and earth dragons took place. A naked young man sat cross-legged in a pool of cold dragon blood, his face full of thoughts about life. Who am I, where am I, and why do I suddenly have a body? And also, the dragon's blood here is so cold. Chapter 2. The young man sat cross-legged in the cold dragon blood with ice properties. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. Common sense knowledge basically has the feeling. Then first go look for the surrounding villages and towns. As long as there is no problem with language communication, you should be able to continue to get a lot of useful information. But now, the young man looked at his body. If he entered the village naked, he would be regarded as a pervert, right? Blood magic, auxiliary magic, blood clothes. When the boy thought about getting clothes, a memory about a magic suddenly came to his mind. The magic power was mobilized subconsciously, and the ice-blue dragon blood under his body was quickly absorbed and used, and then turned into a set of clothes with a small amount of metal armor. It looked like an adventurer's outfit, exuding an inexplicable coolness. Pure white hair, light golden eyes, and delicate and handsome young features. He is about 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall. Although he doesn't look like enough to charm thousands of girls, he is indeed a handsome guy. Blood magic. The young man murmured softly and stretched out his hand to look at his new clothes with a hint of confusion. Common sense memory should only be used by vampires, right? If you are not a vampire, you will probably drain all your blood uncontrollably. Can I use it? Am I a vampire? It doesn't seem right, I'm not using my own blood. Forget it, don't worry about it. Apart from some common sense memories and memories of magic and fighting energy that appeared out of nowhere, I couldn't remember anything else. Continuing to think about those things will not lead to any results except letting yourself fall into all kinds of unknown and confused fears. The young man looked around again. There is also a large amount of dragon blood scattered in the battle just now, which Chenji has no time to take care of. Many of them have gradually seeped into the ground, but some of them are still left in the potholes for the time being. They should still be able to collect them and use them. Is there any magic for temporary storage in space? Space system, 3rd level magic, space storage. The corresponding memory flashed in my mind. With a simple invocation of magic power, combined with the suction of magic power from across the air, a lot of dragon blood within the mental perception was absorbed into the space. The temporary storage space needs to consume magic power to maintain it. The magic power consumption depends on the size and time of the temporary space. After the boy collected about half a cubic space, he stopped. It's not that he is worried about the consumption of magic power. In fact, he feels that it is no problem to absorb a few times more. The main reason is that most of it has penetrated into the land, and the dragon blood spilled from injuries in battles is affected by various battle magic powers and fighting spirit powers. After the erosion is mixed, it is of little use. Collect it and exchange it for some money. Subsequently, mental perception, no villages or towns nearby, but a small road. He immediately ran over and left in a random direction. If he was lucky, he should be able to reach a village soon. After running for about 10 minutes, a small town with an earth and stone wall about 10 meters high appeared at the end of the path. He casually put a mask on his face, and at the same time disguised the color of his hair to regular blonde. Pure white is a bit obvious. Although I don't know who I am, it would be a bit funny if I were arrested as a wanted criminal when I entered a small town. Hello. The young man tried to communicate in his own language. However, he was well dressed and looked at least a middle-class uncle, but he was at a loss as to what he was talking about. After thinking for a while, he condensed an ordinary fireball in his hand and tapped himself with his hand. He indicated that he was a magician and looked like he was asking the nearby Magicians Guild or where magic-related places were. People who can learn magic are basically from better backgrounds, even nobles. Therefore, it is more likely that you can understand other languages. If you are lucky, you should be able to communicate normally. The uncle looked like he understood, and then the guards were called. The young man was invited into the small dark room with a confused face. Did I just act horrible? You probably didn't mistakenly think I was a robber, right? Outside the iron window of the small black room, several guards were very vigilant, mainly because they were afraid of the young man's identity as a magician. It was indeed a courtesy attitude along the way, and there was no violent escort or anything like that. So at first the young man thought that they were kindly preparing him to go see the mayor or something. Those characters might also speak other languages, so he didn't resist. About half an hour later, a fat man in luxurious clothes walked in and looked at the honest young man in the small dark room. He looks like a small local noble. Similarly, I tried 2 different languages, then took out a book and started reading sentence by sentence. Soon, without turning a few pages, he spoke a language familiar to the young man. Where are you from? The fat man asked. The young man immediately swept over with his mental energy and sensed the contents of the book. The corresponding words were indeed recognized in his memory. The current comment on this language is, Ersha Empire Secondary Common Language, Evisu. Esha Empire, Adventurer. The young man used his magic power to outline the text in reverse and presented it to the fat man. Looking at the text that corresponded to the language note and the boy's reaction, although he didn't recognize the word adventurer behind it, it confirmed his basic identity. The territory of the blood god, the Ersha Empire. Then the fat man told the boy to wait for a while and left with corresponding simple words. About 3 hours later, an old man in military uniform came over. Are you an adventurer from the Ersha Empire? The old man asked in relatively standard language as soon as he arrived. Yes. The young man nodded immediately. Today's young people, they don't want to stay in their own country, so they come to our Asilio continent. Don't you know that the gods here are resurrected and dividing their territories everywhere, which is very chaotic? The old man looked like he was educating. It's a little unexpected. The young man said sheepishly. Okay, I don't care if you are a fugitive or something else. This small place probably can't hold you. If you can wait for such a long time, you probably want to ask some questions, right? The old man also knew very well. He has practiced before, and is probably only a beginner magician, 1st level, so he probably knows that the boy in front of him is very strong. The town's defensive strength is definitely unstoppable. If he has enough ability and can be so quiet, he shouldn't be a malicious person. Actually, I'm lost. Where are we now? The boy asked. Now? In the past, I could have called it the Kingdom of Suxia, but as early as 9 years ago, this place was completely conquered by the West Sea Empire, and now it has been assigned to the Dragon God as a temporary jurisdiction. But in fact, those giant dragons don't care at all. Whatever we do, as long as we don't cause damage, that's fine. So the West Sea Empire and the Dragon God territory all count. It's almost the same as your Ayrshire Empire being a territory of the Blood God. The old man gave a simple metaphor, somewhat helpless. Changes in the country's leadership are not decided by people at the bottom like him. I want to find the Adventurers Guild or the Magicians Guild, or a nearby big city or something. Can you give me some directions? The boy asked. Okay, but before you leave, you have to register briefly, even if it is false information or something. The old man said, also using Suzhan language. He asked the guards to bring over the relevant documents. They are also accustomed to asking adventurers to sign something without any hope. Adventurers are wandering existences, and many of them have blood debts and the like. Only if they can leave messages normally can they be ghosts. They were just following the rules and doing things. Here, write your name here and what you want to do here. And here, here. He simply pointed and didn't care how much the young man took in. Anyway, he signed casually. If you don't sign it completely, you have to help make it up later. Sometimes you encounter people who just fill in their names and leave. The young man picked up the pen and hesitated slightly as he looked at the column of names. On. What is it called? Even if it's just making it up now, it will still be convenient to have one later, right? The first thing I saw when I woke up was a gorgeous flame explosion. Then came the ice blue earth dragon and the fiery red mecha. My hair is an eye-catching white, and my memory is as white as nothing. That's called White Dragon. The old man looked at the name that was obviously filled in casually, or was an adventurer's title, but he didn't pay attention at all. I've seen it enough, I'm used to it. It would have been pretty good to just call them Dragon Knights if they hadn't heard that they were now part of the Dragon God. Take this simple map. Fortunately, the Ayrshire Empire is a big empire. This kind of simple map is printed more often, so you should be able to understand it. The old man also pulled out a map and said. However, on the map, there is only the continent of Asilio, surrounded by sea islands. We are here now. If we walk along the road about 15 degrees north by west, it won't take long to reach a large city with a population of 50. That was the former capital of our kingdom of Suxia. The old man said simply help point it out. Thank you. Young Bai Long thanked him. Okay, you can go. Then don't wear a mask when asking others. It's quite chaotic everywhere now. It's easy for people to misunderstand a masked magician you don't know. If you really need to wear one, we only recommend masks. Anyway, don't cover it too tightly. The old man finally reminded. Oh. So that's how I was invited in. It can be regarded as the disadvantage of being too cautious. Leave the town and go to the former capital of King Suyasi, and then find a way to get to the Ayrshire Empire. Since I know the language and characters there must be something to do with it. But in common sense memory, Shengzhou continent does know. I have no impression of the Asilio continent where I am now. Strangeness. Chapter 3. The Dragon God belongs to the earth. The West Sea Empire, the largest city in the Suxia region, sat as Amisa. The young Bailong came outside the city and looked at the towering city wall nearly 50 meters high. He could also feel the power of this city that was once the capital of Suxia. But this city? It is said to be the territory of the Dragon God, but except for the Dragon God image hanging on the city wall, there is no other place related to dragons at all. Simply entered the city and found the Adventurers Guild. With the help of the reception staff in Ayrshire Imperial language, I successfully re-registered a brand new adventurer title, also called White Dragon. Because of the need to register, I went to the Magicians Guild and the Warriors Guild to briefly test my strength. Magician Strength, Level Dash, Great Mage. Warrior Strength, Level Dash, Moonlight Warrior. In a chaotic world, the identity certificate issued by the state is often not as effective as the adventurer title determined by the Adventurers Guild. Especially for small countries, there is no certainty that one day the country will be destroyed, and after being displaced, they will become refugees. On the other hand, since he is an adventurer who wanders around, it is not strange to appear anywhere as an adventurer. But now there is a little problem. Do I need to upgrade the adventurer level to the purple gold level before I can freely enter other countries on the pretext of adventurous missions? The young Beilong asked, looking at the adventurer's manual specially given to him. That is the requirement set by Kalian. Basically, other Empire-level forces can come and go freely as long as they are normal adventurers. It is mainly to prevent some spies from using their identities as adventurers to sneak into Kalian at will. After all, being promoted to the purple gold level is not a simple matter. The job will be done, the receptionist explained. The Susha region, or the entire Asilio continent dominated by the West Sea Empire. The criteria for classifying adventurers are basically divided into 9 levels: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, diamond, epic, legend, and myth. To put it simply, if you want to freely enter and leave the country called Kalian, you need to reach the 5th level. To reach the 5th level, multiple identity verification is required, and it can only be obtained after clarifying the national identity. Further up, you will basically get basic national titles, such as Knight and Baron. This honorary status will be issued by the kingdom where you live as a sign of further identity verification, so you are not just doing some difficult tasks. After that, it can be obtained directly. Kalian? Is it a very strong country? Young Bailong asked curiously. You don't know this? The receptionist was very confused. Because as long as you are a normal person, even a child in a remote mountain village, you may have heard of the existence of Kalian. That is a country that can fight against gods. In the Asilio continent, the strongest West Sea Empire could only compromise with the resurrected gods and turn its various territories into the possessions of those resurrected gods. I actually lacked some tentative knowledge due to cultivation issues and long-term experience in the mountains. The young Bailong said the reason for his preparation. Cultivation issues, such as mountain and field cultivation, are all relatively vague. Well, then I advise you to find a way to recover as soon as possible. At present, the whole world seems to have its own conflicts due to the existence of Kalian and the gods. A new round of world war may break out at any time. Choose a good camp is still very important. You should be from the Ersha Empire, right? The Ersha Empire is pretty good, the most important territory of the blood god. The only problem is that they are right next to Kalian. Even if the previous head of state has blood, the relationship with them now is not very good. The receptionist's simple narration also gave young Bailong a general understanding. Why did Kalian resist the gods? Bailong suddenly asked. Who knows? Anyway, I don't feel bad about dragon gods' rule now. Anyway, everything is the same as usual. I don't know if those guys in Kalian are mentally ill. They live a good life, so why do they have to make such a decision? How can there be such a huge sacrifice? The receptionist commented in confusion. Those guys. Bailong was slightly confused. It seems you really don't know. Kalian is a multiracial country with humans, beasts, dwarves, and goblins. It is a country where every race is rumored to be equal, but whether it is truly equal is not new. Isn't it always like that? Then what? Yes, the civilian class is equal. As a result, the main race lives in the rich area, and the conquered race can only live in remote and barren areas with nominal equality. The receptionist roughly guessed that this was a normal thing. On the surface, they are equal, but in fact, the division into 3, 6, and 9 grades has already been determined. The dominant race is still in a dominant position, because they are always the rulers at the top. Even if there is any distribution of benefits, priority will be given to one's own race, and others will be fine as long as they can survive without rebelling. Racial equality. Bailong murmured softly. Suddenly. Now that our power is almost equal, and the world is so vast, why can't we consider living together in equality and harmony? We have no reason to fight with each other. It is not the relationship between wolves and sheep, or sheep and grass. Why? The pale golden eyes suddenly emitted a faint halo, and I felt a tingling sensation in my mind. That is... whose memory? What's wrong with you? The receptionist noticed something unusual. No, it's nothing. Bailong shook his head, then subconsciously changed the subject and asked inquiringly, is there a nearby chamber of commerce that purchases magic materials? I want to sell something, and then I plan to spend money to go to the Ersha Empire on a merchant ship or something like that. Yes, yes. Do you need me as a translator to go with you? Just pay 2% of the transaction amount. The receptionist suddenly smiled. As a receptionist for adventurers, if adventurers need to trade this kind of thing, they will naturally follow. This is one of the ways they make money. Is it so cheap? For foreign visitors passing by, shouldn't the starting price be 10%? Bai Long was a little surprised and asked with a hint of joking. You are a great magician, 6th level. You can go to other places even if you don't have money. The worst thing you can do is not sell it. Should I drink the northwest wind? The receptionist also said a little helplessly. It's not easy to make money. If you are a low-level adventurer, you can indeed consider making a killing. Some of the great magicians can fly, and they can sell them wherever they want, and they still indulge you? About 10 minutes later. At a certain magic materials chamber, the receptionist, an appraiser with frightened expressions huddled in the corner and looked at Bai Long. It's like seeing a ghost. Dragon, 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 dragon blood. Are you actually planning to sell dragon god level dragon blood? This is the territory of the dragon god. The receptionist said in horror, and the appraiser was too frightened to speak. This thing is not a question of whether they dare to take it away, but if it is taken out, it is destined to be a life-threatening trouble. Even if it's just earth dragon blood, it's almost the same. It's okay, right? This is what I saw when I saw a super large mecha hunting a god-level earth dragon. I shouldn't be held accountable too much for things that were picked up after the war, right? Bai Long asked doubtfully. Road. Mecha? Earth dragon. The receptionist was almost dizzy. That is. I just received the news that Kalien was hunting the old gods, and you were actually a witness? Are you really not crazy? The receptionist was also very frightened. The appraiser on the side couldn't understand their communication in the Arsha Empire language, but looking at their expressions and listening to their tone, they knew that things were probably not simple. So that's Kalien's weapon? No wonder he dares to resist the gods. Bai Long also understood. The receptionist's thoughts were also racing at this moment, and then he explained the situation and discussed with the appraiser next to him. The things were taken out and they all saw them. Although the risk is indeed huge, because it is the territory of the dragon god, dragon blood, which is an excellent training, magic potion and alchemy material, has already been sold at a sky-high price in their black market. It is said that rare things are more valuable, so it is not impossible to get a chance to get them. We don't know much about the battle between the gods and Kalien's divine machine, dragon god, but it is rumored that Kalien's divine machine can easily detect the powerful people around him. If he can get it back secretly, he should not be discovered. Are you sure he came to you directly and not to anyone else? Nonsense, I'm the one who took care of the adventurer registration, magician and warrior steadfastness. The news just came. He has the time to find someone else. Then. A chance to win. The receptionist and appraiser made a quick decision. They were both old partners and knew what to do very quickly. Cough. The receptionist collects her emotions and thoughts. Because your stuff is indeed dangerous, and it's of lower quality and has more impurities. The receptionist hadn't even finished speaking. Just give me 1/3 of the normal price, and you can take 1/10 of it. Bai Long said immediately. The receptionist was stunned. Little brother, whose family's crown prince are you? So generous? Reverse bargaining? At last. Bai Long easily obtained a bag of gold coins with his super bargaining ability. The appraiser and receptionist were also satisfied to receive the good things and extra rewards directly. The three of them also concluded the transaction very happily, and then went their separate ways. Bai Long later hired a translator from the Transport Chamber of Commerce and took him to a coastal commercial port city, preparing to take a ship to the Arsha Empire. Although he woke up in the Asilio continent, he still felt that he had to go to the Arsha Empire first. Maybe it was because I seemed to be able to blood magic, or maybe it was because of the language problem that I needed to be in a familiar language environment to feel at ease, but in any case, I still quickly set off on the journey without any delay. The blood god belongs to the earth, the Arsha Empire. Set off. Chapter 4. On the merchant ship heading to the Arsha Empire. This is a relatively traditional wooden merchant ship, but it is equipped with a magic element power core that can be used by the night mecha, so there is no problem with its speed. Together with the magic circle engraved on the special wooden hull, it can also protect against sea monsters and storms. It is the most cost-effective configuration for ocean-going merchant ships. The overall materials are cheap, and when the ship is small, the cargo capacity is larger than that of steel merchant ships. However, if the merchant ship is larger, the wooden structure cannot withstand pressure such as water pressure. It can only pile up materials and increase the design structure. It is difficult to say that the carrying capacity is compared to that of iron. The merchant ship Bei Long boarded was about 60 meters long and 18 meters wide. It is considered a relatively large wooden merchant ship. What are you doing? Bei Long was bored at the moment. While wandering on the deck, he watched the sailors changing something on the mast. The beacon made by Kalien can be connected to their satellite system for positioning. However, because it is Kalien's thing, it cannot be used freely in the god's territory, so it can only be used after leaving the port. The sailor who was pretending was a little proud. Said. Hee, even though this thing is small, the positioning and storm warning at critical times saved our lives. You kid, didn't you complain that the captain spent a lot of money to buy this thing? Bah! God can't save me at all. This thing has to be reliable. Others also joked a few words casually. Is this your first time seeing this thing? The first mate of the merchant ship came over and said. Yeah. Bei Long nodded. It's normal. Kalien's satellite systems are basically military. In conjunction with their regional magic array on land, the area array system can achieve all-round surveillance of land and air. It is said that even gods cannot easily sneak into Kalien. Union. It can be used for commercial purposes, but only a few parts of it are used by foreign ships like us. Many steel merchant ships cannot afford this thing. With it, warnings of major sea storms, disorientation and interference caused by chaotic sea elements, leading to straying into the territory of sea beasts, etc., can be avoided to the greatest extent. The first mate of the merchant ship also said simply. As long as someone asks, they will basically explain. Because the most important thing for merchant ships is to be safe and reliable in order to have a supply of goods, and the expensive sea shipping beacon manufactured by Kalien is the best proof of their safety. Is it so powerful? It feels like a magician equivalent to the Holy Wizard, 8th level, is guiding and guarding the ship. Bei Long was also a little surprised. How strong is the rumored Kalien country in these magical technologies? Ha ha ha, it seems that you haven't been to Kalien yet. If you have the chance, you can go and see it. It will definitely give you an unexpected shock. When I save enough money, I plan to take my family to Kalien. The merchant ship's first mate laughed. Well, go if you have the chance. Bei Long also made a decision in his heart. And I always feel that there seems to be a reason to go to the country of Kalien. But now it's better to go to the Arsha Empire first. By the way, this beacon is very expensive. How much does it cost? Even a large merchant ship may not buy it at a price. Bei Long asked curiously. You may have no idea how much KUN you can buy. To put it simply, the price of 3 wooden merchant ships like ours that can be purchased in full may not be enough. The first mate of the merchant ship gave a rough estimate. 3 ships. Bei Long was also surprised. I more or less understand the sailors' complaints, it is indeed ridiculously expensive. According to conventional understanding, if they have so much money to buy this crap that they have no idea what it is better to just exchange it for a steel merchant ship. Although in the face of powerful sea monsters, both steel hulls and wooden hulls will be shattered after the magic protection provided by the magic core is exhausted, but at least the safety performance in other aspects is still better than that of wooden hulls. And just when Bei Long had already embarked on his journey. Komi United Kingdom. There are many tall buildings, surrounded by various magic circles, various flying machines are constantly patrolling in the sky, and there are many weapons similar to airships suspended in the sky, maintaining the safety of the entire huge city. On some high-rise buildings, some exposed gun barrels can be clearly seen, and the surging magic power connected can give a rough idea of their terrifying power. Here is the capital of Kalien, Beimu City. Beimu City Administrative Center, Wolf Cave Building. Report. One of the most powerful people in Kalien, Prime Minister, Yashai Belde. A long-lived hybrid, he always looks like he is about 15 years old, and his actual age is unknown. The light blonde hair is smooth and straight, tied at the hip-length end, and there are also small braids on both sides of the back of the head. The complexion is as white and tender as a child, with a slightly rosy appearance, blue eyes, white teeth, soft eyebrows, and a raised nose. But such a fairy-looking girl holds the power of the most powerful country in the world. Come in. After receiving the permission, the beautiful secretary of the rabbit tribe entered the office with some excitement. I'm reporting to you, Prime Minister, the witch clan seems to have detected the latest news of the resurrection of gods, and the fluctuations are those of hybrid gods. The beautiful secretary of the rabbit clan said with excitement. Are you sure it's him? Yashai stood up immediately and asked. I'm not very sure, because it's in the direction of Asilio continent, and it seems to be very close to the location of the earth dragon god we just hunted. The beautiful woman secretary of the rabbit tribe said quickly. That's it. Yashai was a little disappointed. There are mixed blood gods in the era of theocracy, but their power is limited. Do we need to send a team to confirm secretly? Asked the secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit tribe. There are still free aces. No, are there any free aces in the god-killing team? Yashai asked. I've checked. The 7th god-slaying team has no missions in the near future. They can sneak in to investigate. Okay, go and report to Jaika, Empress, at the military headquarters and mobilize the 7th god-killing team. If you don't find any useful clues, you can also carry out the recovery dragon god hunting mission to the dragon god's territory. Yes, I'll arrange it now. If the dragon gods knew this arrangement, they would definitely be very angry. What does it have to do with me that you are looking for someone? Bai Long didn't know what was going on with Kailian. At this moment, he had just left the Asilio continent. And soon, more than 10 days of long wandering passed. During this period, he stopped in some island countries, which also allowed Bai Long to further feel some changes in the world today, which are different from the changes in common sense memory. The number of steel ships has increased, which proves that the world's steel production and related production capacity have begun to increase. To use a word that can be recalled in my mind, it is the enhancement of industrial capabilities. I also learned more about it through chatting with the crew and fellow guests. The improvement of overall production capacity began more than 30 years ago. That is, the year 3252 of the Valyrian calendar when the Ersha Empire was founded as a principality, is now the year 3288 years later. However, the improvement at that time mainly relied on the magic element power core that had been accumulated and reused since 400 years ago. After repairing the old and obsolete ones, it continued to provide magical power to mines and factories for improvement, production capacity, and develop related auxiliary operating machinery equipped with magic core to improve efficiency. What can truly achieve a substantial leap is the magic pump station technology that represents the most efficient conversion and utilization of magic energy. Water magic pumping station, wind magic pumping station, fire magic pumping station. Many models of magic pumping stations have been built and put into use on a large scale by Kailian and the Ersha Empire. The related magic transportation network allows all factories in the entire country to obtain a steady stream of magic power. Especially in terms of planning and construction capabilities of the magic pump station, there is a huge gap between Kailian and the Ersha Empire. At the beginning of the mass investment, it is said that Kailian's actual magic pump volume was already 3 times that of the Ersha Empire. If we explain it according to the special term industrial production capacity proposed by Kailian. More than 20 years ago, Kailian, with its relatively complete infrastructure and efficient magic utilization, had about -% of the world's total industrial production capacity at that time. Nowadays, even though Kailian has highly developed magic technology, he still has this ability. It seems that if I have a chance, I really need to go to Kailian. Bai Long looked at the commercial port that was about to dock and made a decision in his heart. Ersha Empire, Lear Region, former Lear Kingdom. Commercial port, Kodart. Unlike the Susha region of the Asilio continent, which are basically buildings made of ordinary rocks and wooden houses, transportation and acquisition in the commercial port are basically manpower, and there is no assistance from large equipment. This commercial port is equipped with elevated racks to assist in cargo transportation, large loading machinery, and even highly flexible industrial mechas. The tallest building complex near the commercial port is almost -meters tall, and they are all made of rocks. At least it looks like a rock on the outside, but even if you don't use mental power to perceive it, you know that it is difficult for ordinary rock piles to reach that high level of endurance. And this? It's just the Ersha Empire, which is second only to Kailian in magic technology, and the remote commercial port in Leary area. Enter the commercial port. Then Bai Long encountered a new problem. Should I find a temporary job first to understand the current situation? Or should I go find an academy to study? Bai Long hesitated. You can't really be an adventurer and wander around like a vagabond, right? As for adventurers, it is estimated that only those who are very strong will have the opportunity to contact high-level people, and then they can slowly find out the truth about who I am. In terms of work, the only people who can come into contact with big people are those related to the military, right? Or the top big chambers of commerce or something like that. Otherwise, only the colleges will be faster, especially those deans of universities with relatively wide connections. Bei Long was confused. It's not that I came here without thinking about it at all, but I didn't know the situation of the Ersha Empire before, so I wanted to come here to understand the basic situation before thinking about it. At least the language here is smooth, and the Ersha Empire is also very powerful, so it's a good choice. Chapter 5. The adventurer route is too slow. There are not many dangerous monsters to hunt on the mainland, and those in the ocean are not easy to deal with. The military's identity verification is too strict, and the top chambers of commerce are not familiar with the place. I am not sure which chamber of commerce is suitable and easy to reach. Seem. Only the academy is more suitable. The review conditions are relatively low, and only gifted orphans are accepted. But now that he has the appearance of a boy around 15 years old and the strength of a great wizard, it is not suitable to be a teacher or a student. I've lost my direction. Bei Long muttered to himself. He had to admit that he couldn't find a suitable choice now. The key was that he had no clue. There is no particularly strong obsession or key information. Nothing at all. You kid, don't run away. Stop. The sudden sound broke Bei Long's thoughts. He turned around and saw a mixed-race boy with wolf or dog ears, being chased by guards holding firearms. If it weren't for the large flow of people in the commercial port and the fear of accidental injury or causing a disturbance, a warning shot should have been fired. Why should you arrest me if I didn't steal or rob? The mixed-race boy shouted as he ran. What the hell? I've been putting up with you for a long time by spreading Kalien's thoughts everywhere. The guard chased after him. I am from Kalien, why can't I say it? The mixed-race boy continued running. Soon he came to Bei Long. If you run further, you will leave the commercial port area, and the flow of people will quickly decrease. It can be seen that among the chasing guards, one of them has turned off the safety and loaded his gun, ready to take aim. That gesture was obviously not to fire a warning shot, but at least it was to shoot in the direction of the mixed-race boy, attack the ground next to him, or something else to warn him. Bei Long's inner thoughts flashed quickly. Kalien, since he didn't steal or rob, he should be able to be rescued and learn some things. So quietly, a weak fluctuation of magic power accurately jammed the trigger of the gun, making it impossible for the guard to pull the trigger after taking aim. Hey! The guard was suddenly confused. Stop! If you don't stop, we'll shoot. Another guard was still shouting. However, he didn't see his companion's test warning for a long time, and Kalien's mixed-race boy was about to run away. What are you doing? You're all running away. The guard turned around and asked. The trigger is stuck. The guard with the gun was also a little anxious. But when they turned around, the boy with mixed blood from the beast race had already run far away due to his good physical fitness. What a shame. I didn't catch up again. Next time I'll just shoot him as a warning. The guard suddenly became annoyed. It's basically in a crowded place. How can we shoot directly? If something happens, we will be more guilty. The gun-wielding guard was also helpless. Forget it, let's go back and continue patrolling. Anyway, he is not a criminal who committed murder and arson, so just run away. After half a minute, the mixed-race boy stopped in a corner and looked behind him with slight confusion. He said he was about to shoot, but there was no movement at all and the man stopped chasing. Strange, when did those Imperial lackeys become so easy to talk to? Just when the mixed-race boy was confused. Suddenly. Are you from Kalien? Bei Long's voice sounded and appeared behind the mixed-race boy. Oh my god! The mixed-race boy was immediately startled. The magicians passing by just helped you control the launching parts of their weapons. Bei Long said directly. Hey? Oh. The mixed-race boy was stunned for a moment, then thought, and then had an epiphany. Is there something you want me to help with? It's easy to talk to. The mixed-race boy quickly changed his attitude and said. First of all, I want to confirm something. Are you familiar with the Ersha Empire, or this city? Bei Long asked. Very familiar. I was born here. Don't tell me whether I'm familiar with it or not. I've peed on every street here. There's no place I don't know about. The mixed-race boy said with a hint of pride. But you said you are from Kalien. Bei Long was confused. Oh, that's because my father was a slave who was sold to the kingdom of Liri before. He was captured when the Kilian or Kemi kingdom was just established and was still relatively chaotic. About 15 years ago, because the Ersha Empire that ruled here briefly recognized the powerful Kalian as its suzerainty and ordered the liberation of many slaves. My father had the opportunity to marry a woman who was also a slave, and then unfortunately because my physical fitness was so poor, my mother became seriously ill and passed away after I was born. And my mother was also a slave who was trafficked. Although it was not Kalian's country before, it is now ruled by Kalian, so I am a Kalian person. The mixed-race boy briefly told his life experience. The child of a slave, an orc hybrid who is not welcomed in the human Ersha Empire. Given Kalian's identity, it is not surprising that he yearns for Kalian and promotes Kalian in this place. Don't you have the ability to go to Kilian yourself? Bai Long asked again. As a mixed-race person, I can occasionally get casual work opportunities to earn money, and it's good to be able to eat and live. Where can I have the money to go to Kilian? Besides, I can't speak Kilian, and I don't know where to go after I go to Kilian. Will the people in the world accept me, a person who grew up in the empire? The main thing is that after my mother died, my father could only raise me as a slave orc. After I grew up a little, he fell down due to various diseases accumulated during the slave period, and I could only in turn try to take care of him. Just last year, he unfortunately passed away and went to see my mother. The mixed-race boy seemed to be more open-minded, and he only looked a little helpless. Time, money, and various problems made him still stay in the Ersha Empire. Understood briefly, I am going to hire you to accompany me to the Imperial capital of Wakakem and the Avisu area. After the completion of the matter, I will give you 20 Suzhan gold coins. Bai Long made a decision quickly. He really needs a guide. It doesn't matter whether he is good or not. The main thing is that he still prefers to go to the academy. It would be more appropriate for a magician to take a magic apprentice and seek a stable position in the academy, right? By then, as long as you get in touch with the senior management of the college, you should be able to obtain more useful information. You're not an Ersha? The mixed-race boy wondered. If you are not directly tempted by the reward and ask your doubts directly, you are obviously more cautious. Traveling abroad, the changes have been too great and I am unfamiliar with it. Bai Long explained casually. Oh, what's the Susya gold coin? What's its weight? It's not as thin as gold flakes or gold-plated, right? The mixed-race boy asked cautiously. It should be similar to the Empire's, like this. Bai Long took out one at random and handed it to the mixed-race boy. After taking it, he skillfully took a bite and weighed it. It felt almost the same. Okay. I think the magician doesn't bother to lie to a poor boy like me. My name is Yumiha Nibjun. If you don't mind, just call me Yumiha. What's your name? The mixed-race boy introduced himself, too. Skillfully put the gold coins directly into your pocket. Bai Long, there's no need to use respectful words so politely. Bai Long smiled and stretched out his hand. The mixed-race boy Yumiha looked at the extended hand, slightly surprised. Even if the noble magician was entrusted to him, he probably wouldn't bother shaking hands with a pure untouchable like him, right? But looking at the hand stretched out, he still chose to shake it. It's a pleasure to work with you. Bai Long. Yet. Yumiha nodded. Yumiha Nebuchan. 13 years old, a human and wolf hybrid. His father is a human and wolf hybrid, so he has more human blood. The appearance of the orc is basically only wolf ears and wolf tail. This was also the first person Bai Long met in the Ersha Empire. 2 days later. Finkan region in the southern part of Ersha Empire. Autumn flood magic disaster, unfortunate core area. Crash. Woo. Heavy rain and strong wind. A large number of branches, leaves and unknown things were flying chaotically in the air. A large amount of water flows on the ground, forming a flood that sweeps away everything in its path. The original alchemical gravel road was also submerged by the floods. The cars they were traveling in had long been abandoned, and the passengers were looking for shelter at high places. Holy shit, shit! Lord Bai Long, can you do this magic protection? The water is coming up. Yumiha shouted anxiously while hugging a tree. Magic disaster. It is equivalent to sudden disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, and tornadoes. It is formed by various chaotic magic elements condensed to a certain extent in a certain area. Therefore, it is possible to appear in any area, and as long as the degree of agglomeration is sufficient, it may explode. The most common magic disasters are the most common earthquakes, storms, wildfires, etc. In general, this kind of ordinary magic disaster can only be classified into the 6th level in this world. Beyond the 6th level, even magicians and warriors may not be able to deal with it easily, and may even breed some natural monsters disasters. Just wait. The magic disaster that just doesn't exceed the 6th level will only cause a small number of monsters to breed. It will pass after a while. Beilong was relatively calm. Can't we fly away? Master Beilong, can you fly? Imaiha asked. It's okay for me to be alone, but I still have you with me. Now everywhere is filled with chaotic magic elements, heavy rain, and strong winds. I don't know if I will be in danger. You are very likely to be in danger. Beilong said seriously. Then forget it, it'll be over soon. Imaiha immediately gave up. Suddenly I felt that the tree I was holding was quite strong. Help! In the flood, there were people who fell into the water. After Beilong discovered it, he directly used magic control to rescue him to a nearby shore, and ignored the rest. However, the more we rescued people, the more we discovered that there were more people falling into the water than usual, and it was still raining heavily. Are there no strong men from the academy nearby to come to the rescue? Beilong was also confused. Flood magic disasters are already relatively slow to erupt, so there should be sufficient reaction time. When there is heavy rain and strong wind, it is the stage where preparations can be made. We have already given priority to protecting the factories and the property of those honorary nobles. Who will give priority to protecting us? Yumiha said quickly. The people around, who were also hugging trees, nodded in agreement. Beilong also understood quickly. But what does honorary peerage mean? I specifically added honor. Is there anything special? Chapter 6. Fortunately, this flood disaster was not particularly severe. It was also thanks to the earth magicians from the college who stabilized the river embankment in time to ensure that the subsequent flood momentum was sharply reduced, and then it was normal disaster relief work. The Arsha Empire's industrial capabilities and magical technology are second only to Kalian, so the various Air Force deliveries and Army arrivals after the disaster were very fast, and the post-disaster search and rescue, and material delivery were quite timely. Only Tisk, as expected, we should give priority to cities and provide sufficient protection for those honorary noble factories before going to small villages and towns to save people. Emiya said dissatisfied. Looking at the small town passing by, I couldn't help but feel a little angry. They had already passed the nearest small city, and the troop support there was extremely rapid. But what about the nearby town? Although the distance is less than 5 kilometers, the town residents can still only save themselves, and there is no trace of the Imperial army. Anyway, when passing through the small city, many troops were busy in the factories of the honorary nobles, for fear of delaying anything. Prioritize the safety and stability of places with more residents. Beilong casually helped to explain. I hope so. Imaiha also responded casually. Beilong scanned the area with his mental energy and noticed that several residents were seriously injured. He also used ordinary water healing magic to help stabilize their injuries. His actions also attracted the attention of the residents. Since Beilong had simply disguised himself, he now had ordinary blonde hair, and he did not wear any suspicious mask as advised. Instead, he randomly bought a pair of magic prop glasses with mental assistance capabilities, which looked a bit expensive. Gas. Looking at the mixed race Emiya next to him, it was difficult for these residents to judge his identity for a while. But those who help are helping, and naturally they will not treat them coldly. Thank you, Lord Magician, for your help. A man who seemed to have some status came forward and said. With a little effort, there are 2 unconscious people about 300 meters over there and about 350 meters over there. We should be able to save them now. Beilong pointed at what he had just scanned with his mental power. Thank you. You guys, go and look in the direction the magician said. The man also said quickly. Simply continue to help, and I roughly understand some things. The Ursa Empire was established less than 50 years ago, and its founder was also the current emperor, Suman Ursa. The predecessor was the prince of the Aviso kingdom and the Suman royal family. It is also a relatively special prefixed surname. Later, they accumulated a lot of wealth with the magic train, railway transportation, invented and built on a large scale by their family, and promised to almost completely hand over transportation rights to the royal family in 10 years, which temporarily stabilized the initial wealth-raising move of recruiting chambers of commerce. Later, he used financial institutions, insurance, and exchanges to accumulate initial funds from major nobles and chambers of commerce for his own rapid development. In the end, they used tanks, aircraft, and other weapons invented and built on a large scale by their family to directly use the magic train route to move to the southern part of the Aviso kingdom. In just 2 days, they penetrated the defense line of the Orchid Witch Kingdom at that time and successfully captured its king. All. After the occupation. Based on the food accumulated during the period of Prince Avisu, while distributing land to a large number of Lanmu people, they also gave them food. Stabilize people's hearts and liberate part of the labor force. And a large amount of money from the royal family and nobles of the Lanmu kingdom was used for the infrastructure construction of the entire country, the expansion of road transportation and various factories, as well as the research and development of updated weapons and equipment. It sounds like he treats the people very well, but now. Beilong looked around. After all this time, the relief troops still haven't arrived. It has changed a long time ago. In the end, it is just better than the previous military rule. The rescued man said with a sigh. Military rule? Beilong remembered that he had heard when chatting on the merchant ship that the Holy Continent used to be a country ruled by some military powers, and it was called a military-dominated country. The Finkan region of the Ayrshire Empire was formerly the relatively powerful Finkan military kingdom. In the beginning, there were no nobles in the Principality of Ayrshire, only the people of Peter's holy territory who fought with Emperor Ayrshire, who were the people of his territory at the time. Later, because our military king misjudged the war situation, the Principality of Ayrshire cooperated with the then Crimea Empire to destroy us. It was also at that time that Emperor Ayrshire, as a principality, requested the help of the then Kingdom of Avisu. In fact, the Kingdom of Avisu has already been controlled by him. It's just a reason to coordinate the war. An old man from the side came over and sat next to the wounded man. Many people don't understand, but I used to be a high-ranking militia officer in the Juntung state, so I know a little bit about it. Also after that, Emperor Ayrshire granted the title of honorary nobles to the Avisu nobles who helped the Principality of Ayrshire on the basis of the principality. They have no fiefdoms, no real power, and they seem to have nothing. But in actual establishment of various chambers of commerce and distribution of various benefits, priority is given to them. Since then, through self-defense counterattacks, active aggression and the integration of principalities and kingdoms, the prototype of the current empire was created, and it gradually broke away from the original policy of treating the people under the honorary aristocratic system. It's just that we didn't realize it at that time. The old man recalled and sighed. Beilong had roughly heard of the rest. The Principality of Ayrshire at that time. Everyone will be given free land to grow the food they want to eat without paying taxes or paying anything. If you don't farm the land and let the principality farm it uniformly, you can still get a basic subsidy equivalent to 3 loaves of bread per day, ensuring that you can live normally. At that time, there were free schools and very cheap potions, hospital, medical care. With a little hard work for a year or two, they can buy a house that they themselves helped build with all the money, and may also have the luxury of adding decorations and furniture. Later, when the kingdom's automobile production capacity increases, you will be able to own a car soon. But now? In other words, in the current Ayrshire Empire, although the honorary nobles have no real power or fiefdom, they almost monopolize the wealth of various industries, and ordinary people can only work at the basic level. Only magicians and warriors with talent in cultivation, or people who are top-notch in certain fields, can rush forward. I can probably understand the current situation of the town. Beilong looked at the people, mostly old people and children, as well as the young people who were rushing back from the small town one after another, and he understood a lot. Ayrshire Empire. In the final analysis, it is just a country that rises by using the support of the people in the process of development and growth. Later, in the wave of the new era, the old system was transformed while retaining it, thus forming a unique imperial system. Superstructure is still superstructure. There is no fiefdom or real power in name, but their descendants still have a superior status by birth. Class has long been solidified. There is not much difference from the feudal empire era. My children are working in a nearby city, and the income is basically enough for the family's various expenses. Last year, my husband got seriously ill and left after all his savings were gone. He couldn't afford to hire a high priest or buy expensive magic equipment. Medicine. The old man also sighed. Ah! I heard the salary is quite high, right? Imperial asked doubtfully. As a mixed race, he can basically only do casual labor, and he really envies those stable and high-paying jobs. It's indeed high, if you don't count various taxes, deductions, fines, etc. The young man who rushed back from the side said numbly. Imperial. Let's put it this way, the Arsha Empire's mandatory basic salary is 2,000 copper coins, which is the standard 20 silver coins or 2 gold coins. My job is 3,005 copper coins per month. There are various taxes and fines such as lateness fines, failure to meet standards, fines for gossiping at work, etc. I would be lucky if I could actually get 1,005 copper coins. Of course, I will be even luckier if I can get it delivered on time the second month. The young man gave a final mocking smile, but he didn't know what he was laughing at. The purchasing power of Arsha Empire's gold coins is equivalent to 10 gold coins for an adult cow, right? Bei Long roughly recalled what he learned. What is the value of a cow? You can think of the value of their salary. Anyway, we have no hope for those who have no hope. Now that we have the protection of the blood god, we can live peacefully. Of course, that's assuming they don't want to eat us or suck our blood, haha. The young man finally smiled again, not knowing what he was laughing at. At this time, Bei Long's mental power noticed that some military vehicles were coming, which were the belated rescue troops. He also stood up and prepared to leave. Imperial looked at his actions, quickly understood, and was ready to leave together. Finally, he looked at the town after the disaster, and various thoughts flashed through his mind. If it were Kalien, it would definitely not be like this. Imperial said firmly. Let's go, I will definitely go and see if I have the chance. Bei Long. Yet. Imperial nodded. The two teenagers also left this town. The residents who had been treated by Bei Long also said words of thanks and then watched them leave. What followed was their Imperial army. Gone. Watching Bei Long leave, the young man still felt a little reluctant. In today's Arsha Empire, few of those noble magicians will come to help them. Gone, all gone, just like His Highness Liendel back then. The old man sighed and recalled. Will His Highness Liendel really come back one day? Will he really help us like this little magician? The young man couldn't help but ask. Who knows? But besides him, who else can we hope for? The old man said helplessly. The young man did not speak anymore, but silently followed the instructions of the arriving Imperial army and went to help deal with the post-disaster situation. Chapter 7. Arsha Empire, Lanwu Region. This is the most prosperous area in the entire Arsha Empire. The predecessor of the Lanwu Kingdom was the first country that Prince Arsha conquered with his territorial army, and it was also the first area to build various infrastructure and industrial foundations. Coupled with the advantage of being close to the sea and a relatively good geographical environment, various developments are excellent. Going further northeast is the imperial capital of Wakakam. Imperial said while looking at the map. He didn't quite understand. Bei Long must be rich, but since the floods, he has stopped taking cars, trains, and airplanes. Instead, he bought a traditional horse-drawn carriage to enjoy himself. On the way. The reason is actually very simple. Bei Long didn't know where his goal was, so he hoped to take a long journey to see if the environment he passed was familiar from his original memory. With luck, you might be able to find the direction. And big cities and stuff like that. He had also heard that, for example, Wakakam, the imperial capital of the Arsha Empire, was a small ruined town ravaged by war decades ago, with only ruins and walls. But now it is full of high-rise buildings and busy with traffic. It is no longer what it used to be. Can you really recall anything? Roar. The sudden roar of the monster startled Imperial and the horse pulling the cart. It was a third-level tiger monster, but the target of the monster was not them, but an old man riding a donkey cart not far away. Just when the monster was about to attack, Bei Long killed him with a spiritual magic, and absorbed the complete corpse with magic power from the air. After entering the city, this was money. Why are there magical beasts here? Imperial was a little confused. The old man, who had just recovered from the shock, also thanked Bei Long and his carriage for their carriage. However, he was obviously worried that he was a high-ranking person and did not dare to rush forward and express too much. It's not that it also exists but that it already existed. It's just that these alchemical sandstone, concrete, roads were built into their territory. The construction team is basically followed by Earth magicians to help open roads. The cars that follow will be more or less equipped with micromagic cores. It will be no problem to withstand 1 or 2 impacts. After that, they will not be able to catch up if they increase their speed. So if this guy hadn't been a great mage, 6th level, I wouldn't have been able to take this job. The coachman replied simply. When gods and mortals become stronger, will they erode the territory of monsters? Bei Long seemed to have thought of something. An inexplicable, long-lasting memory. How dangerous it is for the old man to transport things like this. Imaiha was also a little worried. For living. The coachman replied calmly. Imaiha suddenly stopped talking. Also at this time. There are strong magic waves over there. Is it some large military facility? Bei Long suddenly sensed something. Over there? Oh, it's a hydraulic magic pumping station. The magic power pumped out is mainly supplied to nearby cities and factories. It's also something that the Warcraft hate because it will cause the surrounding elements to continue to be in a thin state. The carriage. The husband seemed to know a lot. Speaking of which, I have always been confused. If the magic pump station continues to pump out magic power, won't it drain out the magic power? Imaiha asked in confusion. The little guy never went to school, right? For example, the water-driven machinery here extracts the surrounding free magic elements through the device to burst out magic power, and then the magic power is transported to other places for consumption and release. The end may also be driven machinery, such as the operation of machine tools in a factory. The whole is still conserved, and free elements will continue to flow to thin places as replenishment, just like air. The coachman explained simply. Oh. Imaiha nodded as if he understood. Can you go around and have a look? Bei Long asked. There should be no problem. This is a magic pump station for civilian use. The technology has basically been made public. It's just that whether it can be built smoothly depends on the country's overall technical strength. The coachman said. There was a trail just ahead, so we drove the carriage and turned into it. There were also some signs along the way, indicating that they had entered the magic pump station area, which was a dangerous area for ordinary people. As a place where a large amount of magic power is pumped out, the magic pumping station does have a certain amount of elemental dilution in the surrounding environment, but the closer it gets to the magic pumping station itself, the thinner elements will slowly turn into more chaotic magic power. Being in that kind of environment for a long time is basically bad for ordinary people. Even a magician would not like this environment. That is to say, within the magic pump station, only when various protection devices are complete can there be a stable working environment. After 10 minutes. Wow, this is the legendary magic pump station? Why does it feel like an ordinary dam? Imha asked. A dam built on a small river intercepts a large amount of river water. On top of the dam, there were various buildings that they didn't recognize, and there were also many machines that they didn't know what they did. If you don't intercept the water flow and create a height difference to drive the machine efficiently, why not wait for a long time to turn around like a water wheel? Said the coachman. Then why not build it under the waterfall? Imia asked curiously. Because it is unstable, there may even be no water in winter and it will be washed away in summer. Said the coachman. Okay. Imaiha suddenly felt that the question he asked was so stupid. Uncle, were you a soldier before? Bei Long had already noticed it. He was at the level of a centurion in the Imperial army, but he didn't like the Empire's style, so he retired voluntarily. Especially 15 years ago, when the generals of Peter's Holy Circle and the New Generation, with His Highness Liandel integrated into Kilian, the entire Empire the army will completely serve the royal family and nobles. The coachman responded indifferently. I have heard that His Highness Liandel was the former secondary crown prince of the Empire, right? The only son of the former Prince Pali. Yumiha said with a little excitement. Because among the various stories his father told him, His Highness Liandel was second only to the pioneer Kalian. Yes. Many honorary nobles say that His Highness Liandel is a traitor who betrayed the Empire. In fact, in the eyes of those of us, the current Empire is the evil party that betrayed its original intention and forced His Highness to leave. Including His Majesty the Emperor. The coachman said without hesitation. Can this kind of thing be said directly? Bei Long was a little surprised. Haha, there shouldn't be many commoners of several eras who wouldn't secretly scold the king, right? The coachman sneered. Imaiha nodded in approval. Anyway, as a member of the lower class who grew up in the environment of the Arsha Empire, he does not feel that the empire is good at all. By the way, does this little brother continue to watch? I don't feel very comfortable staying here, asked the coachman. The closer you get to the magic pumping station, which is the source of magic pumping and transmission, there will be more chaotic magic that makes ordinary people uncomfortable. Well, let's go. There is a strong defense detection magic circle here. I can't use my mental power to sense anything. Just take a look. Beilong nodded. Uncomfortable? What discomfort? Imaiha was confused. The coachman looked at Emiya with a little surprise, which made the latter even more confused. Because you have the talent to practice magic, but you just don't know it. Beilong explained. Ah? Me? Magic talent? Imaiha was a little confused. Otherwise, do you really think I would randomly choose you to accompany me? Beilong also chuckled. Imaiha felt completely stunned. Beilong could guess what was going on. As a liberated slave child, he is still a hybrid of the beast race, so the various policies of the empire obviously do not fall on him. For example, he helped children test their magic and fighting spirit talents for free, but he had no chance to try it. However, when Beilong saw him for the first time, he had already vaguely sensed with his mental power that Emiya might be a person with talents in magic and fighting spirit. After close contact, he was even more convinced. I have secretly tried it with relevant test magic, and I can probably confirm that it is not bad. After that, I only need to go to an academy or the like, where there are special testing magic circles and magic props, and I can basically determine the strength of the talent. Otherwise, without some magic talent, how could he be a candidate for a magic apprentice in the White Dragon project? It's not too late to learn magic at the age of 12 or 13. The coachman nodded lightly, and it seemed that he had seriously thought about helping. At this time, Emiya unexpectedly woke up quickly. Master White Dragon, can I really become a magician like you? Imaiha asked seriously, with a hint of pleading. There is nothing I can't do. I can directly perceive the magic talent. As long as you study hard, you will definitely be a third-level senior magician. As for how strong you will be in the future, it depends on your talent and hard work. By long rough estimate. Looks like you're lucky, little guy. The coachman also smiled, feeling a little relieved. Then what? If you really learn magic and become a great mage like me, what will you do? Bai Long also asked curiously. Of course, go to Qilian immediately, and then, like Qilian, help liberate the oppressed and discriminated slaves in the world. Emiya said excitedly. He still considers himself a citizen of Qilian, not a pariah in the empire. Then let's find an academy to show you first. Bai Long. Isn't it okay if it's not the enrollment period now? Imaiha thought quickly. The magic arrays and magic props used for testing are not disposable. If you borrow them, you can only pay for them. Bai Long. It won't be deducted from my remuneration, right? It seems to be fine, though. Emiya was a little worried at first, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be nothing. That's a test of your magic talent, so you should spend your own money. Bai Long was a little speechless, but it was not impossible to understand that children like Yumiha, who grew up in a difficult environment, naturally valued money. There is no great magician who can't even afford the money for the test. Don't worry. Bai Long said with a smile. Hehe, thank you first, Lord Bai Long. Yumiha. Chapter 8. Arsha Empire. The Imperial capital, Vaoshakum. As soon as they entered the outskirts of the city, Bai Long and Yumiha were shocked by the scene in front of them. The faint magic barrier formed by the regional magic array protects this huge steel, alchemy, and sandstone city layer by layer like a canopy. There are constantly patrolling airships or other flying machines in the sky, constantly monitoring with various magics of urban conditions. It is already autumn dusk. You can clearly see that every tall building is releasing a uniform flash of magic. The whole city flashes its own magical light in the coming night. The whole city seems to be a beast awakening from the day. Only when the night falls can it truly show its powerful and arrogant posture. The territory of the Blood God, the capital of the Arsha Empire. Ta-ta-ta. A neat sound sounded along the noisy street. That was the Arsha Empire's patrol force, but they were not just soldiers, but a team headed by a 4-meter knight mecha, equipped with external mechanical armor and external mechanical skeletons. Since it is moving in urban areas, the 4-meter night mecha adopts a crawler-type bipedal structure to reduce wear and tear on the urban ground. But at the same time, it retains the ability to adapt to changes and can be replaced by a flexible regular bipedal form during combat. The price of variability is lack of durability and strength. But as a patrol-type mecha, it is enough to deal with short-term battles. This kind of patrol team, if someone makes trouble, they will be beaten to pieces immediately, right? Imperial looked at the patrol team with some fear. A lightly armed soldier with mechanical skeletons holding a rifle. A heavily armored soldier with external mechanical armor, holding a heavy machine gun, and a howitzer launcher on his left arm. The 4-meter night mecha carries a conventional melee weapon and a sword, a machine gun on its right arm, a miniature magic cannon on its left arm, and the alchemical metal inscription on its chest is a magic shield. The maneuverability of the mecha feels very poor. Bei Long had another opinion. Ah? Is it bad? Imperial didn't understand this either. I've actually not seen many. But it should be considered the strongest one I have ever seen, right? Bei Long recalled the 20-meter mecha he saw when he just woke up. He didn't know the name. Kalien's magic machine, Firebird. As a divine machine that can hunt down the Earth Dragon Old God, 9th level and low-level God, its powerful fighting posture is still lingering in my mind. That is the truly powerful mecha. The Arsha Empire's magic technology is already very powerful. Compared with those places in the Suxia region of the West Sea Empire, conventional city walls still protect low-rise buildings made of stone and wooden structures. The patrolling soldiers are only equipped with a few rifles at most, and the number of mechas with magical core weapons is limited. Technological capabilities. On the Arsha Empire side, it was already a completely one-sided crushing. Although I didn't get to see the magic technology of the West Sea Empire itself, I could feel it from the merchant ships passing by, those carrying the flag of the West Sea Empire. The magic technology of the West Sea Empire is still at a relatively backward stage. And the legendary Kalien. Lord Bei Long, have you ever seen Kalien's mecha? Imperial asked with some excitement but inexplicable disbelief. Because a few years ago, Kalien no longer exports their night mecha weapons to the outside world. The reason is that they have high-intensity military secrets, and many of Kalien's magic core machines have also stopped exporting. According to rumors, Kalien has mastered a magical technology with extremely powerful computing power, the computer. It uses an unknown mechanical structure, combined with specific alchemical materials, and operates on the basis of light and dark elements to create truly top-notch magical technology. All of Kalien's new magic core weapons have been replaced with the latest computer system. Benefit from this. Kalien's entire magic technology, military weapons, etc., have made a qualitative leap. Is it difficult to see Kalien's mecha? Bei Long wondered. Of course it's difficult. It is said that Kalien's strongest mecha can already hunt gods without any pressure. Even Kalien's first-generation new mecha had the power of the legendary mid-level god more than 10 years ago. Won an empire-level war for them. Their basic models of various mechas, even those for industrial and commercial use, are all top-notch. I always think that is Kalien's most handsome magic technology weapon. Imperial said excitedly. Okay, I understand, don't get excited yet. Bei Long was also startled. I didn't expect Imperial to be so excited. Fortunately, he reacted in time and activated the soundproofing magic. Otherwise, if people around him heard what he shouted, he might be in trouble. However, because Imperial looked so excited but made no sound at all, he still attracted a lot of attention from the people around him. What level of mecha is that? 7th level, or 8th level? Couldn't it be a divine machine? Imperial also realized that something was not going well, so he quickly lowered his voice and asked. However, he obviously didn't realize that Bei Long had activated the soundproofing magic, and his deliberately lowered voice made him look even more suspicious. It should be Shenji, because it is very strong. Bei Long. What does it look like? I've seen a lot of illustrated books about Kalien's magical machines. As long as you tell me about the appearance, I should be able to name it. Imperial became even more excited. Bei Long looked at his excited expression. For the first time, I truly realized that after breaking away from the early hardships of life, Imperial was still a 13-year-old child. He is a young man who likes mechas, powerful weapons made by ordinary people that can fight against gods. It's mainly a red alchemical metal shell. The magical reaction of the magic core is also mainly fire. The melee weapon seems to have a magic sword about 7 or 8 meters long. It's not the big sword of the patrol mecha just now, but more a narrow, ordinary long sword. If there is anything else, in terms of long-range attacks. Bai Long Gang was about to continue recalling some details. It must be the Firebird. Kai Lian is the only one with the fire attribute, red appearance, and long sword model. I just heard about his report a few days ago. I heard that Kai Lian dispatched the Firebird to hunt down an ice attribute Earth Dragon God who had just revived in the Dragon God territory of Asilio continent. It is said that the corpses were completely taken away. Not even the dragon's blood was left at the scene. They were so clean. Imiha said excitedly. Far more excited than knowing that he has magical talent and the opportunity to further learn magic. But Bai Long also complained a little in his heart. As for the reason why there is not much dragon blood left, you have to ask about the Susha gold coins included in the reward I paid you. After calming down Imia's excitement, he found a hotel and prepared to stay. After they entered the city, it was already dark. After finding the hotel, I briefly asked the owner who happened to speak of Issa some questions, and learned that the ruins of the original war ruins were still preserved in the imperial capital of Vaushakam. Just to the north of the imperial palace, you can find a taxi and pay some copper coins to get there. But now in the imperial capital, the boss still waved the silver coins given by Bai Long and recommended them to use yuan or K-yuan, which has not been completely eliminated. That is the currency mainly used in the prosperous areas of the empire. There are races of gods. Assist in the production of highly anti-counterfeiting paper currency. Paper money. Bai Long was exposed to this currency for the first time. Although he had heard about it on the merchant ship, he also heard that gold coins and other metal coins could still be used and didn't care. Mainly because in his common sense memory, banknotes are easy to imitate in the hands of magicians who master alchemy. Yuan was created with the help of our blood god clan, and K-yuan was created with the help of the demon goddess clan behind Kai Lian. The paper and paint made by unique alchemy cannot be copied at all. The hotel owner said with a smile. I understand, you seem to be very receptive to the blood god. Bai Long also asked. What can we do if we don't have high abilities? We have already taken root here. Even if the blood god wants to suck blood and eat flesh, we, with a population of hundreds of millions, can just worship him a little. The hotel owner doesn't seem to care about those things. It's not helplessness, it's just that Ha really doesn't care. Because it was the imperial capital, and the hotel owner in the imperial city didn't worry about those things at all. After finding a resting place, Bai Long was ready to continue shopping. After Imiya heard this, he jumped out of bed and prepared to be Bai Long's guide, even though he had already said no. But Yumiha still prepared to continue following on the grounds that he knew other common languages of the Ersha Empire, Avissa was just one of them. And they. Soon we took a taxi and arrived at a relatively famous place in the imperial capital, the ruins of the war ruins. The former Wachikam was the border city between the Lanmuo kingdom and the Saibai kingdom. In the past 100 years of historical disputes, it has also been occupied and ruled by the kingdom of Wianyo, the Finkan army, and the Crimea Empire. It is also a small city that has been severely ravaged by war. When the Principality of Ersha was first established, this place was already in ruins. And it was the ruins of such a war that became the current Ersha imperial capital. This ruins at this time. There are only some stones left, which are completely incompatible with these tall buildings. The tallest building has almost collapsed. Don't people in the imperial capital usually maintain it? Wow! Is that what was planted on the small building turned out to be an imperial flag? I thought it was a stick or something. Imiha looked at the ruins in the dim light and couldn't help but sigh. Master Bai Long, why are you thinking of coming to see this? There is Master Bai Long here. Only then did Imiya realize that Bai Long was staring blankly. Looking at the dilapidated small building. The flag had not been replaced for too long, had accumulated too much dust and was blackened, and had become heavy and drooping on the flagpole. In the breeze of autumn leaf night, it seems that the flag is still trying to dance, wanting to wave like before. But at this moment, when war breaks out around you again, the miserable soldiers run away in front of the chariot, and the high-flying night mecha is blown to pieces. Take it and fly it to the highest place. That non-existent country will come in person to welcome you. I will definitely live up to any intelligent being who waves this flag. This is again. Whose memory? Chapter 9. I will definitely live up to any intelligent being who waves this flag. Bei Long murmured softly, and the words suddenly appeared in his memory. In the memory, there should be a name, but I can't remember what the name is. Lord Bei Long! Yumiha shouted worriedly. Because Bei Long seemed to be saying something strange, with a sense of unclear meaning. Oh, it's nothing. Bei Long said after coming back to his senses. Is it really okay? Yumiha was still a little worried. Yet. Bei Long nodded slightly. But right now. Little guy, what did you just say? A childish girl's voice suddenly sounded, and even the great wizard Bei Long didn't notice the source of the sound at all. Hey? What a cute little sister, but why do you call us little guys instead? Yumiha turned his head and looked behind them curiously, not feeling anything at all. On the contrary, Bei Long was extremely nervous at the moment, his hair stood on end and his blood pressure soared. Because whoever comes. Yumiha, stay back. Bei Long turned around and blocked him behind him with one hand. What's wrong? Lord Bei Long. Although Yumiha didn't know what was going on, he could hear Bei Long's solemn tone, and he could understand even when he turned around and looked at his face. She is the demon goddess. Bei Long said solemnly. What? Yumiha was shocked. This is the imperial capital of the blood god. From the information I briefly learned during this period, the current relationship between the witch clan and the vampire clan is not bad, but it is definitely not good either. The witch god who suddenly appeared here is not sure to be safe. It's so rude. Even if I am a god, I would be so defensive against a young witch like me when I didn't show any threat. The little witch said with slight dissatisfaction. Sorry, nobles cannot be viewed with normal eyes. Appearance is not a way to judge your age and strength. Bei Long maintained basic vigilance. At this time, they also had the opportunity to briefly examine the little witch in front of them. He is indeed very young, looking like he is only 7 or 8 years old. The light blue straight hair is simply spread to the length of the calf, and there is a surrounding braid of hair on the top of the head. On the fair and lovely face, the beautiful big dark blue eyes seem to be glowing in the night. You can feel from it the depth of maturity that is obviously not that of a child. The clothes she wore were ordinary cold-colored dresses, but she did not fly in the air like ordinary witches. Instead, she stood on the ground very honestly. This was why Yumiha didn't notice the abnormality at all at first, thinking that she was just an ordinary little girl. Girl reasons. Okay, I admit that my purpose of coming here is not pure, but I won't silence myself just because I'm discovered. The little witch said. Bei Long's vigilance was slightly relaxed, but because it was the first time for him to face a god, Yumiha completely hid behind Bei Long and did not dare to show his face. As for the question just now, why did you say that suddenly? The little witch asked again. It's just a casual sigh. Is there any problem? Or who said enough? Bei Long's expression changed slightly. In my memory, that sentence has a subject, and it should be followed by a name. I don't know who said it, but the way he expressed it is a bit like a guy I know. The little witch said. Then she also looked at Bei Long, her dark blue eyes exuding a faint magical halo, as if she wanted to see through something. Bei Long was also a little wary and cleared his mind. Because some witches can read minds, not to mention that the one in front of me is a witch. White hair, light golden eyes, a rare combination of human races, and the face is completely unfamiliar. Bloodline breath. It is indeed an ordinary human race, but it has the strength of a great magician, which is quite good. The little witch completely saw through his disguise, and even his bloodline and strength, he was completely aware of it. Praise more. Bei Long responded in a normal way. None of you are from the Empire, right? Otherwise, there won't be many people who come here to see the ruins at this time. The little witch said while looking at the more eye-catching small building in the ruins, and seemed to be looking at witch flag. Why do you say that? Bei Long wondered. A prosperous imperial capital does not need a barren past. In fact, it has not been completely bulldozed and rebuilt. It is still preserved, which is surprising enough. The little witch explained. Really? Bei Long. Through a simple understanding of the past and present of the Ersha Empire. This ruins that indeed represent the past are not what the current Ersha Empire needs, and the younger generation who grew up in the imperial capital can only take a curious look at it when passing by. I'm afraid that this ruin still has some reserved meaning, and only serves as a contrast to the prosperity of the imperial capital, demonstrating the strong development power from scratch. So what do you want to see when you come here? The little witch asked, looking into Bai Long's eyes. Bai Long couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the minds of these demons and gods were really sharp enough. It's just a simple trip. Besides, what can a great magician like me do with a magic apprentice? Bai Long asked. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Since you're here to come, you should take a good look at this. The little witch suddenly led the way. After Bai Long thought briefly, he followed with a somewhat frightened Yumiha. They entered the ruins and came to the dilapidated small building, where there was an inconspicuous stone monument. It looks like a tombstone, but nothing is buried there, and there is only a text description on it. A Visol language. What's written on it? Imiya didn't know how to read. The little witch gave a magic spell at random, and before Imiya had time to hide, the meaning of the text suddenly appeared in his mind. These words mean: born in the Crimea Empire. Go to school in the kingdom of Wianyo. Married in Finkan Jundum. Struggle in the kingdom of Saibai. In his later years, he was in the Lanmyo kingdom. From beginning to end, he never left his hometown of Vaushakum, a small city ravaged by war. Now, I will be buried here. Wafer Friedman. Do these words mean? Imiha was very surprised. This old man has lived in this city all his life, but due to the war, he changed his identity to different countries. This is his final destination, said the little witch. My whole life is a war, only the last peaceful time. Imiha felt incredible. There is nothing surprising. The core of magic element power was invented by the goblins more than 400 years ago and created a controllable magic puppet, which they called Dalita and was generally called Night Mecha by the humans. Weapons of war. Because of this kind of war weapon that allows magicians to use alchemy and mechanics to mass produce it, wars, large and small, have never stopped in various parts of the world since more than 400 years ago. I can only say that this old man's luck is a little bit worse. The little witch explained, but only she knew whether to explain to Imiya or to Bai Long. Okay. Imiha felt that he was completely a bystander and didn't know much about the situation, so it was difficult to make any comments. At this time, Bai Long still didn't speak, and seemed to be thinking about something. In a while. Why didn't you leave the name of the country in the end? Bai Long asked. What to leave behind? The Principality of Ersha that brought him hope, or the Kingdom of Ersha and the Ersha Empire in the future? The little witch asked in return. It seems that his descendants don't like the current country very much. Bai Long also quickly understood. It's not appropriate to say I don't like it very much. This old man's grandson was the core executor of the infamous Empire Purge in the Ersha Empire more than 10 years ago. On the eve of the completion of the final purge, he also disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown. The little witch continued. Imperial Purge? I seem to have heard about it. It is said that I don't know how many honorary nobles, chambers of commerce, generals, etc. were involved in being tried and executed. There were also many other high-level officials involved. It is conservatively estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Yumiha also said I pay close attention to these things. Why are you telling us this? Bai Long asked. Nothing, I just saw that you are here. As a witch who collects and disseminates knowledge, I simply want to let you know. The little witch answered casually. Thank you. Bai Long. You're welcome. The little witch said. At this time, the little witch took out a metal box, turned on the screen and looked at the time. It's almost time, I have to leave. The little witch prepared to leave. Can I ask what your name is? Bai Long asked. Next to him, Imiya's heart skipped a beat. Is it possible to ask a god like this without using any words of honor? Sylvia Hey Marita. The little witch said her name casually, and her figure slowly disappeared into the dim magic light, which made people feel the terrifying space magic. Marita. Bai Long thought repeatedly. In his common-sense memory, the witches' surnames were derived from the ancient demon tree they were related to, but he did not remember the surname Marita from the ancient demon tree. As for the C in the middle, it represents the attribute name of the witch clan. It does not mean that they must be good at a certain attribute, but it is a simple name identifier, or a distinction to avoid duplication of names. Is she gone? Imiha asked, still a little scared. Not sure, her space magic is very strong. Only she can sense us through space, and I can't sense her. Bai Long shook his head. Okay, as expected, these gods are very powerful. Imiya. gods. For ordinary people, it is an absolutely supreme existence. Even ordinary low-level gods, 9th level, are out of reach and can only look up. If it is intermediate level, high level, or even super level. So ordinary people are really no different from ants. Let's go to Bai Long. Yet. Imiha. There was no reason to stay any longer, so they left here quickly. At this time, it was on top of a 100-story high-rise building. The little witch Sylvia silently looked at the ruins and watched the two people leave. Sure enough, it's still a little strange, and you know that when I read minds, you should clear your mind immediately. It's better to secretly leave a mark magic on this guy. I hope the magic taught by my stupid sister-in-law will be useful. Out of vigilance, the little witch Sylvia secretly left a magic mark. Then, it disappeared from the tall building. Chapter 10. Within the Arsha Empire. The largest mountain range, the Hydaria Mountains. It is now late autumn, and the Arsha Empire, which is located in the northwest of the world, has mountains with higher altitudes now completely covered in ice and snow. Bai Long still followed the method of traveling as much as possible and chose to hike through the mountains. As for Imia, he hired a red deer for him, which is a domesticated second-level fire attribute monster. It has a relatively gentle personality and can carry heavy loads in the snow while also emitting good fire attribute magic power. Hey! I've heard about the Hydaria Mountains before. Now that I'm here in person, it's really cold. Imiha said, shivering. Even with the red deer around, the clothes were thicker than ever, but the temperature was really low. The heating spell I taught you, just recite it a few times if you have nothing to do. You should be fine with entry-level magic. Bai Long looked at him and didn't intend to help. But I don't have enough magic power. Imia was helpless. He has just started learning, has not meditated even a few times, and his magic power reserves are pitifully low. Meditation, consumption, and trying to repeat this process will help you master magic as quickly as possible, and at the same time increase the magic power reserves in your body. Bai Long said, which can be regarded as adapting to the local situation. I'm trying my best, but it's so cold that it's hard to enter a meditative state, and I'm still on the back of a red deer. Although Imia complained a little, he still tried hard. Bai Long glanced at him and silently affirmed. At least in terms of cultivation attitude, Yumiha is very good. Although he complains, he does not delay his actions. No matter what my arrangements are in the future, you will definitely enter the Magic Academy. Even without me, you should be able to get free study opportunities based on your talent. At least the current education policy of the Empire will not allow the loss of magic geniuses. Bai Long said. No matter what, I am very grateful to Mr. Bai Long. If you need help in the future, I will do my best. Imiha also said quickly. The most I can do is discover your talent and give you a chance. Whether you think it is a great favor depends on your character, and I don't have any expectations for it. But at the same time, I want to remind you that if you choose to help me in the future, you need to be mentally prepared. I may have some very troublesome and dangerous things in the future. If nothing else, it should be scarier than meeting that demon god. Much more. Bai Long could sense something, especially after he was about to enter the Avisur realm. It's no big deal. If I feel powerless and scared, I'll just run away. I'll try not to hold you back, Mr. Bai Long. If I have the ability, can I help you beat up those bad guys? Yumiha also said very honestly. As long as you understand. Bai Long nodded. Also at this time. Hey! Bai Long was confused. What's wrong? Imha asked. Strange, I seem to have sensed a caravan being attacked. Since the magic train has opened up the mountains and built a railway transportation line, there should be very few caravans crossing the mountains, right? Bai Long said about the situation in this country. Do not really understand. Oh, I've heard that some caravans are unable to use regular magic vehicle transportation channels, especially for cross-regional transportation. Yumiha said. Smuggling? That makes sense. Bai Long. Is there any danger? Lord Bai Long, are you going to save him? Yumiha said. Bai Long thought for a while. The decision was also made quickly. At this time, the caravan was attacked. What bad luck! It's not yet time for these snow wolves to move around in this area. Pay attention to protecting the goods and don't place orders and fight hard. Maintain a counterattack posture. As long as no flaws are exposed, these beasts will not dare to risk injury and attack at will. The caravan's defense is pretty good and it is not very dangerous now. However, as snow wolves live in groups of monsters, the groups of monsters with different strengths from level 1 to level 3 may arrive as the longer the delay continues. Other snow wolves in the group may also arrive. The worst thing is that if the Wolf King arrives, it will be at least level dash, and maybe even level dash or dash, then you can only pray to escape. However, in such a mountainous area filled with ice and snow, the possibility of avoiding the pursuit of a pack of wolves is extremely low. Boss, it looks like you have to be prepared to abandon the goods and run away this time. The hired adventurer captain, a 5th level warrior, made a very pessimistic judgment about the current situation. Are you kidding? Without this batch of goods, I will go bankrupt when I go back. If the loan from a private gold bank cannot be repaid, what is the difference between death and death? The boss looked like he didn't want to give up. Being a deadbeat alive is at least better than being dead. The captain suggested nervously, and he didn't have time to care about the appropriateness of his words. Because, judging from the current group of snow wolves, there are already close to 20. None of them are relatively weak first-level snow wolves, at least they are all second-level snow wolves. The most important thing is that at this scale, their Wolf King has not yet appeared. It can be basically estimated that it is a group of at least 50 snow wolves. The Wolf King must be at least 5th level, and the possibility of 6th level is not ruled out. Among their team of adventurers, the strongest one is the captain, a 5th level moonlight warrior. The vice captain is a 4th level great magician, and the weakest one is a newcomer with only 3rd level strength. Breaking through the siege of 20 snow wolves is enough. Ouch! A wolf roar came from not far away, and the magic power contained in it made the adventurer captain's face darken. The 5th level Wolf King should be approaching the 6th level in strength. We must run now. The adventurer captain immediately judged. When the Wolf King comes with another group of wolves, they will all die. But this time, the surrounding wolves seemed to have been inspired and ordered to launch tentative attacks on the caravan, and their overall posture was obviously not one that would let them leave easily. Coming over. Break out toward the bottom of the mountain. It's best to find a place like a cave where you can hold on and be prepared to wait for rescue. Ah! Get away, get away! The newcomers in the team, as well as ordinary transport workers, have begun to fear. Boss, hurry up and leave with us. The goods will definitely not be saved. The captain also shouted. But the boss still hesitated. A wolf had already pounced in front of him. If the captain hadn't had quick eyesight and quick hands, he would have been killed on the spot. Let's go. Let's go now. The boss was immediately frightened. Sure enough, survival is still important. Abandon the goods and keep everyone on alert to retreat. The captain immediately ordered. He didn't just run away in a panic. It was obvious that he was an experienced adventurer. But, ouch! The Wolf King's voice is getting closer and closer. Tisk! The captain knew very clearly at this moment. If there was no one behind him, he would definitely be surrounded within a short distance. Let alone an ordinary transport worker, there is absolutely no way that a new member of the team could outrun a pack of wolves in the snow. Not to mention. Wow! There were still 20 wolves holding them back, making it impossible to escape with all their strength. Boss, we should be the only ones to take you away. I hope the insurance your workers buy is high enough. The captain said in a low voice. If a smuggler is killed by a monster, the insurance company will pay you nothing. The boss knows this very well. Then there's no way. The captain was ready to break out and ran away with the boss. At this time. 6th level, fire magic, glazed fire snake. 7 ferocious fire snakes suddenly shot out and attacked the surrounding snow wolves. Except for a few more agile ones who escaped in time, 5 snow wolves were directly swallowed by the fire snakes and turned into a mass of charred black flesh that fell on the ground. In the snow. Followed by level dash, summoning magic, fiery crystal bear. A giant bear 6 to 7 meters tall, bathed in flames and brilliant crystals, appeared and roared fiercely at the remaining wolves. It was a sound wave magic with fire elemental magic. It not only bombarded the spirit and burned with flames, but also had a strong deterrent effect. For this group of 2nd and 3rd level wolves, it was a devastating attack. 6 of the weaker snow wolves were directly roared to death. The remaining ones were so frightened that they fled in panic, running towards the Wolf King without daring to look back. Ouch! The roar of the Wolf King came. Whoa! The fierce crystal bear responded ferociously, directly suppressing its momentum. After that, the Wolf King's voice was no longer heard. It was obvious that he had gone back with the remaining wolves and had no intention of continuing to attack here. Are you leaving? The boss hasn't come back to his senses yet. Let's go. After the Warcraft group determines the danger, there will be no sunk costs or impulsive options. Stopping losses in time to preserve a greater possibility of survival is their priority. The captain also said with experience. Great, great. The boss patted his chest with lingering fear. Several of the other transport workers and new members of the adventurer team collapsed to the ground, obviously too frightened. Thank you so much for the help from this great magician friend. We are the Piachi adventurer team in the Ivisur region of the Empire. The captain bowed slightly in thanks in the direction of the magic. As for the Piachi in his mouth, it is the level classification of adventurers in the Ivisur region and now the entire Arsha Empire. Piachi is the 5th level, which is equivalent to the purple gold level in the West Sea Empire of Asilio continent. Great Mage! The new adventurer was suddenly surprised. They were so panicked that they barely noticed the attack that just saved them. You're stupid. Did you learn the basic knowledge class for nothing? Don't you recognize this natural monster, the fierce crystal bear? It can only be created by a 6th level summoning magic. The teammate next to him said angrily. Oh! The new adventurer scratched his head in embarrassment. Warcraft are divided into natural warcraft and breeding warcraft. Natural monsters are mainly monsters born from the condensation of natural elements. They are also monsters that often breed in magic disasters. They are usually the first choice for temporary summons by summoning magic. Breeding monsters are monsters that grow through reproduction just like regular beasts. If you want to summon such monsters, you need to conquer them in advance and sign a contract. With a little effort, are you planning to go to the Avisu area? It's just on the way. Beilong smiled lightly and walked out of the trees that covered them. Because of this, they met a rather special 2-person team. A young mixed-race boy with only weak strength sat on Red Deer, while Hakuriu, a young and noble great mage, walked on foot. Chapter 11. After a brief acquaintance, Beilong also understood the general situation. This caravan is smuggling the raw materials of potions, which are some plants that are special to the Orchid Witch and Saibai regions. These are things monopolized by the Honorable Noble Chamber of Commerce of the Arsha Empire. Ordinary chambers of commerce need their permission if they want to sell them. And after the cost of that license is far greater than the smuggling and risks, this will happen. By the way, this caravan will also smuggle some expensive wood, alchemy raw materials, etc. And actually. So boss, you are from the Halifax Family Chamber of Commerce. How did you end up smuggling? Emiya was surprised. Halifax Family Chamber of Commerce. It is a very large chamber of commerce that mainly deals in lumber, potions, alchemical raw materials, etc. It was once one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the empire, and it once reached the level of industry monopoly. Hey! It wasn't the purge of the empire more than 10 years ago. Emperor Arsha and others used the name of the purge to nationalize many of our family's assets, and then handed them over to those honorary noble chambers of commerce who were completely obedient. Members of our family too many were caught, killed, or exiled. Until now, the main members of the family are doing overseas business under the leadership of Patriarch Mavis, mainly with the 10-Nation Alliance, and the cooperation partners are mainly Kalien, so the Empire does not dare to continue to touch them. As for me, I am a marginal member of the family. My surname is not even Halifax. I was not liquidated and did not follow him. The boss seemed to have already looked away and said, after all, it happened more than 10 years ago. Haha. That's right, boss, there are many people who want to do your job, but they don't even have the basic funds and connections. The adventurer captain smiled. Well, if it weren't for this little magician today, I would have gone bankrupt. The boss. Beilong just smiled and didn't look like he was going to say anything more. I don't know how to thank the little magician. I'm afraid all I can give is money. The boss. Just treat me as an adventurer who took on the escort mission, and just give me some extra reward. It's just convenient. Beilong said with a smile. Ha, this kind of thing is easy to talk about. I will also send a message to the family in the future to tell them about your help, Mr. Little Magician. It should be much easier for you to go to the Halifax Family Chamber of Commerce in the future. The boss smiled. Can it still be like this? Imaiha was a little surprised. The boss himself said that he is just a fringe member. Of course, our Halifax family has always repaid the favor. For example, now, the Imperial Orthodoxy supported by our family is still His Highness Liandal, who once helped us, not the current Prince Raghu. The boss said seriously. Prince Raghu. Bailong was confused. It has been a while since I came to the Arsha Empire. In terms of the royal family, the ones who heard the most were Emperor Arsha and the legendary His Highness Liandal. Prince Raghu, this was the first time he heard of it. Little magician, you don't know this. The boss was also confused. Just call me Bailong. Bailong simply corrected him. Then let's give Master Bailong a brief introduction to the situation of His Majesty's family. His Majesty the Emperor has only one wife, Suman Philomena, who has taken his surname. Originally they had only one son, the original prince, Suman Pali. By the way, royal family is a special prefixed surname. The boss was afraid that Bailong didn't even know this, so he would give an extra explanation to avoid wondering why the surname had changed. Although Prince Pali has no particularly outstanding political achievements, there is nothing wrong with him in all aspects. The most important thing is his two children. One of them is the most famous His Highness Liandal, Suman Liandal. Another little princess, Suman Saiwiya. But this little princess has no regency at all. Apart from portraits, she has no influence on most people. When the boss said about the little princess, Bailong and Yumiha were stunned for a moment. Suman Saiwiya? The name Sylvia. Sylvia Hey Marita. Isn't it the name of the little witch from before? Does it happen to have the same name? Is there any problem? The boss wondered. It's nothing, it's just that I met a girl named Sylvia before. Bailong. That must be the same name, but it's strange to say that Princess Sylvia must be about 40 years old, right? I haven't heard any news about marriage or anything like that. The boss also added with some doubts about this. I don't think His Majesty the Emperor would be willing to part with the only little princess, right? The adventurer captain also said with a smile. Makes sense. Furthermore, it is said that Princess Saiwiya is very talented in cultivation, and she is already a Dharma god with a lifespan far longer than that of ordinary people. Don't be anxious at all, okay? The only little princess with such strength is indeed impossible to marry off easily. Other members of the adventurers agreed. In addition to Prince Pali and the others, His Majesty Arsha and Her Royal Highness the Queen gave birth to another boy more than 10 years ago. And the year before last, the heir was officially redetermined, who is now His Highness Raghu. He is now 17 years old and is even studying at Pole Star Academy. The boss finally mentioned the whereabouts of Prince Raghu. For ordinary people, they graduate from a place like a magic academy at around the age of 16. Only those who continue to specialize in their studies or have other studies will continue to stay in the academy. Prince Raghu obviously belongs to the type who continues to specialize in studying something. Anyway, the Emperor Arsha, who is now a god-level powerhouse, is still far away from abdicating the throne, so there is no rush at all. This age gap. Imaiha was a little surprised. Among Prince Pali's children, the youngest princess is about 40 years old, and her brother-in-law is only 17? Ha ha ha. The little guy has no idea about the strong. His Majesty the Emperor and Her Royal Highness the Queen are both god-level powerhouses. Their lifespans are 3 times that of ordinary people. It is said that they are also preparing to attack the mid-level gods, and their lifespans will continue to increase. If you do that, you won't be able to look at them with conventional eyes. The adventurer captain smiled. As cultivators, they have a clearer understanding of how they look at strong people differently from ordinary people. This Prince Raghu must be under a lot of pressure, right? Bailong thought quickly. Isn't that right? My father, His Majesty Arsha, is the founder of the empire, and the most powerful successor is the outstanding His Highness Liandal. He was a being with extremely strong ability to govern, lead, and create. It is said that the magic cars we are familiar with today were all invented by him when he was 7 years old. Things like tanks and airplanes were all invented by him when he was only 11 or 12 years old. He personally participated in the research and development. During the period of Peter's Holy Land, he personally led the army to conquer the kingdom of Orchid Witch. How do you say something? Your child is still thinking about what to do during the winter vacation. His Royal Highness Liandal has already led his army to kill an entire country. The boss also said with admiration. His Royal Highness Liendel also participated in the subsequent Kingdom War, but... When the boss said this, his expression darkened. What's wrong? Imiha asked curiously. It's just that everyone knew later that because His Highness Liendel was too capable, His Majesty Ersha, who was unwilling to give up power at the time, chose to forcibly remove His Highness Liendel from his power to govern due to reasons such as his young age. Adventurer, the captain said, leaning against the trees nearby. Yes, but even so, His Highness Liendel will fight for the rights of the people as much as possible. I hope that the subsequent kingdom of Ersha will not return to the old path of feudal monarchy. Unfortunately, he no longer has actual power. Prince Pali later lost his status as heir, and there is nothing he can do to help His Highness Liendel. There are too many regrets in the boss's memories. You are already expanding your territory before you are a minor, and fighting as a general who founded the country. Compared with Prince Lagu, who is still in the academy now, well, you can already feel the pressure. Yumiha also expressed his understanding at once. The gap between His Highness Liendel and the current Prince Ragu is not as big as usual. I kind of want to take a look. The college he is in is called Polestar College, right? Bai Long had an inexplicable desire to take a look. Yes, His Highness Liendel studied at Polestar College back then, and our current leader Mavis was also a professor at Polestar College back then. Nowadays, Polestar College's comprehensive capabilities are among the top 3 in the Empire. The boss said. Nod. If you want to find a job or study at Polestar College, the requirements are extremely high. The adventurer captain reminded. The worst thing is to go visit. Bai Long didn't care. Haha, with brother Bai Long's talent and strength, there will definitely be no problem. The captain also laughed, obviously he just said it as a joke. Bai Long didn't care about this, he just made a decision silently in his heart. College choice, Polestar College. The target he is looking for is Suman Ragu, the prince of the Ersha Empire. Continue through the Hidariya Mountains. With the addition of Bai Long, a 6th level great mage, and covered by powerful spiritual power, a lot of trouble can be avoided. The subsequent travel has also become a lot easier, which means that the sudden blizzard may be a bit uncomfortable. During this journey, Bai Long also obtained a lot of the information he wanted from the experienced boss and adventurer team. About the Ersha Empire. I also have a rough understanding of the history of this prince from the small country of Avisu in the northwest of the Holy Continent, developing from a small territory to where he is today. At the same time, I also roughly learned about the United Kingdom of Komi, which grew up as a similar type. Nowadays, Kalien, who even dares to hunt down gods, is such a terrifying existence. In less than 20 years, he unified the entire Holy Continent from scratch. It also strengthened Bai Long's determination to go to Kalien after traveling to the Ersha Empire. But the current goal is to go to the Peter Holy Territory, the first place in the Ersha Empire. Chapter 12. Ersha Empire. Avisu area, Peter's Holy Land. Emperor Ersha was still a territory during the period of Prince Avisu. When the territory's population was at its highest, it was only 1 million people. Before the magic train, Peter's Holy Territory, which had no revenue from the railway transportation network, was just one of the ordinary kingdom's territories. Even in order to maintain some preferential treatment for civilians, Prince Ersha at that time could only seek some financial help from the royal family, which was a territory that posed no threat. But it's such a territory. Is this the holy city of Peter? It's just as good as the imperial capital. Imiha looked at Peter St, which was lined with tall buildings. Even though he was looking at it from a higher hillside, he still couldn't easily see the border. According to the introduction of the previous smuggling boss, Peter St was just an ordinary small town before, and it had no seaside at all. Now, because of the construction of the city, it is completely connected with the coastal fishing port towns, forming a large coastal city. Bai Long also had to sigh. The development ability of Ersha Empire. 50 years ago, when Suman Liendel was born, he was still Saint Peter of the small town. Nowadays, prosperity has spread as far as the eye can see, and the minimum diameter of the city is estimated to be 20 kilometers. As a city in the northern part of the continent where the sea freezes in winter, it is already very large. Wow! There are so many cars coming in and out of the city. Are all the people here so rich? Imial looked surprised from a distance. Because there seems to be more traffic in St. Petersburg than in the imperial capital of Vaushakam. Let's go into the city. Bai Long. Okay. Imaiha's expression at this time was not much different from that of an ordinary 12 or 13-year-old child, and his curiosity about these big cities was visible to the naked eye. Bei Long didn't feel much about such big cities. Instead, he was worried that cities that were developing too fast would erase too many things from the old era, and that what he was looking for might be in vain. But fortunately, after Bei Long and the others entered the city, they learned that the old city of St. Peter was still in the new city and served as an exclusive core area. If you want to buy an old-style house in it, it may be more expensive than a building in the outer city. And that means... what? You're not allowed to enter the old city without a recommender. Yumiha was immediately dissatisfied. And he quickly understood that if he was an honorary noble or something, he would definitely be able to enter easily without those complicated things. Master Mage, you are a great mage. If you have a good academy certificate or something, you can recommend a visit. The person in charge of external affairs in the old city said with a smile. It can be seen from her smile that if she didn't wear the magician level certificate on her chest, she might not pay attention to them. I didn't bring anything like that. Let's go shopping elsewhere. Bei Long said casually. Those two, walk slowly. The person in charge of external affairs in the old city. Bei Long took Yumiha away, ready to see other places. For example, if the former sites of small towns and villages in Peter's holy territory have not been bulldozed to build high-rise buildings. There is also the more famous magic car manufacturing factory, which is the first magic car manufacturing factory in the world. Although the Ayrshire military industry behind it is not allowed to visit, the magic car factory on the surface can be regarded as a good Peter St. It is a popular tourist spot, and many foreign tourists will basically visit it. Nowadays, the railway network all over the world was originally promoted by the magic train here. In terms of commemorative significance, it is still very good. Master Bei Long, how are you going to get in? Imha asked. Why do you think I will definitely go? Bei Long asked back. Although I don't quite understand, I feel that Sir Bei Long, you are interested in these relatively famous old places, and you seem to be a little obsessed with it. You shouldn't give up easily, right? Imia is also not able to do so. Let's make it clear, that's how it feels anyway. Is it that obvious? Bei Long asked. It's nothing obvious. I actually didn't see anything. It's just my own inexplicable feeling. Imia scratched his head and said sheepishly. Bei Long nodded slightly. I probably understand that Imia is actually a relatively keen person, but he usually doesn't have many friends with whom he can communicate, so he hasn't discovered his talent in this area. Let's go to the magic car factory first. You can visit there as long as you pay. Bei Long said. Imaiha also looked very interested. When they passed through the Hydariu mountains, they also hunted a lot of magical beasts and sold them into a lot of evil dollars. So much so that Imia was a little suspicious that Bei Long was out of money and deliberately wanted to hunt some magical beasts in exchange for money. But he was quickly rejected. Such a young great wizard could save a lot of money as long as he didn't spend crazy money. Bei Long didn't seem to be a lavish spender along the way, so he shouldn't be short of money. For money's sake. Actually words. White Dragon really had no money. After selling dragon blood at a low price, he had already spent almost all his money on buying some necessary things and traveling across the continent to the Ayrshire Empire. Magic Car Factory. Is this the original manufacturing factory? It looks a bit ordinary. Imaiha looked around. At this time, Bei Long was looking at the gate of the manufacturing factory in a daze. The street where the current gate is connected is already lined with new steel-reinforced alchemical sandstone buildings on both sides, forming a good commercial street. Various products are sold in the shops on both sides, which can be regarded as a street like a regular attraction. On the other side of the gate, you can already see through the hollow iron gate an older and lower factory building, as well as some well-maintained railway tracks. And in Bailanjun, everything seems to be a different story. The road underfoot is no longer a flat and rock-solid road made of alchemical sand and gravel, but an ordinary muddy path with a width of no more than 10 meters. The two sides are not bustling buildings, but fields that are about to be harvested in the autumn colors. The nearby villagers are busy harvesting. While their faces are filled with joy, they seem to have seen whoever is coming. They stand up to say hello enthusiastically and smile slightly. He bowed and called something. Seem. The location of the secret sentry specially set up to warn the kingdom of sudden inspections and to prevent the exposure of the military factory behind the magic vehicle manufacturing factory can also be clearly known. Lord White Dragon, Lord White Dragon. Imia's voice awakened Bei Long again. Let's go in and take a look. Bei Long also said quickly. Oh. Imiha didn't pay much attention. Every time Bei Long sees these old places, he will be in a daze or something, which is normal. As we entered the magic car manufacturing factory, the scenes should have been unfamiliar, but they revealed something inexplicably familiar. Before the relevant personnel introduce it, it feels like knowing the specific function of the area behind it. Especially. He knew very well which of the 5 closed gates in the entire manufacturing plant was the hidden one leading to the rear arsenal. It is even known that there are 2 floors underground of the military factory, which are underground warehouses used to store finished weapons and equipment, which were the tanks and aircraft originally used by Peter's army. It feels as if I have participated in the process of building this place. This made Bei Long very convinced. The kind where he's been here before and spent a lot of time here. But why did I have the experience of living here when I woke up from the Suxia region in the distant continent of Asilio, which was already the territory of the dragon god? Or maybe those memories don't belong to me. Is it an illusion caused by the influence of those memory fragments? With doubts, I left the magic vehicle manufacturing factory and headed to the next stop. On the taxi. Although this was not the first time Imiya had ridden in this car, it was still something new and high-end to him, and he couldn't help but look around in the car every time. Master, how fast can this car go? Imiya asked curiously. The speed is limited in the city, otherwise you can experience the feeling of flying. The driver replied casually. Wow! So awesome! Imiya. What? You don't believe it? Before the speed limit law was promulgated, when I was young, I was a member of the drag racing club. The uncle driver. Imiha. Hey! You little guy, you don't believe it? If it weren't for speeding, you would get a ticket, uncle, I'll tell you. The uncle driver was about to say something. Hey? Did a tricycle pass by just now? Bei Long said suddenly. Uncle. Driver. Imiya was simply looking to see if there was really a tricycle ahead. Suddenly. There was a violent push on the back, and the taxi flew out like it was taking off, speeding directly through the traffic. Wow! Uncle is so awesome, ha ha ha! Yumiha suddenly became excited. The pleasure of soaring speed was obviously something he couldn't refuse. Uncle, I'm going to show you little guys today what the romance of a racing party is. Yahoo! The driver's uncle also became excited. Ha ha ha! Hurry up! Yumiha also shouted with his head out of the window, letting the strong wind brought by the speed of the car blow on his face. Bei Long, who was covered by mental power perception, did not stop their dangerous measures. At worst, he could simply let the entire taxi fly in the critical moment to avoid dangers such as collisions. Sit tight, little guys. Let you experience what Peter the Holy Taxi God is. The driver shouted proudly. Oh! Peter, the charioteer. Imiya's followers shouted. About 3 minutes later. I'm sorry, police officer, I won't do it next time, I definitely won't. The driver bowed slightly and apologized to several traffic policemen. Imiya didn't dare to speak in the car, feeling like he was being lectured now. In the end, Bei Long helped the driver pay the ticket and paid a little more fare, which was considered as compensation for deducting his points. After all, without his tricycle words, this result would not have been possible. Does this one look good? Or does this one look better? Chapter 13. Peter's Holy Collar. The Old Prince's Manor. As a former manor during the period of Prince of Isu, decades have passed and it is still preserved in the same manner. There are also dedicated people taking care of the manor. If there is any damage caused by frost, cold, heavy rain, etc., it will be repaired in time. It can be said that except that the trees and bushes in the manor are more lush, there is no difference from before. However, outsiders are not allowed to visit at will. After all, as it is owned by the royal family, its majesty still needs to be maintained. It is much more difficult to visit here than to visit the old city. Although it is a manor from the prince's period, it still looks very grand. Imiha said with a little envy in his words. The manor was built on a hill. For outsiders, they could basically only see the 5-meter-high wall and the sharp corners of the small castle-style main house. A large area around it is empty, and high-rise buildings will not be built here. Except for the 1 kilometer radius of the manor itself, which is basically the original appearance, even the roads are the original stone pavement, not the solid alchemical sand and gravel pavement. You can feel some atmosphere of the old times. It's already very ordinary. Apart from the necessary defense mechanisms, this manor has almost no extra luxurious decorations. Bei Long said. Really? Imaiha was a little confused. It is true that he has never seen any large manor, and he just lived in a small seaport city before, but Bei Long seems to know it very well. The little guy is right. This manor may not be as luxurious as the manors of marquises and earls at that time. An old man's voice came. Bei Long knew that it was the old man who had noticed them when they walked in here. Saint-level strength, but there is no need to doubt that my saint-level strength was forcibly raised through magic potions and the like. Apart from helping me extend my lifespan, it did not help with my combat ability. The old man said with a faint smile. Kings of the 1st to 7th levels, taking the human race as an example, will not have their lifespan extended. Only by breaking through the 8th level of the holy level can one be considered an extraordinary stage, and one's lifespan will be increased by about 50 years. If you can break through the 9th level of God, low-level God, your lifespan will be increased by about another 100 years. According to the average lifespan of the human race, which is about 70 years old, the lifespan of a God-level person is almost 3 times that of an ordinary person, which is barely worthy of the title of God. The old man in front of him obviously lacked talent in cultivation, and he had to forcibly improve his strength and extend his life with the help of noble people. Sorry, I don't know if I disturb you. Bei Long also said politely. How could it be? It's been many years since any young man thought of coming to see this place. The old man shook his head gently. Ah? Doesn't anyone want to visit His Majesty the Emperor's former residence? Imaiha was confused. Although I don't have a good impression of Emperor Ersha, if it weren't for White Dragon, I definitely wouldn't have thought of coming to see him. But the entire Ersha Empire is so big, there should be some people who want to come and take a look, right? Do ordinary people dare to visit the Imperial Palace? The old man asked. Okay. Imaiha understood. Occasionally, some people will come, but they are basically reporters and so on. They will not be allowed in if their motives are not pure. Academies and the like will not give out special quotas for visits and the like. In fact, many young people I'm not interested in this kind of old stuff either. The prosperous imperial capital, or the new Peter Holy City where you can live in a state of wealth and prosperity right next to it, are far more tempting than here. Coupled with the so-called majesty of His Majesty, there will be even less people. The old man explained simply. Although it sounds like the complaint of a lonely old man, it can be felt that he really doesn't like outsiders wandering here casually. Especially the kind with impure intentions. Mister, are you the housekeeper here? My name is Bei Long, and I am an adventurer. Bei Long. Well, with a magic apprentice, it really doesn't look like a student. The teacher said that he is too young. It is really a special combination. The old man also looked at it, and then quickly said, My name is Ryan, although I have already even though I'm old, I'm still used to hearing people call me Uncle Ryan. Uncle Ryan. Bei Long murmured and repeated. The light and shadow in front of him seemed to be chaotic, and he seemed to see what the old man in front of him looked like when he was young. Inexplicably, very familiar. But I can't remember anything, just like the ruins of Vaushakam and the former site of the magic car manufacturing factory. Have I known this uncle before? No, that's not right. Why did I subconsciously call him uncle? The old man who called himself Uncle Ryan was confused. What's wrong with the little guy? Master Bei Long does this occasionally. He will be in a daze for a while and then he will be fine. Imaiha is used to it. Oh, it's understandable that magicians do look like something unusual. Uncle Ryan didn't care. Excuse me, Uncle Ryan. Bei Long didn't know why, but he found it difficult to say this title. Yet. Uncle Ryan nodded. How many years have you been a housekeeper here? Bei Long asked. How many years? I don't really remember. I came here when Polly was still young. It must be more than 60 years ago, right? Uncle Ryan thought for a while. Wow. That uncle, no, Uncle Ryan, aren't you over 80 years old? Imaiha was a little surprised. It's been so long since I've celebrated my birthday, I forgot about it. Uncle Ryan. That's it. Imaiha said. Bei Long was silent, not knowing what to say at this time. And he was a little confused. That is the family of Emperor Ersha. Among the descendants he takes care of, the most famous one should be His Royal Highness Liandel, but why does he only mention Prince Pali to describe it? Doesn't it mean that, Uncle Ryan, you grew up watching the legendary His Highness Liandel? You must be very proud to have such an outstanding His Highness, right? Imaiha asked immediately. Indeed, yes. Uncle Ryan nodded. But both Yumiha and Bei Long could feel the unconcealable heaviness in his tone. Regarding His Highness Liandel, it was a topic he did not want to mention. I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Imaiha felt something was wrong and quickly apologized. It's nothing, little guy, don't worry about it. Uncle Ryan smiled and waved his hand. Oh. Imaiha responded softly. I also know that I can't continue this topic anymore, about His Highness Liandel. If you want to visit, I'll take you around, but I won't take you close to the house. Uncle Ryan said instead. Is it okay? Bei Long asked in confirmation. If they were just polite words to change the subject, they would be a little bit out of touch if they really followed. Just take a look. When you reach the level of holy magician or dharma god, this manor with nothing to protect it will be known by a magician like you, just by scanning it with your mental power. Uncle Ryan also said with a smile. Then I'm sorry to trouble you. Bei Long. Let's go. Uncle Ryan led the way. He walked very slowly, looking like an ordinary old man with a stumbling gait. You can also feel that his steps are very skillful, and he has walked the road to the manor countless times. The vegetation on both sides of the trail is very lush, but even the evergreen vegetation will inevitably have some fallen leaves in the autumn wind, but it does not appear messy, and there is no deliberate cleaning. Slowly, they came to the door. The seemingly ordinary iron door should have some alchemical metal mixed in it to inscribe a defensive magic circle. Its strength cannot block very strong attacks, but it is still no problem in blocking small thieves or unexpected natural monsters. Opening the door reveals the familiar interior of the manor. Yes, familiar. Bei Long felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity all the way from the trail here, even more familiar than the one at the magic car manufacturing factory. This is actually the outer area, and there is a wall in front of it. That is where Master Ersha and the others used to live. These places on the outside are usually where guards live and patrol. Of course, there are also night mechas from that time. Well, the warehouse over there is where the night mechas used to be stored. The model at that time was still the Frost Blade Rider from the Eviso Kingdom period, with level 3 strength. Uncle Ryan introduced while leading the way. It turns out that there are double-layered walls that separate the inner and outer courtyards. If a little thief breaks in, it will be too late to regret it, right? This is the first time Imaiha has seen this kind of manor. I don't know about other territories, but Master Ersha has always treated the people in his territory well. At least in the decades I have been here, I have not encountered any thieves who have come to steal. The only time the wall was breached was a monster attack on a winter night. If I remember correctly, it should be a black-haired dragon. I can't remember exactly what level of strength it was. Anyway, it was quickly eliminated by the besieged Frostblade cavalry. Uncle Ryan tried to recall memories that had forgotten some details. Then the monster must have entered by mistake, right? Otherwise, I feel so stupid. Imaiha. Who knows? Uncle Ryan. Continuing to wander around the outer courtyard area, I arrived at a flat land that was already overgrown with weeds. Judging from the ground, it should be a martial arts training ground. The little guy knows fire magic, right? I just want to do a little favor and clean up these weeds. Uncle Ryan said. Okay. Bei Long nodded and quickly asked, do I need to use dark magic or other extermination routes to revive? It should save a lot of trouble in the coming year. That's not necessary. It doesn't look good when it's bare. Just treat it as repairs. Uncle Ryan. Bei Long nodded slightly. Fire element, 3rd level magic, earth fire spreads. Wood element, 3rd level magic, spring breeze. The flames whipped through the weeds, quickly reducing the surface to ash. Under the penetration of the wood element, the roots and seeds are better activated and can grow better in the coming year. Yes, wood magic will recover well in the coming year. Uncle Ryan nodded with a smile. Everything will recover. Bei Long. Yes. Uncle Ryan nodded slightly, turned around and continued walking as if leading the way. Come here, little guy, just in time to use your magic to help. Is this considered payment for the visit? Imperial then reacted. Haha, you can say that. Uncle Ryan smiled. An old man and two children were strolling around the manor. Just like the boy next door, helping his grandfather with some things, he uses convenient magic to handle trivial matters in the manor. It's not against the rules, but it's a bit comfortable. Chapter 14. Peter's Holy Collar. Old Town, near the central square. Uncle Ryan has such a good temper. I guess only people like this can be the butler of the royal family, right? Imperial commented. They can now enter the old city to visit, and it was also recommended by Uncle Ryan. Although Uncle Ryan has been living in the prince's manor and his life seems ordinary, the senior management of Peter St, which is now growing, does not dare not to give Uncle Ryan face. If there is any big event or banquet, he must at least give him a copy. Invitation. Whether he can go or not is one thing, but he has to send it. Here. Bei Long looked at the Chamber of Commerce building next to the street. The main body of the old building is still the same, and the entire old city has basically remained unchanged. Is there any problem? Imperial asked. He is also illiterate, and has no impression of the name and icon of the Gite Chamber of Commerce. Lantang. Bei Long began to mutter to himself again. Imperial was not surprised by this, and Bei Long soon found a young man walking next to him. Hello, can I ask if the location of the Chamber of Commerce here was originally called the Lantang Chamber of Commerce? Bei Long asked. Lantang? Oh, you are talking about one of the largest chambers of commerce in the empire in the past? It was indeed a chamber of commerce that grew and grew with His Majesty. However, it was also greatly affected by the Empire Purge, and many industries were also destroyed. Other honorary peers took over. If your master or something has an old relationship with that Chamber of Commerce, I recommend you go to the 10 Nations Alliance. Otherwise, you can only go to Kilian, but Kilian is very strict in vetting outsiders. Young people also gave some suggestions. Oh, okay, thank you. Bei Long. It's a small thing, but it's really rare for a great magician like you to be so young. Which academy are you from? The young man also asked with a smile. I haven't chosen yet. Bei Long. That's it. The young man said. As a person living in the noble old city, if I hadn't seen the 6th Order Great Mage logo on Bei Long's chest, I wouldn't have responded so politely. It can also be understood from the subsequent dialogue that Bei Long is obviously considered to be a mentor with the level of a holy magician, and recommended him to come to the Arsha Empire to find out about the old Lantang Chamber of Commerce and other situations. After all, the holy magician is already a saint, his lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people, and it is normal to have various experiences. Finally, asking the college was to rule out speculation. If possible, it wouldn't be a bad thing to get to know such a young great mage. However, Bei Long was not interested in thinking too much about the small details of this kind of communication. He was more concerned about the memory aspect. Night. Peter St went to the magic car of Polestar Academy. This time, Bei Long did not choose to walk again, but chose to take the magic car, which was relatively comfortable in all aspects. The first time Imperial took a magic train, it was directly in the highest class business class, with a separate room and bed. After the initial excitement of looking around and touching, I also fell asleep in the sleepiness of the night. Wait until tomorrow morning, and this slow-speed sightseeing magic car will be able to reach Polestar College. But at this time, Bei Long was not sleepy at all. The old city of Vaushakam, the former site of the magic car manufacturing factory. Bei Long used light magic to present text and rough images. The last thing presented is today's final destination, Peter's Holy Land Old Town. But the most eye-catching ones are the images and names of Prince's Manor and Uncle Ryan. Looking at these, he was basically sure. It has something to do with everything here. Who am I? Where does it come from? Blood magic, blood god belongs to the earth. Arsha Empire. After arriving here, various familiar scenes have reached the point where they cannot be ignored in the heart. However, except for extremely vague fragments, the corresponding memories have no additional information at all. The occasional words and names that can be recalled clearly seem to be considered missing key clues. And there is Sylvia Haymarita, or Suman Savia. Regarding the name Sylvia, I am also inexplicably concerned about it. But there should be nothing related to the witch clan in me? Does that little witch really have anything to do with me? If anything, as a god, she should know better than me. And many more. Witch clan? My magic. Bei Long suddenly realized something. Whenever I want to use some type of magic, my mind will be like wanting clothes in the first place, so blood magic will automatically appear in my mind, just like using dragon blood to weave blood clothes on the spot. Just like if you want to store dragon blood, you will know how to activate the space storage magic. I seem to. I don't know where the upper limit of my magic ability is. However, after a simple test by the Magicians Guild in the Suxia region, it was known that the current magic power reserves and quality are equivalent to the level of a 6th order great magician. Take human magic talent as an example. As long as you are a magician, you can theoretically learn any conventional attribute magic. The 7 basic elements: light, darkness, fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth. And additional common elements: wood, ice. Basically you can learn. The only difference is that humans' magic talents are unstable, and some may only be good at 1 or 2 attributes. In the extreme, it may reach the level of a holy magician, and it can only cast 8th level magic with 1 or 2 attributes. For others, 3rd level magic may be the limit. In this regard, even the long-lived elves and demons will have a similar situation. There are only a few different attribute magics that can be mastered well. In the entire world, the only ones who can achieve stable and balanced magic talents in all series are the Witch Clan. Even another Myco clan that is similar to the Witch Clan cannot achieve mastery in all departments as easily as the Witch Clan. I am a 6th level Great Mage. 6th level Fire Magic, used in the Black Darius Mountains. When Su Xia rushed to the port, he used the 6th level flying magic of the wind system. So, Bei Long thought of this, immediately left a space mark, and left the magic car. After looking for a nearby deserted open space, looking at the vegetation in front of me, an idea that should be impossible came to my mind. There are no men in the Witch Clan. The reproduction of the witch tribe is through their unique old demon tree, which is watered with the blood of different witches from time to time, and then produces the birth fruit that can make the witch tribe pregnant. As long as the witch reaches the right age, she can choose to pick the birth fruit and swallow it to complete reproduction. Therefore, the surnames of the Witch Clan are basically derived from the ancient demon tree. For example, in Sylvia C. Marita, the Marita in it is supposed to be derived from an ancient demon tree named Marita. There is only one possibility for the men of the Witch Clan. Mixed blood offspring. And it must be a 3rd-generation hybrid, because the descendants of the 2nd-generation hybrid witch must also be female. Inhale. Exhale. Bei Long took a deep breath and let it out to calm down his emotions. Subsequently. Light System, 6th level magic, the light of the blazing sun. Along with the concentration of rich light elements, a powerful single light magic attack was released from Bei Long's hand, directly hitting an open space in front of him, causing a violent explosion that instantly created a huge crater. Some of the splashing mud, sand, vegetation, etc. were blocked by the conventional magic protection around the white dragon and did not splash on the body. Sure enough, it can be released without chanting. Bei Long himself was a little shocked. Dark element, 6th level magic, swallowed by dark spirits. A tentacle monster formed by dark magic suddenly appeared from the magic, opening its bloody mouth to swallow the large piece of rock and soil that had just been exploded. Likewise, no chanting release. Subsequently. Water type, thunder type, earth type, wood type, ice type. The 6th level magic is released accordingly. Whether it is an attack type or a defensive type, as long as he has the idea of release in his mind, he can quickly emerge that magical ability that seems to belong to him, and easily release it in the form of no chanting. He able to use 9 kinds of elemental magic proficiently. Really, mastery of the entire system. This mastery is not an ordinary mastery. As a 6th level Great Mage, unless he specializes in extremely deep 6th level magic, he basically needs simple magic chanting. The lower the level, the more skilled the magic, and the less magic it calls, the easier it is to cast it instantly without chanting. But it is not just 1 or 2 magics, nor is it just 1 or 2 lines of magic. The 6th level magic of the 9 series can be cast instantly without chanting if he wants to. To this extent. Theoretically, those who can master this kind of magic without chanting must be at least a saint-level witch, right? Even a 7th level king level witch may be able to release several kinds of elemental 6th level magic without chanting, but all like me. Bei Long muttered to himself, but was finally too shocked to continue. At this point, he was basically certain of one thing. That is, he may also be related to the witch clan. And it's not just a casual acquaintance, it's probably a blood connection. And Bei Long condensed his magic power in his hands and began to continuously mobilize his own magic power to compress it. He can feel it. The magic reserve did not decrease as he released magic power. Instead, as he continued to release the 6th level magic of various elements, the magic reserve increased inversely with each release, and it increased like a bottomless pit. That feeling. It's like his own magic power reserves are dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary people. It's just that there has never been a place where magic power has been continuously consumed before, and I have never even experienced a decent battle, so I have not felt the problem of magic power reserves at all. Him whole. Be it memory or power. It's like a treasure waiting to be discovered. Only when you realize that you have discovered it, can you slowly reveal the treasures inside it bit by bit. Nowadays, he is proficient in all types of magic, and has a seemingly inexhaustible magic power reserve. It is a power that has not been discovered before. And I have these memories and powers. In the end. Who is it? Chapter 15. Ayrshire Empire. Polestar Academy, Reception Area. Let's not mention that this is not a problem during the enrollment period. Even if the identity certificate of this little guy named Yumiha is authentic, we can consider letting him go to elementary school to learn basic knowledge such as writing and mathematics, but identity. The teacher who received him was also embarrassed. Yumiha is indeed a citizen of the Empire, even though his identity certificate is marked as a liberator, that is, a liberated slave. That was one of the requirements for cooperation during the period when the Ayrshire Empire temporarily recognized Kailian as its suzerain state. Basically all the slaves in the Empire were liberated, and because the Ayrshire Empire was originally committed to abolishing the inefficient slavery, the overall situation was relatively smooth. Yumiha's identity is one that is often forged, but as long as it's confirmed to be true, it's fine. But as for Bei Long, apart from the Adventurers Guild certificate from Asilio Continent, West Sea Empire, Susha region, there is no identity verification, not even the kind of false certificates that can be obtained on the street. It can be said to be completely nothing. Nationality, Wanderer. And even the Adventurers Guild confirmed that the processing time was less than a month. Jiaxing Academy would not dare to accept such people randomly. Just think of me as an orphan who was taken in by a wandering magician. What kind of position can I apply for in your college with this status? Or maybe I am actually interested in mechanics. I wonder if it is possible to study as a student. If it does not involve the core technology. Bei Long seemed to be prepared to say it. Obviously he also knew that his identity was difficult to be directly accepted. In this day and age, there are very few wandering powerful magicians. The receptionist was also speechless. Ah? Why? Aren't there a lot of stories like that? Imiha was confused. Wandering strong men take in gifted children and wander around together to have adventures and so on. Isn't it a story with a bit of adventure? It represents freedom, individuality, and strength. Wandering adventurers are, after all, a kind of travel. If the world is stable and peaceful, then you can naturally wander to many places with peace of mind. See different countries and scenery, and learn various cultures and knowledge. So I will basically avoid war-torn countries and chaotic areas, especially if I'm traveling with children. But in the past few decades, how could there be any relatively peaceful areas? Even after the reunification, Kailian still had to deal with civil strife caused by remnants of the old era from time to time. The receptionist was professional and gave detailed explanations to the child, Imiha. Okay, I understand. Imiha scratched his head, a little embarrassed, but quickly asked, but there should still be such a situation, right? Isn't it weird for Master Bei Long to be like this? The problem is that he didn't give an accurate answer himself. The receptionist was speechless. Imiha. Indeed, what I just said was when I am, rather than confirming that I was raised by the magician. Otherwise, checking the existence of the magician can barely be regarded as a form of identity verification. So are there any positions or studies possible? Bei Long still asked. I can't give an answer to this. We need to discuss it in detail. But even if it is a job or study, it can only be a sparring partner, a guard, or a special exchange student status. It will not be recognized as a formal status. The receptionist said in advance said. Understood, I will wait for the news. Bei Long was not in a hurry. Well, since you are together, then just wait together. I will give you a reply tomorrow at the earliest, and no more than 3 days at the latest. Leave your contact information or address here, which is the current hotel address or something. There are also these forms to fill out. The receptionist took out a few more forms and gave him a pen, because after confirming Yumiha's identity, he knew that he couldn't read and write, so he only gave it to Bei Long. After simply filling in the form and finally asking some questions, Bei Long took Yumiha and left temporarily. That night, Bei Long's application forms were submitted from the director level to the dean's office. Theoretically, a genius like a 15-year-old 6th-level magician would not be able to alarm the dean of Polestar Academy, one of the 3 major academies in the Empire. But the abilities filled in by this great mage are proficient in fire, dark, thunder, wind, wood, and space magic. It's mastery, not mastery. Even if you don't count the wood element besides the 7 elements, and the space element, which is unique and difficult to cultivate, it can be regarded as mastery of the 4 elements of the basic 7 elements. The entire world's broad understanding of mastery is that one must be able to release at least 3 types of magic with corresponding elements that are equal to the strength level in a non-singing form. In other words, this young man named White Dragon can release 6th level fire, dark, thunder, wind, wood, and space magic without chanting, and each type can release at least 3 6th level magics. It is difficult to release at least 18 multi-attribute 6th level magics without chanting, even for a small number of 8th level holy magicians. He can do it. Has the receptionist asked him? Especially since he has a different understanding of proficiency in Suxia. The dean asked confirmingly. President of Polestar College, Brown Nehemiah. A descendant of the blood god, a low-level god, 9th level, with strength. The dean of Polestar Academy only broke through to the god level when he was nearly 200 years old. As a saint-level powerhouse in the human race, it is basically impossible to survive until the age of 200. His identity as a blood family member has long been speculated. When the Ersha Empire was declared to be the territory of the blood god, the old dean generously disclosed his identity as a dependent. Not an ordinary vampire, but a descendant of the blood god. He did ask, and the answer was that if he needs to verify it, he can do it at any time. The head of the magic department said. But in this case, it would be even more suspicious that such a genius would take the initiative to come to our Polestar College. Dean Brown was also thinking. That's why we can't make up our minds. Head of the magic department. What about the whereabouts investigation? Dean Brown asked. Here. Head of the magic department. As a suspicious outsider, his whereabouts after entering the Ersha Empire can be considered a good target for investigation. Commercial port in Leary area, code art registration and entry. Transporters would travel in cars that were damaged by floods. The transport company rented carriages and stayed in the imperial capital Wakakam for a day. Transporters rent red deer and hike across the Hidariu mountains. Finally, yesterday's, Peter's Holy Collar. According to records, I actually visited the old city of St. Peter's Land on the recommendation of the steward of the prince's manor. This behavior. Dean Brown frowned immediately. I always feel that it's a little weird. What is the purpose behind it to get out of such a trajectory? In terms of whereabouts investigation, there are no records of visits to the Grand College in the imperial capital of Vaushakam, and there are no records of visits to Peter's Holy Land College. But it would be understandable if the target was their Polar Star Academy from the beginning, entering from the southernmost Leary area, and going all the way north through the imperial capital of Wakakam. Go to visit Peter's Holy Land in the northwest, and then turn back to Polestar College in the southwest? Is there any problem? Aren't the 2 largest modern cities in our empire the imperial capital and St. Petersburg? There's no problem with outsiders giving priority to visit, right? The head of the magic department didn't feel anything. Of course there is no problem in visiting. The problem is that while visiting, we also visited the prince's manor and the old town of St. Petersburg. Finally, designated to come to our Polar Star Academy. Dean Brown has a completely different attitude. This. I don't understand very well. The head of the magic department was still puzzled. That's because you're still young. Dean Brown. Hey. Head of the magic department. He is a relatively young director, only in his 40s this year. Have you heard of His Highness Liendel? Dean Brown asked. Of course I've heard of him. I used to regard him as my idol. I had the same reason when I first chose Polar Star Academy. The head of the magic department said, a little embarrassed. His Highness Liendel was born in 3238. He is already 3288 years old and 50, older than the head of the magic department. Then you should know how his deeds overlap. Dean Brown. It should be a coincidence or something, said the head of the magic department. Whether it's a coincidence or not, I'll meet him in person tomorrow and arrange a time. Dean Brown. Okay. Head of the magic department. At the same time, notify the blood god, just in case. If there is a longevity god present, even if there is any disguise, he can easily see through it. Dean Brown also made careful arrangements. Understood, I'll go right away. Head of the magic department. The head of the magic department went to make arrangements. Dean Brown looked at the forms and the newly investigated whereabouts documents, still thinking in his heart. As the dean of the college, he would naturally not let such a genius join. But at the same time, as a member of the blood god, the leader who provides talents to the empire will never let go of the possibility of any foreign spies taking the opportunity to infiltrate. What's more, this person whose actions are similar to His Highness Liendel's trajectory does not rule out the possibility of being connected with Kalien. But maybe it's a coincidence. If it's really Kalien's spy or something, he's not so poorly disguised. Just finding an underground member of the Gongjin society to infiltrate him would be much smarter than this method. Maybe it's the time when the gods are resurrecting, which makes me nervous. Dean Brown also muttered to himself, then sat back in his chair and tried to relax. Even he himself was not aware of this subconscious relaxation move. After speculating that it might be related to His Royal Highness Liendel, he, who is one of the high-ranking deans of the 3 major colleges in the empire, would be so nervous and dignified. Chapter 16. The next day. Jiaxing Academy, Back Mountain Martial Arts Training Ground. Bai Long looked at the old man who was introduced as the dean, and he was also full of doubts. He simply applies to be an external teacher or an ordinary student. There is no need for the dean of such a college to personally receive him, right? Although filling in the magic ability is a bit outrageous, it is only filled in to increase the success rate. You are Bai Long, right? Dean Brown asked. Hello, Dean. Bai Long also responded politely. It was the first time that Emia met such a big shot, and he responded in a low voice along with Bai Long. This was a completely different feeling from meeting Uncle Ryan's kind royal butler. Haha, don't be nervous, I just happened to see the submitted application form, and I have some free time to come and take a look for myself. You just need to use the magic you are good at as usual. Dean Brown said with a smile. Well, can we free 6 of them first? Bai Long asked. Okay. Dean Brown nodded. Then it was Bai Long's performance time. 6 levels of fire, dark, thunder, wind, wood, and space magics are all instantaneous. Including single target, range, defense, amplification, and assistance types, it was so comprehensive that the director of the magic department who was following him was a little shocked. You must know that even if you are proficient, many people will be better at one of the attack, defense, and auxiliary categories due to their own personality and talent bias. At most, they will be proficient in both offense and defense at the same time. And Bai Long is like this. It has single target and range attacks, and defense, as well as amplifying magic. In terms of assistance, the space storage can temporarily store spherical sandstone with a diameter of about 5 meters. This is enough to temporarily store smaller night mechas, and it can also carry corresponding supplies at the same time. This is not mastery of the entire system. It's simply all-round mastery. Well, yes, very good, our college needs talents like you. Dean Brown clapped his hands gently and smiled. I was also surprised. But he was not surprised that he was proficient in all aspects of this kind of thing, but he was surprised that Bai Long cast 6 6th-level magics in a row. As a 6th-level magician, it is a very strenuous task, no less than ordinary people running with all their strength. -meters. But Bai Long didn't even take a breath. What is his magic power reserve? Dean Brown couldn't help but be surprised by this. Do you still need to continue with other magic? You can continue after taking a rest. My request is also very simple. In fact, I just want a relatively stable environment to settle down first, so the treatment in all aspects is lower, and there is no problem even under surveillance. Bei Long also said quickly, seeming to notice that he acted too relaxedly. It's no problem. It doesn't matter whether you want to be a student or a teacher. You can even do both. As a teacher in the magic department, you also have the opportunity to study mechanics that interests you. But because of your identity, there will definitely be a lot of supervision. You are not allowed to enter many places in the college without permission. Is this okay? Dean Brown nodded in agreement. Is it really okay? Then thank the dean first. Bei Long was also a little surprised. Well, from now on, I will also upload your information to the Empire. Basically, it will be about some formalities. At the same time, if you are willing, I will apply for a new Empire identity certificate for you when you do not have a nationality or identity. Dean Brown said. Well, it all depends on the dean's arrangement. Bei Long nodded. Imperial looked very happy on the side, but he didn't dare to cheer, so he could only cover his mouth and endure it. Enrollment was such a simple success. After a simple handover, Bei Long and the others were temporarily invited to the reception desk to prepare for the rest of the process. In the reception room at this time. Master Bei Long, I didn't expect that the dean was so kind that he agreed like this. Imperial said happily. Maybe. Bei Long smiled. Maybe. Imperial wondered. I'm not very sure. I just felt that there was a spiritual power that seemed to be secretly scrutinizing me just now, and there was a feeling of stimulating blood. It may be the blood god behind Polestar Academy who gave permission after secretly observing me. Bei Long guessed. There is a blood god in Polestar Academy. Imperial was shocked. Although I have met the witch god before, the little witch Sylvia does not give me any sense of oppression. Imperial still has a lot of respect for gods. Especially this kind of vampire god. It's normal. As one of the most important academies in the Empire, Polestar Academy is a place for major talents in all aspects. The blood god must supervise it, even if he doesn't try to seduce and control the geniuses in it to prevent spies or malicious people. It's very necessary. Especially here, there is the presence of Prince Ragu. Bei Long was not surprised at all. If you think about it this way, it seems quite normal. Imperial also thought about it. But soon, he seemed to think of something. Speaking of which, Mr. Bei Long, you obviously only have the strength of a great magician, but why do you feel that you don't have any respect for the gods? Imperial suddenly realized. Is there any? Bei Long was also stunned for a moment. Yet. Imperial nodded. Bei Long then thought about it seriously. Like. Indeed, from the moment he first woke up and saw Kalien's god-level creation, the Firebird god machine hunted the Earth Dragon god and never felt any fear. Fighting at that level seems to be normal. And all the subsequent news about the gods, and even when he met the little witch Sylvia, it was just because he was still weak, and he was just wary of the unknown god-level powerhouse approaching him. Fear? Ah? It doesn't seem to be the case, not at all. While Bei Long was still thinking. Dean Brown's office. Dean Brown, who was standing tall in front of everyone, was kneeling on one knee in front of a handsome man with a fair complexion. There is nothing wrong with the two little guys. I secretly mobilized the blood and could not detect any abnormal blood fluctuations. In this regard, even the witch clan cannot escape our perception with disguise, unless it is the old and immortal demon queen herself. Some kind of means. The handsome man said leisurely with his legs crossed. Since Lord Blood God thinks there is no problem, my subordinates will report it to the Imperial capital as usual. Dean Brown. If there is something that requires the demon queen to take action, it is not a question of whether he, the blood god, can see through it, but that she is not even qualified to be discovered by him. Because the demon queen is a super-level god above low-level, middle-level, and high-level. And he is also one of the most powerful among the super gods. Report it, and then just conduct normal surveillance. Although the possibility of longevity species infiltration has been ruled out, regular geniuses, especially those who are members of Kalien's god-killing team, are still worthy of vigilance. They have been caught in the Imperial capital before. This little guy still doesn't rule out this possibility. The handsome man reminded him finally. Understood, Lord Blood God. Dean Brown. As soon as he finished speaking, the handsome man disappeared from Dean Brown's position and left a small bottle of blood on his desk. That is the Blood Lord's blood that Dean Brown, as a dependent, needs to take regularly. Seeing this, Dean Brown also followed up and said, "Thank you, Lord Blood God." That's it. Bailong and Yumiha Nibjun successfully entered Polestar Academy. It is the 3288th day of the 5165th month of the year of the Waller calendar, the th day of the 12th month, the year of the Oron calendar. At Polestar Academy, a new magic teacher has been appointed. Only 16 years old, college revision adult, he is a gifted teacher who is proficient in 6 departments of magic and is responsible for teaching lower grade magic courses. Trainee magic teacher, Bailong. As for Imia, I happily went to the primary school affiliated to Jiaxing Academy first, and gave priority to learning basic language, reading and writing, arithmetic and other basic knowledge. Coupled with the 4-month tutoring during the winter vacation, with the wisdom of a 13-year-old, as long as you are smart enough, mastering the basics should not be a problem. Regardless of magic learning, he was happy enough to have the opportunity to learn these basic knowledge. And it was already known in advance. After he entered Jiaxing Academy, he would be assigned to Bailong's class, and he would officially become Bailong's student. As Bailong's original expectation, it was almost coincident with a wandering magician and a magic apprentice to enter the school. That's it. In the blink of an eye, Polestar College ushered in the winter vacation in November. There are 16 months in a year, 480 days. Spring begins in March, summer begins in July, autumn begins in November, and winter begins in May. In the previous traditional feudal dynasties, when the royal family and nobles had a large amount of knowledge and wealth, there was not much they could teach ordinary people. Even the Magic Academy maintains the method of 4 months of school and 4 months of vacation. Today's Ersha Empire, even though it has undergone a certain transformation, school time remains the same. During this time, Bailong spent the internship period at the end of the semester and the observation period at school during the winter vacation. Yumiha spent the basic teaching period at the end of the semester and the separate tutoring period during the winter vacation. They ushered in a new year and a new semester. March 3289, of the walled calendar. Into spring. Polestar Academy starts school. This year's class of the academy is a little bit special. Because Prince Raghu, who is studying in the academy, will still study in the academy this year. And one of the things he will learn this year is space magic. Little teacher Bailong, you have just become a full-time teacher and you have to teach an Imperial prince, who is 1 year older than you. Isn't it a lot of pressure? In the office for the new semester, the teachers couldn't help but tease the youngest teacher Bailong. Then I hope we can get along well with our Prince Lagu. Teacher Bailong responded with a smile. Space Magic Storage Lesson Plan. Target, Magic Department, Space Department Magic Lecture Hall. Teaching, His Royal Highness's class. Chapter 17. Classroom. The main classrooms of Jiaxing Academy are all in the fan-shaped staircase style. A college that occupies a huge area does not have to worry about the main body of the building such a classroom being too large. On the contrary, this generous construction model allows the entire college to use the best classrooms for any course at any time. The classroom is equipped with various convenient magical structures. For example, the teacher's words can be clearly conveyed to every location through wind magic. The lesson plans presented on the blackboard can also be projected near any location at any time through light magic. Based on the malleability of magic, and because the existence of the magic pump station can continuously provide magic power for maintenance, all aspects have become extremely convenient. Hello, classmates, I am a teacher in the magic department, and I am also your space magic teacher this semester. Space magic ability, level Great Mage. I am proficient in related offensive, defensive, and functional magics, and can cast more than 10 6th level space magics instantly. So, please students, please don't pay too much attention to my age. Bailong first briefly introduced himself. There is no way, if it weren't for the teacher's uniform he wore, no one would treat him as a teacher at all. Because no matter how you look at it, he is a young man. Oh. I've heard that you are the youngest magic teacher in the academy who is proficient in the 6 departments, right? Including the space department? How amazing! Real or fake? Proficient in the 6 elements? Are they all at the 6th level? Isn't this too strong? No wonder he can become a teacher. I can cast more than 10 magic spells instantly. As a 5th level magician, my father sometimes has trouble even casting 3rd level magic instantly. Except for making a 5th level fireball, which can be cast instantly, he can't do anything else. Is the teacher so powerful? Am I the only one who thinks our little teacher is so handsome? He has white hair and golden eyes, he really pricks me. The students immediately started a heated discussion. But the final direction of the discussion was a little strange. Regarding this situation, during the internship at the end of last semester, Bei Long was already able to deal with it skillfully, and he did not show panic about it. This is my name, White Dragon. It has white hair. There was a powerful dragon monster nearby when it was discovered, so it was simply named. As for your names, I'd better click it again in case anyone goes to the wrong classroom or fails to find this classroom or something. Bei Long wrote his name and used space magic to take out the roster in the lesson plan. Although he also has a magic ring for storage issued by the academy, taking things out through the magic ring feels like opening the backpack and taking it out again, which is not as light and direct as using his own storage magic. The only drawback is that it will continue to consume magic power, but it is still very convenient to temporarily store things like lesson plans. And this way of directly showing off his space magic can be regarded as deepening his impression of himself as a space magic teacher. The roll call didn't take long. It's not that there aren't many students willing to learn space magic, but that there are too few who have the ability and talent to learn it. Before taking the space magic course, you first need to take a space magic test, which is the basic space sensing, similar to fire element sensing, water element sensing and so on. If you are sure that you can sense space, you can directly eliminate % of the people. After that, there is the simplest space microdistortion magic teaching, and then try to learn it on the spot. If even microdistortion of space cannot be achieved, then it will be completely impossible to continue with various space-related magics. Simply put, how can you learn fire magic if you can't even light a flame? Might as well buy a lighter. Suman Ragu. Bei Long finally clicked on the name in alphabetical order. Exist. A young man with an obviously distinctive temperament and appearance calmly raised his right hand. He has silver hair, dark blue eyes, and a handsome and angular face. At first glance, you can feel his cold and resolute character. With his lean short hair and upright sitting posture, it is difficult to feel that he is actually a student. This is the current prince of the Arsha Empire, Suman Ragu. I'm very sorry that I called His Highness by his first name for the first time. Bei Long said, leaning forward slightly. After all, it is an imperial country. The identity of teacher and student cannot easily reverse the identity gap between king and people. No problem, just teach as usual. It's rare for the academy to recruit excellent space magic teachers. Prince Ragu waved his hand gently. Okay, Your Highness Ragu. Bei Long responded with a smile. The first impression is not bad. Prince Ragu doesn't have any sense of being a playboy. On the contrary, it is clear from his behavior and conversation that he is a sensible person. After the roll call of the last 3 students was completed, normal teaching began. Students who can come here have learned basic space magic knowledge, so they can skip it directly. Most of them are still like Prince Ragu, who prioritize studying magic or other subjects that they are good at before taking elective space courses. Therefore, some basic related magic knowledge can be skipped. According to convention, attack-type space magic will not be taught to newcomers like you first, so we will start with the assistance type. For example, one of the things we commonly use is the magic ring. Does anyone know why our magic rings only have a capacity of 1 cubic meter? Bei Long uses the usual question and answer mode to teach. Some students raised their hands, and Bei Long signaled to stand up. Because it involves a space load issue. Artificially synthesized alchemical materials are basically unable to meet the infinite expansion of internal space and building space. The conventional endurance limit is a space capacity of about 1 cubic meter. The difficulty of continuing to increase capacity is close to exponential growth. Therefore, whether it is on the civilian market or military secret level, there are few magic rings with a space capacity of hundreds of cubic meters. Magic rings above level - are basically close to artifacts. This student explained the basic principles of the magic ring very clearly. This is also the reason why the army is not equipped with magic rings to store large military weapons such as aircraft, tanks, and mechas. A magic ring with a capacity equivalent to a cube of 5 meters in length, width, and height is already at the 100 cubic meters level. Very good. As expected, students who can take this course are well prepared. Bei Long motioned for the student to sit down. Then he unfolded the projected magic courseware and began to talk about today's course, Elementary Space Magic Storage Magic. Magic lessons are long. Because magic is never a spell that can be automatically generated by tapping the magic power in the body. Magic. A spell is just a guiding condition or command. Just like commanding an army to attack, the specific soldiers are the mobilization of magic power, how to mobilize it, etc. are all complex processes that require the personal control of the magician. Magicians often call this process magic weaving or magic building. During the process of chanting the spell, the magic power is mobilized, and then the magic power is directed to complete the specified weaving and construction, and finally the desired magic is formed in a specific form. And when this process can be used skillfully and completed extremely quickly, that means you have mastered this magic. That is instantaneous magic. After about half an hour of theoretical lectures, Bei Long began to demonstrate his practical skills in class. I will use the fire element to attach the construction process and give you a brief demonstration. The object to be stored is this small glass ball with a diameter of 1 centimeter. Look carefully, this will be your homework. The kind that will be checked next week. Bei Long finally said something that made countless students extremely painful, after-school homework. With the joy on the faces of the students, Bei Long also began to use the fire element to let the students clearly experience the process of magic construction. The activation of space magic, when should the pure magic be mobilized to where, what structure should be used to complete the connection, when should the transformation be formed, etc., all need to be completed delicately and accurately. Otherwise, the chaos of magic power will immediately lead to the collapse of magic power. It would be okay if it was an ordinary magic, such as the fireball technique of the fire element. At most, the fire element magic would be dissipated. As long as you don't randomly change the construction method, causing a violent reaction of the fire element, and forcing it to explode uncontrollably, you will usually not hurt yourself. You need to pay attention when building this place. You need to be careful when mobilizing magic power. And the connection here and here is where failures occur frequently. In other respects, basically just try slowly. Bei Long demonstrated little by little. The last small glass ball was also swallowed bit by bit by the constructed space magic, and completely disappeared in front of everyone. Then with a move of his hand, the glass ball bounced out again. It immediately elicited an exclamation of wow. The feeling of space magic was as surprising as the first time they saw ordinary elemental magic. At this time, some students hurriedly raised their hands, and Bei Long signaled to stand up. Teacher, what will happen if the construction of space magic fails? The student asked curiously. Simple, for example, if you fail here. Bei Long quickly re-demonstrated it. Since he had already been able to achieve instant casting, he immediately started the construction process to the stage he wanted to demonstrate. This is what will happen if the magic power transfer fails. Following Bei Long's wrong demonstration, the construction of space magic failed, and the space containing the glass ball immediately collapsed. With a crisp sound, the glass ball shattered directly. The students were surprised. If you put in your own money or something and then fail, wouldn't that be a direct loss to DAFA? The next homework is to give you special glass balls. The less broken during the storage magic practice, the higher your homework score will be. Bei Long said with a smile. What? The students responded with delight. Chapter 18. First weekend. In the small building where Bei Long is assigned to teach, Yumiha, who came from the student dormitory, was eating lunch takeaway with him. Portable wireless communication device, mobile phone. With Kalian's invention, the Arsha Empire, which has strong industrial capabilities and technical personnel base, can also mass-produce it itself. In Jiaxing College and the city where it is located, mobile phones are relatively common. Just save each restaurant number and order cash on delivery. How was the first week of learning magic? Bei Long asked. It's all the basics you taught me, Mr. Bei Long. Even if I'm not very proficient in reading and writing some words, it's easy to learn. Yumiha said with a smile. That's good. Bei Long. I just feel a little uncomfortable. In the 3 basic cultural classes every day, the teacher always preaches the glory of the empire, which makes me want to sleep every time. Yumiha said a little unhappy. He is very willing to listen and learn when it comes to teaching basic culture, otherwise he would not have gone from being illiterate to being able to read and write in just a few months. It's normal. This is the top academy of the empire. Whether it's practicing magicians and warriors, or cultivating talents such as mechanics, alchemists, and potion masters, they all serve the empire. Naturally, they don't want the talents they have worked so hard to cultivate. I went to other places after graduation. If necessary, the possibility of forcible control by the vampire clan cannot be ruled out. Even if they don't turn into dependents, blood vampires still have many ancient magics that have been passed down for thousands of years. They can easily control people with lower strength than themselves. Bei Long thought this was normal. Ah! Wouldn't that be scary? Imiha was a little scared. Just get used to it. Now is the era of the resurrection of the gods. The abilities and values of the long-lived species need to be slowly adapted to the abilities and values of the long-lived species. After all, we will have to deal with them throughout our lives in the future. Bei Long said comfortingly. Is there anything more terrifying than the vampires? Imiha already felt that the vampires' control methods were already scary. Yes, such as the Dragon Clan. Normally, blood vampires cannot kill anyone by sucking blood at one time. Blood werewolves can only eat flesh and blood for one person at most. But if the dragon family wants to change their taste, 1 or 2 people with a huge body of meters will really be choked. In the distant era of divine rule, ordinary people who could not hunt enough food for the dragon god needed to sacrifice themselves to supplement it. Bei Long said as if he knew this very well. Master Bei Long, your hometown, that Soxia area is the dragon god's territory, right? Imiha then remembered. Bei Long's introduction to his identity was that he came from the Asilio continent and the Soxia region, which is the territory of the dragon god of the West Sea Empire. No need to add anything else, you will automatically think that this is Bei Long's hometown. Bei Long doesn't deny this. Anyway, he doesn't know where he really comes from. Maybe it's really the Soxia region? I didn't leave because of this. Even my travel expenses to the Arsha Empire were obtained by selling dragon blood. Bei Long said casually, he also had no respect for dragons. Puff. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Imiya just took a sip of the drink and choked directly. Didn't I tell you about this? Bei Long himself was stunned for a moment. Not at all. After regaining consciousness, Imiya subconsciously slapped the table and stood up. Selling dragon blood in dragon god territory? How brave does this person have to be to do such a thing? Oh, I only told you that I saw the Firebird divine machine. In fact, the reason why I saw it at that time was because I was nearby when I was hunting the ice attribute earth dragon god. The collected dragon blood has also been corroded by the fighting power, and there are impurities scattered everywhere. Even if the other dragon gods knew about it, they probably wouldn't care much about it. Those things will basically fall apart as long as they fight. It's normal. Bei Long explained simply. Only then did Imiya understand. Among the reports he knew at the time, why there was not much dragon blood on the battlefield, the CO author was picked up by Bei Long. The dragon blood, have all been sold? Yumiha asked curiously. That's dragon blood, the blood of the dragon god. There's nothing left to save, right? And it's just the blood of an earth dragon, which is equivalent to a monster with dragon blood that has broken through to god-level power. But it can only be revived from the distant era of divine rule, and it can be regarded as one of the same type. It's relatively strong. Bei Long couldn't help but praise him in the end. Humph, it's not like he was hunted by Kalien's Firebird. Yumiha felt proud. Why are you so proud as if you were hunting? Bei Long complained. That's Kalien, that's a magic machine. I like them all, right? Imiya was even more excited. Yes, but you'd better restrain your preferences during your studies. Don't forget that our identity certificates show that we are all citizens of the Arsha Empire. Be careful and be punished for direct treason. Bei Long reminded. Don't worry, it won't happen. Imiya said. Bei Long didn't say anything when he saw this. Anyway, even if the academy knew about it, or the vampires behind it knew about it, no force would be used against a 13-year-old child like Yumiha who still had enough time to correct. At most, it would be expelled from the academy directly. Not to mention. From the beginning, Bei Long had no intention of staying at Pole Star Academy for a long time. Night. Dekang Suburb. Dekang City is the name of the city where Pole Star College is located. Decades of development have also continued to extend the city to the surrounding areas, and some parts that are still under planning are the suburbs. Bei Long, who should be under surveillance, appears here. and seems to be waiting for someone. Tisk, the academy is quite vigilant. In addition to regular surveillance, it actually injects a small amount of vampire blood into the food. Fortunately, I know how to use blood magic. Bai Long also found it troublesome to use secret blood magic surveillance methods. The inherent ability of the vampire race is to give blood to other races and use the unique power of blood to complete the homage. If a small amount of blood is swallowed, the owner of the blood can easily sense the movements of the user, thus playing a very good monitoring role. And this method is difficult to detect and effectively counter. It is impossible for ordinary people to know how to deal with a small amount of vampire blood in the body. Even if they happen to know, the owner of the blood will be able to detect it immediately once it is processed. Only use blood magic. Only by completely extracting the original blood that has been transformed into blood power and implanting it into other hosts, such as small monsters, can the monitoring effect be lifted without being discovered. By the way, he can also use blood magic to disguise himself, such as his current new uncle appearance. ZZ. Strange sounds suddenly sounded from the surroundings. If you don't pay attention, you may hear ordinary environmental noises. Come out, it's just me. Bai Long knew he was the one who connected. What you want, money? A guy wrapped up tightly appeared suddenly like a big black mouse. Bai Long first gave half of the gold coins that he had exchanged in advance, and the man handed the things to Bai Long for inspection. After confirming that they were correct, he collected the remaining half of the gold coins from Bai Long. Bai Long also found it troublesome that the transaction only accepted hard currency such as gold coins. Transaction complete. Bai Long also quickly left and returned to his teacher's building. And skillfully, he drew the blood power injected into himself from the bloodthirsty crow monster he raised. Blood magic is so useful. Who did I learn it from? I don't know if I ever thanked you properly. Bai Long himself had to praise it. It couldn't be easier to infiltrate in disguise. At least at night, even in the Pole Star Academy where God-level experts were stationed, he could sneak out and sneak back. Unpack what you got today. A thick pile of documents appeared on his desk. These are all documents related to the development of Pole Star Academy, and some of them contain certain secrets. Another small part is about the Arsha Empire. Bai Long's initial plan was to use Polestar Academy, one of the best colleges in the Empire, as a base to obtain a lot of the information he wanted by secretly contacting various forces. However, so far, not many successful contacts have been made. After all, throughout the winter vacation, he was under strict and secret supervision during the observation period. Since I am probably related to the Arsha Empire and have a special feeling for this Polestar Academy, let's investigate thoroughly. Bai Long rolled up his sleeves and wrapped a layer of dark magic in the already deployed anti-detection magic, and then released light magic for easier viewing. Tonight is a big battle. The next day, Bai Long woke up from fatigue and looked at the familiar ceiling. I couldn't help but say one word. Gan. Spent last night looking at those documents, as far as the results go. It cannot be said that nothing was gained, at least it was very little. Spam information dealers, except for the top few important ones, the rest are almost equivalent to copying important reports from the past. Most belong to detailed version of college history. That thing, after Bai Long teaches here for 2 more years, it will be something that can be consulted at will. As expected, you still have to take your time. Bai Long yawned and stood up. At the same time, he activated his fire magic and burned all the documents that he was too sleepy to burn last night to ashes. Then it was rolled up with water magic and wind magic to form a small black ball, which was then thrown into an uninhabited land dozens of kilometers away using space magic. Finally, I didn't forget to attach earth magic and smash it directly into the soil and bury it on the spot. Leave no trace. Afterwards, brush your teeth and wash your face. Stimulated by the cold clear water in the early spring of the northern country, Bai Long also gradually woke up. After scrubbing with a towel and putting it on the shelf next to me, I still feel strange looking at myself in the mirror. Sure enough, we still have to find the key people. Bai Long said to himself. But who can I turn to? Chapter 19. On Monday. It's still a space magic class, but this time it's not about teaching, it's about collecting homework. That is, 20 glass balls were distributed to each person last week. It seems that everyone is very powerful. Except for a few like His Highness Lagu, who only have 5 or 1 glass ball left, no one has lost more than 5. Teacher Bai Long said with a smile. The students suddenly screamed in secret. How come there are so many people cheating like me? And your highness, are you so shameless? At first glance, it seems that he practiced carefully with the glass ball, and finally it broke so many pieces. Considering that there are students with relatively poor homework scores, such as students who have exhausted all their homework, are there any students with better homework scores who are willing to demonstrate? Bai Long asked with a smile. Suddenly, many students looked erratic and did not dare to look at the podium at all, for fear that teacher Bai Long would point to them. And I prayed that a classmate who did well in his studies but had a bad reputation would quickly go up and support him. But it's a pity. Is there anyone willing to take the initiative? Bai Long asked with a smile. Take the initiative. How could I not know how many pebbles and pieces of clay I broke when I went back to practice? Let's practice in class, teacher, stop playing. Prince Raghu said, unable to bear it. In this case, doesn't it mean that many students are suspected of cheating? As a teacher, how can you doubt them so casually? Bai Long asked back, still smiling. Some simple students were overjoyed. Could they really get away with it like this? Only those who are older and take the initiative to take space magic will understand. Teacher Bai Long, this teacher who looks similar to them in age, definitely did it on purpose. Whether it is a reasonable suspicion, teacher, you should know very well, right? The success rate of first-time magic learning is the teaching data that the Academy carefully collects every time. Prince Raghu said calmly. Bai Long smiled, and he could already feel that His Royal Highness Prince Lagu was quite serious. Usually, such students have a mentality of pleasing the teacher and gaining attention. But as a noble imperial prince, he obviously had no need to do this. Go big. The emergence of outstanding space magician talents in the Empire is beneficial to the princes of the Empire. Therefore, it must be taken seriously. Yet, I'm sorry, as a new teacher, I forgot to count the students' success rate in mastering magic. No matter how well the homework is completed, you have to practice it 3 times in the end. If you succeed twice out of 3, it's considered a success. Bai Long said apologetically. But even the youngest and innocent students could see that their teacher Bai Long's eyes were clearly smiling and never stopped. Then comes the happy success rate statistics section. Each student practices 3 times in class, and if he succeeds twice, he or she has initially mastered the magic of learning. This calculation method is also the same for the combat skills drill of the warrior department, and usually a week of self-practice time is given. That is to say, the courses on the days of the week were taught in the first week, and the learning results were checked on the courses on the days of the week in the second week. All results will be related to the credits of the subjects studied. In the end, if the credit score is too low and the final exam is not passed, you will not be able to proceed to the next stage of study and will have to retake it. Such as space magic. If by the end of this semester, you have not mastered 3 primary, first level, space magics, your actual combat performance will be considered unsatisfactory. As for the standard for proficiency in primary space magic, take the current simple storage magic as an example. The space magic of storing glass balls is one of the most basic entry-level space magics. If you want to use this magic as one of the results of your final practical training results, you need to be able to skillfully store a glass sphere with a diameter of more than -centimeters under any condition, and there must be no cracks. It's simple, isn't it? Bai Long said as he looked at the students who were mostly frustrated because the glass balls were almost completely broken due to the classroom drill. Simple. I'm not good at math. Who can calculate how many times the volume of a sphere will increase if its diameter is increased 20 times? The difficulty of space storage is related to the volume. Today's glass balls cannot completely guarantee. That's 8,000 times, right? Duo Xiao. The last student who exclaimed changed the pronunciation of how much. Very simple, right? Here. While Bai Long smiled, he kept a 20-centimeter diameter glass ball used for final exams and kept popping it up in the spaces on the left and right. As if this is the final result that needs to be achieved during the final exam. Not only does it need to be stored quickly, but it can also be stored quickly from the other side when it pops up. So repeatedly. For the first time, I felt that a ball with a diameter of -centimeters was so big. Teacher, are you kidding me? You have to be able to freely store a glass ball of this size without cracks in order to be considered proficient at the beginning level. Teacher Bai Long, is this glass ball hard? Looking at the glass ball Bai Long played with, the students were confused. Is this something they can master in 1 semester? Most of them take space magic as an elective, not as a major. How can I have so much time to practice? Using a glass ball is already very kind, right? I practiced with a soft clay ball back then, so there shouldn't be any dents during the storage process. Beilong looked very kind. But I was also a little confused inside. Strange, why did I suddenly remember the process of learning space magic? Sure enough, it's still very vague and I can't remember who taught it at all. Forget it, most local magic teachers can teach elementary learning anyway. If it is really a useful memory, it should be who taught me the subsequent higher level space magic. Teacher, how long did it take you to learn storage magic? Even if you use soft mud, it won't be dented. A girl asked curiously. A week or two, I don't really remember. Beilong said, trying to remember. My memory is indeed blurry. I only remember that I haven't practiced it for long, and I am one of those who is particularly talented in space magic. A week or two. You're bragging, teacher. But now the teacher of the space department is already a great mage. Fuck, is that true? Are we so bad? The students were amazed, but in the end they couldn't help but doubt themselves a little. The teacher can complete the storage with soft clay spheres in a week or two. They can even break small glass balls. The difference is not as big as usual. 8,000 times? Even Prince Raghu frowned slightly, obviously not very satisfied with the speed at which he learned and mastered this elementary storage magic. I couldn't help but think to myself. If it were my nephew Liendel who was older than me and is no longer here. You asked him about his space magic ability. That kid was very talented. Although he always felt that it was not enough, the magic teacher hired for him only taught him for less than a month, and he was already a junior space magician, including the study of basic theories. This was the answer Raghu got when he asked his father, Emperor Ersha. Suman Liandal learned space magic and became a junior space magician in less than a month. As for the definition of primary magic, you need to be proficient in at least 3 primary magics and be able to use at least 6 other primary magics. That means you can use a total of 9 primary magics to be considered a junior magician. A single series is also determined in this way. Whispering sound. Raghu subconsciously made a sound of dissatisfaction, but the sound was so low that other students a few seats away could not hear it. You don't have to be too depressed. Except for some students who have just learned magic, all of you are already 3rd level magicians and above. You should be aware of the relatively skilled use of magic and the speed of magic mastery after completing the introduction, right? Besides, there is a big difference between you just taking electives and spending time studying alone, or not taking it seriously at all. Beilong finally comforted him. As a teacher, you cannot blindly undermine students' self-confidence. After seeing that the students looked a little better, Beilong also nodded slightly. At least after this time, there should be fewer students who will continue to be lazy. Then let's continue today's lesson. It's still a new elementary space magic, micro-space suction. Beilong began to continue his lecture. A semester lasts for 18 weeks, with 1 elementary magic spell per week, or occasionally 2 elementary magic spells, guaranteeing that 18 are learned in 1 semester. If you learn well and master half of them, you can become a junior magician. Excellent genius students can complete their learning goals in just half a semester, master 9 elementary magics, and become elementary magicians. As a large magic academy with a long-established system, these arrangements have been carefully designed. The course is over. Beilong also collected the lesson plans and prepared to go back to the office to take a rest before heading to the next fire magic class. Just then, a student stopped him. Teacher Beilong! Prince Raghu shouted. What's the matter, His Highness Raghu? Beilong! Addressing each other as teacher and your highness is basically the way to address each other in the academy. I would like to ask you to be an after-school private tutor. I wonder if you are free, teacher? Prince Raghu asked. I'm free, but if you need a personal trainer, your highness Raghu, you can definitely find a better one, right? I'm only at level 6. Beilong was a little confused. Academies that study general foundations and have systematic planning are indeed much better than finding unstable private tutors when learning a variety of knowledge at the same time. But if it is a separate need, like what the noble prince needs, then it must be to find a better strong person alone, which is the best choice. There is no space magic god in the empire. Saint level, 8th level, people basically have their own affairs. I think it is better to find a king level, 7th level, teacher directly. Anyway, I am only learning low-level space magic at the moment. Lagu the prince explained. That's right. After you have mastered the first 3 levels, it's not too late to go find the holy magic guide. Bai Long nodded. Then let's arrange the time. Prince Ragu. Okay, I'm very free after class. Bai Long said with a smile. Perhaps. Prince Ragu, can he be the key? Chapter 20. Afterwards, it was a matter of course that he became Prince Ragu's personal tutor after class, spending about an hour every day to tutor him in space magic alone. Bai Long was naturally very happy with this. After all, the tutoring price offered by the prince was the highest on the market. Imaiha was shocked by this. In his opinion, the prince of the empire was an absolutely superior being, a noble figure who was rarely seen in person. How could Bai Long be his personal trainer? And Bai Long himself looked very ordinary, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure or tension facing such a person. Was this a world war? Can you be so calm? Just as Bai Long's teaching life continued this semester. The other side. Asilio Continent, West Sea Empire, Susha region. 7 young people wearing special combat uniforms came to the place where the Firebird hunted the old god of the ice elemental Earth Dragon. The traces of the previous battles were still there, and as gods of Warcraft, the impact on the environment after death also caused it's a lot colder here than other places. And this is not their first time here. How many more times do we need to detect, Captain? There is no aura of the head of state here at all, okay? A member said helplessly. Not to mention the head of state, even the predicted hybrid old god didn't notice it. It must be the witches who made a mistake this time, right? Another member also said. They are the members of Kalien's 7th god-killing team. They were sent here a few months ago to perform a detection mission and look for opportunities to hunt down several target dragon gods. Those dragon gods were very vigilant because this earth dragon god was hunted, and they never found a suitable opportunity. The target was mainly focused on detection, but still found nothing. Then you want to go back and face the Empress without gaining anything? The man called Captain turned around and asked. Let's keep looking. The member who spoke first said immediately. Sigh, it's hard not to be suspicious of the President's prediction. As a result, I went back without any results. I can already predict her cold expression. You should take it easy. Last time, we almost died in her sparring just because you called a senior witch an old woman. Don't talk nonsense, I'm obviously talking about Grandma. What are you doing? The 2 members almost started having sex on the spot, if the member next to them hadn't pulled them. Speaking of which, do you think there's anything wrong? A female member suddenly asked, a fox girl from the beast tribe. What's wrong? The captain asked immediately. I've been here twice before, because the old god of Warcraft hasn't been dead for long, and because it's still winter when the ice element comes. So I don't have any special feeling about the richness of the ice element around me, but now. Try to feel it, isn't it a little low? The fighting spirit talent of the beast clan is slightly higher than that of the human race, and the magic talent is slightly lower than that of the human race. However, the fox clan among the beast clan is a race whose magic talent is slightly higher than that of the human race. It does seem a bit low. According to the intelligence, the old god belongs to the peak of low-level gods. Even if the strength has not been fully restored after recovery, there should be no difference in its influence on the environment after death, especially a lot of dragon blood was scattered. Dragon blood? I remember that in the regional reports we collected before, it seems to have been described that there is less dragon blood residue here, right? The Firebird does not have a liquid storage device and will not take away the remaining dragon blood from the battle. If we rule out the possibility that the first people who discovered this place stole some of the remaining dragon blood, is there another possibility? You mean? They quickly thought of a possibility. The old god who resurrected in this area at that time was not just the old god of the ice attribute Earth Dragon. And the reason for the low residual dragon blood might be caused by another person? The hybrid old god, if he is a hybrid of Warcraft blood, or a hybrid of vampire blood, he may indeed need residual dragon blood to assist in recovery. The head of state also has the blood of the vampire clan. Is it possible that it is him? This possibility cannot be ruled out. That's right. Judging from the fact that our detection for so long has yielded no results, perhaps the power of the other person after his resurrection is too weak, which prevents us from further detection under the influence of the old god Earth Dragon. Therefore, he needs to secretly take away some of the remaining dragon blood, even the dragon blood with impurities. Whether you use it to recover your own strength, or sell it in exchange for other resources to recover, it is possible. They quickly thought of possibilities. After looking at each other, they immediately decided what to do next. You three, continue to lower the level of the detection device given by the witch, limit it to the 5th to 7th levels, and continue searching in nearby hidden areas. The three of you will follow me to search for information about dragon blood in surrounding villages, towns, and cities. But we must be prepared. This is the territory of the dragon god. If there is any information about dragon blood, it must be denied. Especially in those underground trading places, the source of the information is likely to be cut off. The captain of the 7th god-killing team immediately made a decision. The other members nodded. Then take action! Shouted the captain. They immediately disappeared from the spot through the space magic device, and quickly contacted the outside members of their team to assist them in subsequent detection and investigation. When it is not convenient for members of the orc tribe to show up, they go to hidden areas such as deep mountains, while members of the human tribe go to villages, towns, and cities to investigate. If the original direction doesn't work, then change the direction. Just goals. If you are still in Asilio continent. It is June 3289 ST, in the walled calendar. Polestar College has ushered in the final month of the first half of the semester. But now is the pleasant night time, and the teachers who do not have late self-study are also starting their own nightlife. To 7. Yes 8. Check mark. I blow up. No. Wang bang. At this moment, Bei Long was fighting with two teachers for the dignity of his salary this week. The poker they played was said to have been brought up by His Royal Highness Lien Del, who played with his officers during his spare time. The original of Isur region, or even the entire Arsha Empire, did not have such cards. Holy shit, you lost again? Little teacher Bei Long, you don't know how to use magic to cheat, do you? A teacher said in frustration. Luck is my magic. Bei Long. Yet. The two teachers raised their middle fingers together. So you guys have nothing to play with Mr. Bei Long. Even if he doesn't use magic to cheat, he can memorize so much magic knowledge at such a young age and become a 6th level magician who is proficient in 6 elements. It is not easy to memorize such 54 cards. Lose. That's right, he probably knew that you had a bomb in your hand based on the cards you played and the order in which you played them. I suggest you play dice next time. Trash dice, don't play with them. You can lose even if you bet on 6 out of 6, or on the 1-in-1 hit style, let alone the probability of --. One teacher said with disgust while complaining. It immediately caused a burst of laughter, especially from onlookers. As a way of entertainment, they can still play to some extent, at least there are no guys who are addicted to gambling among them. If there were, % of them would have been expelled from the college due to style issues. After all, the empire had already abolished casinos during the principality period, and high-value gambling was illegal. Speaking of which, this semester is almost over. How do you feel about your first semester of teaching? A female teacher asked with concern. It's not bad. I successfully changed the name of my teacher Bei Long from the students to Teacher Black Dragon. Bei Long said with satisfaction. I'm temporarily changing the test questions to randomly check your magic proficiency. If I were a student, I would also change your title. Ha ha ha, it's a matter of teaching style, as long as you can teach students well. Indeed, corporal punishment must be used. Well, suddenly I feel that Teacher Bei Long is much gentler. What? If you want to become a strong warrior, do you think we need to teach them softly and gently? There will be no growth if you practice without hurting your muscles and bones. The teacher of the warrior department said seriously. The teachers of the magic department are not surprised by this. This is an actual cultivation issue. Teacher Bei Long is still serving as His Highness Lagu's personal trainer, right? How does it feel? Another teacher asked. Myself, or His Highness Lagu? Bei Long asked. Anything is fine. Asked the teacher. I'm sure it's nothing. After all, apart from privately teaching the little guy Yumiha, I basically have nothing to do. As for His Highness Lagu, his learning attitude is very correct. He is now a junior space magician, which is quite good. Yes. Bei Long replied. His Royal Highness Kolagu is already a great magician, 7th level. Does it take so much time to learn basic magic? The teacher of the warrior department didn't understand this very well. Space magic is difficult to learn, and the talent requirements are much higher than conventional magic, and the risk factor is also high in many places. For example, in space transfer magic, unskilled magicians can only transfer half of themselves. It happens from time to time. Bei Long said, spreading his hands. Suddenly I feel that flying magic is much safer. Really? Most of the magic cast on oneself is out of control, and at most it will only cause serious injuries. The space system is likely to be fatal. Bei Long. I understand. In the future, you have to buy expensive space magic props to save your life. The warrior teacher said seriously. Ahem, in fact, those kinds of things that can be left for sale have basically been tested in actual combat. The main thing is not to buy new ones. Bei Long reminded. If the old one is not broken, then there will basically be no problem. I haven't used the new one, so I need to think about it carefully. After that, there is an exchange of knowledge between some teachers. Even if it is not used for personal cultivation, it is very beneficial to increase knowledge. As for communication between professors and students, unless they are teachers of the same type, they will not interfere with each other. Bei Long also gradually got used to the life here through these daily exchanges. This kind of peaceful life is also very good. If only I could stay calm. Chapter 21. It is June 3289th, in the walled calendar. Late spring. As the Holy Continent and a country in the north of the world, summer in the Arsha Empire comes later and is shorter. Usually at this time in the Arsha Empire, spring is a relatively normal time in all aspects. Extreme weather conditions are often rare except in special areas. But woohoo! The piercing sirens sounded from all the major colleges in the empire. It is similar to the sound of an air defense siren. It has slightly different bands. As long as an experienced teacher can basically tell it immediately, it is the siren of a magic disaster, and if it can sound, it means that it is at least above the 8th level, or in a nearby area. The climate around Pole Star College is currently stable, so there is only one possibility. What kind of alarm is this? What happened? It doesn't feel like our college. In the classroom, the students who were reviewing for the final semester were also in a panic. Space magic class. As a new teacher, Bei Long was not familiar with these alarms yet, but he probably knew that this unusual band was a magical disaster. 9th level magic disaster, Mr. Bei Long, please go gather. You can attend class as usual. Prince Ragu immediately stood up and ordered, and the sudden display of majesty made the students in the same classroom subconsciously obey. Hydariu Mountains. Bei Long probably guessed it. It was at this time. Teacher Bei Long, use space magic to teleport us as far south as you can. The head of the magic department suddenly appeared and said. Okay. Bei Long nodded immediately. He has also felt that there are other fluctuations caused by space magic in the college. It is obvious that other teachers who know space magic are trying their best to transport high-level teachers to the disaster area. Space magic is activated. Do you need me to follow you? Bei Long asked temporarily. If you still have the extra ability to activate space magic, you can go there together. Your help may be needed. The head of the magic department said after thinking briefly. Theoretically, to deal with a 9th level magic disaster, strong men below 7th level would not be summoned to deal with it. However, as a space magician, Bei Long is also proficient in other 5 series of magic, and the role he can play is not necessarily smaller than that of a 7th level magician. You can go to class with peace of mind. This magical disaster will not affect the college. We are here to rescue. The head of the magic department did not forget to say to the students before leaving. The teleportation started and they disappeared. The remaining students looked at me and I looked at you, they all looked confused. He turned around and tried to ask Prince Ragu, who had heard the alarm immediately, but found that he had left without knowing when. Obviously, this kind of disaster in the empire, maybe he, the prince, also needed to do something. The 9th level magic disaster, is the highest level among conventional disasters, right? I don't know if it's an earthquake or a thunderstorm, but I hope the threat is relatively small. How can it be so small? Since it can be determined to be the 9th level, it is very likely that a 9th level natural monster will be born in the chaotic magic power, which is equivalent to the god level. Yes, the worst will be the 8th level. If it cannot be contained in time, the Beast Dynasty should be inevitable. The students are also a little worried, and the older students are more familiar with this knowledge. Magic Disaster. It is generally divided into 6 levels. The autumn floods that Bei Long and the others encountered during their journey were only level 5 to level 6 magic disasters. It may be difficult for ordinary people to resist, but that kind of disaster basically does not pose a threat to magicians or warriors. At least in the face of an outbreak, there is the possibility of short-term self-protection and escape. But if it exceeds level 6, it will definitely be a natural monster of its own, that is, a monster that breeds after a large amount of chaotic elemental magic is condensed due to various magic disasters. At level 7, at least one king-level monster will be born. At the 8th level, at least several king-level or holy-level monsters will be born. The 9th level will give birth to at least several holy-level beasts, or a god-level monster. At the same time, it will basically be accompanied by the corresponding beast dynasty, which will destroy all surrounding areas indiscriminately. Arsha Empire. The largest mountain range, the Hydariya Mountains. The northern part of the middle section is the Baksha district. Quick! Activate the regional magic array and supply the highest level of magic power. The Beast Dynasty is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. We must use all our strength to stop their first wave of impact. Call for long-range firepower and air support. The approximate attack range of the Beast Dynasty has been locked. Please prepare for a strike. Weapons. Bring up all the ammunition for artillery weapons, move quickly. There is chaos in the city of Aar. People are being directed towards the old city with old city walls. The garrison and police forces in the city have assembled in the south direction. The huge regional level magic array is being superimposed layer by layer, completely covering the entire city, and focusing on strengthening the magic defense in the south, in preparation for the upcoming attack of the beasts from the Hydariya Mountains in the south. The level of the Beast Dynasty that broke out this time was far beyond what they had ever encountered before, and even they themselves did not think they could stop it. Along with the urban buildings made of alchemical sand and steel bars in the new city, various long-range artillery maneuvers, the rapid assembly of tanks and chariots stationed outside the city, and the night mechas and external mechanical armor that should be used to patrol and maintain law and order in the city. The arrival of the skeleton troops seems to have formed an effective defense network. But observers who can see the MODA, radar, display can feel fear and oppression. Magic reaction. Too much, too dense, too powerful. Polestar Academy supports, report the situation. Upon arrival, the head of the magic department immediately showed his identity and asked about the situation. Report to the master magician. The magic disaster has been formed, and the scale of the Beast Dynasty is still expanding. The core of the outbreak has not been locked yet, but the nearby blood god has already gone to find the cause of the outbreak of the Beast Dynasty. What about the type? The weather conditions should be good now. The head of the magic department asked again. The mountain is moving, and the possibility of the ancient gods resurrecting cannot be ruled out. The magician teachers who came over were also slightly shocked, including Bai Long. Dislocation of mountains can be classified as earthquakes. But the difference is that it will not have a large scope of influence. Generally, it is in mountains or mountainous areas. Huge mountains with rich surface soil elements will cause the impact of various earth element forces and the mixture of various other factors. Natural mountain changes. Situations such as mountain collapse, increase, and splitting may occur. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it will not cause too high a level of magic disaster, and the scope of impact and destructive power will not be too large. But this kind of mountain dislocation magic disaster can actually reach the 9th level? The possibility of the ancient god's resurrection is very high, and it can be determined that it is at least an intermediate level. Prince Lagu suddenly appeared. Next to him, a blood shadow also appeared, which was a kind of reserved blood magic. Apparently he was able to arrive quickly because of the secret help of another blood god. Then his judgment should not be wrong. Chapter 22. At the same time, in the Hydariya Mountains, there are 2 other directions. Kalien's 1st, 2nd, and 5th god-killing squads, as well as their outside members, are hiding in the snow and wind in the mountains. Sure enough, it broke out. The predictions of the witch seniors were accurate enough. Then prepare for action. The target old god is the god of Warcraft. Since they are not of dragon blood, the vampires have little interest in their flesh and blood. They will most likely use expulsion rather than death battle, so we need to avoid expulsion to our side as much as possible. Aren't you considering hunting directly? Are you going? According to the information, a monster of intermediate god level, similar to a pangolin, breaks through and grows. It does not carry army level heavy firepower. It can't even be killed by us even if it stands. Forget it then, I still like the old gods who fight in human form. In the wireless communication, the members of the three teams were communicating quickly. They got the news that the old god would be resurrected here earlier than the Arsha Empire, and made corresponding preparations earlier. However, their purpose this time is no longer hunting. At least at this stage, they have no plans to hunt down the old gods indiscriminately. There is no need to actively provoke the old gods who do not pose a clear threat. Like this one now. The mid-level Warcraft god in the Age of Divine Rule fell from the ancient clan's troubled times. Old god, the roar of the mountains. On the vampire side. Vampire, mid-level god. Magical disaster center area. Rumble rumble. A large number of rolling rocks slid down the mountains, and as the mountains cracked and collapsed, avalanches also occurred on the mountain peaks that were originally covered by wind and snow. In the central area, the mountain was shaken by magical disasters, and it was like the end of the world at this moment. A large number of magical beasts are multiplying and escaping in the mountains. The natural magical beasts continue to breed in the chaotic magic power, and begin to rush and attack the surrounding areas indiscriminately. Even some native magical beasts are not immune, and the chaos in the entire area is still increasing. I haven't been able to feel the blood intention of the mid-level god of Warcraft before. The blood god was a little solemn. There are too many magical beasts in the mountains, and the mixed blood will indeed disturb the perception. What's more, this magical beast is dominated by earth attribute power. In a place like the mountains where the earth element power is strong, it can also be better secretly revived. Now it should be the final stage. Another blood god followed and said, "Tisk. When the world of Warcraft gods revive, it would be better if they are of dragon bloodline, as they can stabilize and condense their own power. Once these conventional monsters and gods revive, they will simply not be able to control the various natural elemental magic powers that have gathered due to the revival, thereby disrupting the magic power chaos in the entire area and causing large-scale magic disasters. Conventional forces can no longer contain it. Can you invite a high-level god to come over? They are too busy recovering their strength and have no time. Besides, this can be dealt with, and it is impossible to interrupt the retreat to recover their strength. The blood gods also have a headache about this. Warcraft gods are often too large in body, so the reserves of magic and fighting energy they possess are often far greater than those of gods of the same level, and the elemental power they need to condense when resurrecting is also greater. If it cannot be controlled perfectly, it will basically cause uncontrollable magical disasters. Once formed, even the presence of gods of the same level cannot contain it. Your Majesty Arsha, it will take at least a few hours for your army to assemble, right? The mid-level blood god asked using communication magic. He is a blood vampire, and his powerful blood magic ability allows him to contact the Imperial capital Wakakam even in the center of a magic disaster. The surrounding troops can arrive within an hour. Even if the other garrisons arrive immediately, the magic vehicles and airdrop transports are limited in quantity and speed. Before that, I can only ask you to resist them first. This is no problem. The key is how to deal with the resurrected old god. Asked the mid-level blood god. Normally, after the god is resurrected, the territory will be redefined. If the place of resurrection is already the territory of the gods, you must consider fighting or negotiating. The former is easy to understand, it is to fight. The latter is to allocate part of the territory to the resurrected old god, so that he can find a new territory on his own after recovering his strength, or drive him to other places after direct negotiation. Prioritize driving him away and let him stay in a place with many monsters like the Black Darius Mountains. It will be difficult to handle a huge force when the time comes. If you really can't communicate, then be ready for a fight, but please be sure to pay attention to Kalien. Emperor Arsha responded. I know, I have sensed a strange elemental resonance. It should be their wireless communication device. It is very likely that their people are already lurking. Your Majesty, please be prepared to negotiate. The middle-level god said calmly. Understood. Emperor Arsha. Communication magic is interrupted. They had already decided what to do and there was no delay at all. The powerful blood desire spread, and quickly formed a barrier covering a huge area under the power of the intermediate blood god, with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. The entire sky seemed to be covered with blood, giving people an inexplicable feeling of fear. Under the shroud of this power, ordinary people may even feel a little dizzy and vomiting. Faintly, you can smell the faint smell of blood. I am Anton Morello Giovanni, the blood god. The blood barrier has been deployed to assist you. After adapting to the discomfort, you can roughly gain a sense of the blood and know how many monsters are coming from which direction. We will deal with the 8th level monsters and above in the magic disaster. The remaining monsters need to be dealt with by you. If we have spare power, we will also launch long-distance range magic to assist in the attack. Intermediate blood god Anton Moro used powerful wind magic to transmit the sound far away. The emergence of the blood god's power does indeed frighten ordinary people. This is a normal manifestation of powerful power and the power of blood. But after hearing that he was helping them, he quickly calmed down. They are ordinary people who are protected by the blood god. They should be calm and get used to this. At the same time, hidden. Kalien, the first god-killing team. To avoid the possibility of being discovered, switch to a new communication channel. Channel number. Call the headquarters. The blood god has already launched an operation. He has no plans to directly conflict with the resurrected old god. It is tentatively planned to be an expulsion plan. Please be prepared accordingly. The captain of the first god-killing team already understood after hearing the words of blood god Anton Moro. They are only prepared to deal with the natural monsters of the magic disaster itself, and obviously do not intend to conflict with the resurrected old gods. Initially, they had concluded that it was impossible for the Empire to allow mid-level Warcraft gods to coexist with them, so the possibility of expulsion would be extremely high. Not only do they need to take action, Kalien also needs to be prepared for diplomacy. Chapter 23. Hydariu Mountains. Northern Foothills. Stream, near Hydromag Pumping Station. Teacher Beilong, can you teleport in? Asked the leading teacher from Polestar Academy who came to the rescue. At this moment, the water magic pumping station has activated its highest defense system, but as the small stream serves as the source of mechanical power, the continuously pumping magic power of the small demon pumping station has been unable to withstand the swarms of magical beasts that are constantly besieging it. Those natural monsters that breed due to chaotic magic have a natural phototaxis towards high magic buildings like the magic pump station. Just like moths seeking light, the monsters bred by chaotic magic will crave the huge magic power of the magic pump station. Ask the people inside to turn off the space magic restrictions, otherwise the transmission will not be possible. By long. It has been turned off a long time ago. That would be troublesome. If the teleportation magic fails, or there is not enough power to initiate teleportation, it can only be because the elemental magic in that area is too chaotic, making it impossible to build a stable space node through magic, and thus unable to teleport normally. The protection of the magic pump station can still hold up for a while. If you are anxious, I should be able to teleport in personally. Beilong thought for a while and said. It's useless just to go in, if you can't bring people to teleport out. The teacher led the team. At least I can take people flying. Beilong. Then let me ask for instructions. The leader of the team. He also took out his mobile phone for communication. Fortunately, the wireless communication technology of mobile phones is not based on traditional communication magic, but on basic signal divergence transmission through an elemental resonance theory, so it will not be interfered by such conventional magic disasters and can still communicate normally. On the contrary, if it is replaced by traditional communication magic, it will most likely be difficult to effectively maintain due to the chaotic magic around it. Soon. Okay, Teacher Beilong, please go in and report any problems in time. But if you can hold it, you'd better help the technical workers inside to hold the magic pump station. Teachers from other colleges and strong members of the Adventurers Guild will arrive soon. Rescue. The teacher leading the team said quickly and accurately. Okay, then I'm going. Beilong. Level dash, space magic, space teleportation. Magic power is condensed and weaved, space nodes are constructed, and the spatial location of the target area is confirmed. Beilong felt great resistance, coming from the surrounding areas and the large amount of chaotic magic power currently produced by the magic pump station to maintain defenses, making the construction process extremely difficult. But even so, little by little, he still found gaps for construction. Space teleportation. The next moment, Bei Long appeared inside the magic pump station, where the hydraulic turbine unit was located. Are you a teacher from the academy? Are you here? How many of you are there? How strong are you? When he found someone teleporting in, he immediately rushed over. Don't get excited yet, wait until I explain the situation. Bei Long quickly pushed the man away. That's why I could see this man's appearance clearly. In fact, this person has the strength of a 7th level great magician, and has a slight aging aura. He is roughly estimated to be around 50 years old. Although this strength cannot extend his lifespan, his basic physical fitness should be better than that of ordinary people. In theory, he looks like an uncle at most, but he looks a bit old. And why do you look familiar? The person in front of him. What's the situation, you tell me? The man asked anxiously. Oh, that's it. Because my space system ability is only at level 6, I can only teleport here personally at the moment. Other rescues will have to wait. However, I am also proficient in the 5 elements of magic, which should be of some help. If that doesn't work, I can take you out. There will be other teachers outside to take care of you, so safety will basically not be a problem. But I still hope to keep this place as long as possible. Bei Long quickly explained the situation. Hold. There are already 7 or 8 king-level breeding monsters pulling on the magic protection. The magic power bursting out from this small magic pump station cannot stop the attacks of hundreds of monsters led by them. If they don't know how to cut off the stream, the magic power we have temporarily stored here is probably almost exhausted. The man also said anxiously. Ahem. Actually, if the blood god hadn't taken action, at least 2 8th level ones would have attacked here. Bei Long. As the only eye-catching source of huge magic power at the foot of the entire mountain range, there is really nothing we can do about the magic pump station being treated like this. It's annoying. It's so annoying. Why do I always experience these magic disasters? This time it's in a central area, and I can't just run away. When will the Empire take precautions in this regard? The man complained, and his tone was more helpless than dissatisfied. Others were busy in various positions. Because they didn't have strong mental power, they didn't seem to notice the rescuer who suddenly teleported here. Although the technicians here were a little panicked about the emergency control, corresponding debugging and emergency maintenance of the magic pump station, they were very skilled in the movements in their hands. Bei Long, who had already briefly learned some mechanical skills, could not find any faults at all. If it were not a 9th level magic disaster, but only a 7th level or 8th level disaster, it seemed that they could handle it themselves. Is there anything that needs my help now? The magic power reserve I have is several times that of the same level. It can be regarded as a 7th level strength. Bei Long still asked after seeing this. Not yet. The protection can last for a while. If the rescue doesn't come, be prepared to take them to escape. The man said. Okay, then what should I call you more appropriately? Bei Long asked after confirming that there was no danger for the time being. Casper Josh, just call me Station Manager Josh, is the designer of this original magic pump station. The man said simply. The original meaning was. Bei Long was stunned for a moment. All the magic pumping stations in the world have been optimized and evolved based on this magic pumping station. This magic pumping station itself has also been optimized many times over the past few decades. The original design was the original design of Lien Lien. His Highness Del provided a rough plan and ideas, which were designed and built in detail by some of our mechanics at the time. Station Master Josh briefly introduced the original magic pump station. Bei Long understood the significance of this magic pump station. So I don't understand why the Empire has only sent you here until now. Station Commander Josh looked at the water turbine unit of the magic pump station and listened to the mechanical sound of its continuous operation. He was very confused. It's probably because this place is related to His Highness Lien Del. Bei Long said subconsciously. If this place no longer existed, perhaps it would be a better outcome for the Empire. Magic disaster, a good reason to destroy. Few people dare to say that directly, especially teachers from Polestar Academy. Station Master Josh glanced at him. Only then did Bei Long realize that his subconscious words were somewhat inconsistent with his identity. Polestar Academy. As one of the 3 major colleges in the Empire that has been established by Emperor Arsha since the Principality period and has grown together, it respects the Empire in all aspects. As far as the Empire is concerned, His Highness Liandel is a defector. Then you came back here because you were not reused because of your relationship with His Highness Liendel. Bei Long continued to ask instead. Anyway, I have already said it, so there is no need to find an excuse to go back. Relevant? I was his senior at Polestar College and one of the first batch of technicians who followed him. If it weren't for some special reasons and the fact that my family and friends all live in the Empire, I would have left here more than 10 years ago. Speaking of which, he and I also experienced the magic disaster incident in the Sage Forest, a common practice location of Polestar Academy. Station Master Josh recalled. Bei Long also recalled that what Webmaster Josh just said, always experiencing magical disasters, seemed to be true. Sorry, seeing you alone here makes me want to complain. Only then did Station Master Josh realize that he seemed to have said too much. I understand. Bei Long nodded lightly. As a talented person who has made great contributions to the Empire and has top-notch technical skills, he is now being treated like this. Why did you only send an academy teacher who was obviously weaker than yourself to rescue? If someone had a bad temper, he would probably have started to make excuses and curse. Did. At this time, a series of sounds broke the temporary calm. Hello. Station Master Josh answered the phone. Although portable wireless communication mobile phones are very expensive, and there are not many related relay stations in such remote places, he still has what he should have. Have you brought someone here? Okay. What's going on here? The Blood God has dealt with the 8th level and above, only a dozen or so 7th level monsters, and they are surrounded by over other monsters. Okay. I know, I'll be ready. While Station Master Josh was communicating, his irritable expression gradually turned to joy. Hang up the phone. He turned to use magic and said to the technicians at the magic pump station, additional assistance will arrive soon. They are strong men coming from the Imperial capital. It only takes about 10 more minutes. Bei Long also understood after hearing this. Other assistants did come, and it seemed that they were acquaintances of Station Master Josh. From Imperial College? Bei Long asked. Yes, there are also military personnel, but because we don't have very powerful space magicians, we can only empty the supersonic bomber's magazine and fly over there, and then we can teleport after we get close. Station Master Josh. The Empire also has supersonic bombers. Bei Long was slightly confused. Kalien sent a few of them as gifts in the past. Just know how to repair them yourself. Station Master Chiao Xi. That's it. Bei Long. 10 minutes later. Along with the fluctuations of space magic, a beautiful blonde woman with the power of a holy magician, wearing a civilian uniform, led a team of strong men from the Imperial capital and teleported to the small water magic pumping station. As soon as they arrived, the strong men who came with them immediately took the initiative and began to deal with the monsters outside that were besieging the magic pump station. They are basically saint-level king-level strength, so it is not difficult to deal with them. Only the beautiful blonde woman who led the group was still here. You are here. If it is later, we will have to abandon the guard and escape. Station Commander Josh immediately stepped forward with a smile and said. Where is Polestar Academy? Did you just send him here alone? The blonde beauty looked at Bei Long with some confusion. The scope of the beast tide is too large, and there is a temporary shortage of manpower. My space magic can only come in by myself. Bei Long explained. I understand, Dros Sandy Animisi. The blonde beauty nodded and politely extended her hand. Hello, my name is Bei Long. Bei Long responded with a handshake. After polite greetings, the blonde beauty chatted with Station Master Josh about the current situation of the magic pump station and whether it could be completely saved. Bei Long was also listening, but he didn't pay much attention to the content. Because her name is so familiar. Chapter 24. For Bei Long. The aftermath of the entire magical disaster basically had nothing to do with him, the great magician. I just had a general feeling that the resurrected old god seemed to be slightly unhappy with the blood god. It burst out with extremely strong power, even if it was felt from a distance, it would make ordinary people like him feel suffocated. But after meeting the station master Josh, the blonde beauty, and feeling the power of the mid-level god from a distance, there was a faint throbbing in Bei Long's heart, or in his own strength. 7th level, Great Magician. A successful breakthrough. Level dash, Solar Warrior. A successful breakthrough. There is no retreat, but when I wake up in the morning after returning to the academy after the disaster, I feel the improvement of my power. And feel it faintly. Even with all 7th level magic, including space magic, he can still guarantee proficiency in most of the magic. There is also a faint restless reserve of magic power and fighting spirit in the body, which seems to be like a silent ocean under the calm lake. It seems that a huge amount of magic power and fighting spirit may surge out from it at any time. It is a power that scares even the current self. His body also seemed to be longing for the infusion of power. Want to recover. Bei Long subconsciously said this word in his room. I want to regain the powerful power of the past and restore everything I once had. But what was he like before? Sigh. As expected, I still don't understand the situation at all. I still have to find the key. Bei Long thought about it and found nothing except giving himself a headache. Forget it, prepare for the student's final test, and go shopping in the Avisu area during the summer vacation. Bei Long recovered quickly. It's a good thing to have a breakthrough. Anyway, my current strength is very average. Even if I really find any useful clues, it probably won't be of any use, so there's no need to be too anxious. Just do what you need to do now. Where are the written test papers? Bei Long soon faced a new problem. It is July 3289 RD, in the walled calendar. The final exams of Polestar College have begun. There will be different types of exams for various types of students, and the overall time will be arranged for 7 days. After that, it will be a long summer vacation of nearly 4 months. The 9th level magic disaster in the Black Darius Mountains did not have any impact on the students of Polestar Academy. It was just that several teachers were unfortunately killed during the rescue process. This kind of thing is nothing special. After normal condolences and commemorations, it's business as usual at the academy. The entire magic disaster event caused a lot of casualties. But this kind of thing is also commonplace. Magic, fighting spirit, monsters, gods. For the vast majority of people living in this world with all kinds of fantastic powers, there is too much helplessness. It is difficult for ordinary people to save themselves. But Bei Long heard about it later. The resurrected old god Mountain Roar chose to leave the Ersha Empire after negotiations. However, it was also blocked by Kalien's god-killing team that had been prepared for a long time. He could only conduct subsequent negotiations with Kalien and sign an agreement. Some kind of agreement temporarily resides in Kalien's territory. Although I don't know what was signed, I heard from the gossip that it was a very unfriendly agreement for this old god with the strength of a middle-level god. This made Bei Long even more curious. Even if Kalien has gods from the Witch Clan, Ghost Clan, and Goblin Clan coexisting, it shouldn't be easy to let the middle-level old gods of the Warcraft type settle down, right? I don't understand it well enough, and I can't understand it. The final test is over and Polestar College is welcoming the summer vacation. Teacher Bei Long, are you ready to go on an adventure? Can you take me with you? Imaiha asked expectantly. It's a good idea. First make up for the cultural lessons you lack. I have arranged cram schools for you throughout the summer. At least you have to learn the basic knowledge. Otherwise, if you become stronger in the future, you will only be a strong person. Illiterate. Bei Long refused directly. Okay. Imaiha was a little frustrated. But he has no objection to learning. And this, a new mobile phone for you, a high-quality product made by Kalien. Bei Long gave Imaiha the latest mobile phone from the magic ring. Kalien's. Imaiha was immediately delighted. You should be able to master the basic key operations by yourself, but when you study mathematics, you are not allowed to use the calculator function inside. Bei Long warned. And a calculator? Isn't that a function that the legendary Kalian magic computer can do? I heard that the original computer was as big as several rooms, can it be reduced to such a small size? Imaiha asked in surprise. I don't know about that. According to Kalien's public information, the first prototype was built more than 20 years ago, right? There are races like the Witch Clan that represent the strongest knowledge, and they cooperate with Kalien's basic magic. Technology doesn't seem to be difficult. Bei Long guessed casually. But computing that has been reduced to this level, no, mobile phones. Can it be sold to the outside world? Aren't you afraid of technology leaks? Imaiha wondered. You can tell by using your mental perception. You can't figure out what materials the tiny alchemical components in the phone are made of. I guess even if you gave this thing to a super god, he wouldn't be able to figure it out without this knowledge. Bei Long said. After buying the mobile phone, he curiously used his spiritual power to penetrate it and sense it. As a result, in addition to the basic magic transmission lines, other complicated things such as magic inscriptions, magic circuits, alchemy materials, layout principles, etc. are completely incomprehensible. It's really complicated, I can't understand it at all. Imaiha also tried to penetrate the perception with his mental power. I have no idea what those tiny alchemical components do, and I can't sense any materials at all. Bei Long also packed up his things, which were basically medicines, magic props, and the like. Anyway, if it can be sold, it must be because Kalian has the confidence to keep it secret, or believes that the current empire has the ability to develop a basic magic computer, and imitating this auxiliary device embedded in a mobile phone has no additional research value for the empire. Something like that. Bei Long also made a casual guess. Since it can be sold, it probably has all the considerations carefully considered. Then, is this expensive? Imaiha then considered this issue. It's about the same price as your 3-month cram school. Bei Long. Fuck. Imaiha was shocked. He still roughly knew how many cram schools Bei Long had hired for him. In order to make up for the 6 years of elementary school knowledge he lacked, various cram schools were fully arranged. Not just quality, but more. How could this small metal box, no bigger than his palm at most, be sold at such an expensive price? Is this the price of magic technology? Study well and contact me if you have any questions. I'm leaving. Bei Long waved his hand and said. Oh, be careful along the way. Imaiha nodded blankly. Still in shock, he didn't fully react. Kalian. How far has magic technology progressed? It is July 3289th, in the walled calendar. Komi, United Kingdom. The capital, Beimu City. Capital College, the largest comprehensive college, Beimu College. Magic. Stupid sister-in-law, what kind of smart magic device did you install in my room? I can't even enter it even if I enter the password. A slightly dissatisfied voice sounded outside the door of an office full of teachers. Beimu Academy is not on vacation yet. The teachers here don't need to turn around to look, they all know who is shouting, and Bei Long must know him if he is here. Demon Goddess. The little witch who calls herself Sylvia Haymarita. Ah! I just added some protection for you, but didn't do anything about the identification. A cute girl wearing a Shiraki Academy teacher's uniform poked her head out in confusion. She has an oval face, a fair and slightly pink complexion, and delicate and small facial features, except for her big blinking eyes, and the agility revealed in her expression is unique to everyone. Her pink double ponytail hair is almost as tall as her height, with spiral curls at the ends. No matter how you look at it, she should be a pink girl, but she is a teacher at Beimu Academy. Then the program conflicts again. Every time you tinker with these things, can you please stop using my room for experiments? The little witch Sylvia put her hands on her hips speechlessly. It shouldn't be. I've tried it in and out several times myself. The girl teacher was confused. Anyway, it must be stupid sister-in-law who didn't handle it right. There is a program setting problem. Could you please ask a professional programmer to design it? The little witch Sylvia said helplessly. Hey, pay attention next time. The girl teacher stuck out her tongue and said shamelessly. Forget it. The little witch Sylvia didn't want to dwell on this. Piao flew over and came to the girl teacher. And her name can also be seen on this young teacher's work badge. Whitewood Academy Magic and Mechanical Professor. Sully Haymarita. Witch Clan, Intermediate God. Look at this person, do you know him? The little witch Sylvia used her magic power to construct a portrait. That was the appearance of the white dragon that she had used magic to spy on, without any magic disguise. I don't know. The witch teacher Xi Lily looked at it carefully, and then wondered, with white hair and golden eyes, are there any humans with such a combination? It's really strange. When I was about to use mind-reading magic at the same time, he actually still cleared his mind. And the disguise magic he cast on himself, although he didn't feel the blood, felt somewhat similar to the composition of blood magic. So I cast the magic of bloodline observation at the same time, and I am still an ordinary human being. The little witch Sylvia had already tried to spy on a lot of things from the very beginning, but had gained nothing. What kind of strength does this person have? The teacher next to him asked curiously. It was still level 6 at that time, and its magic power and fighting spirit reserves were much higher than ordinary people. It should be a type with good talent. The little witch Sylvia. Will you guard against mind reading? Witch teacher Xi Lily seemed to be recalling something. What are you thinking of? Do you still miss my brother? The little witch Sylvia asked with a smile. Ah. I don't, I'm just curious. I think no one can be prepared for mind reading when they face it for the first time. Witch teacher Silili said with a slight blush. Even that person. When we first came into contact with her, I couldn't guard against her mind reading ability. Anyway, I left a magic mark, the one you gave me. If you have any questions, just go and observe him secretly, Sylvia said. Ah? When did you use it? Xi Lily asked. It happened at the end of autumn last year, and I wandered around for a long time after that. Sylvia. That magic mark, in order to ensure that it is not discovered, the trace marking method can only be maintained normally for half a year, and then it will gradually become ineffective. Xi Lily. Sylvia. Xi Lily. You two witches, big and small, look at me and I look at you, feeling a little embarrassed. Finally. Gathered into a familiar title. Stupid Sister-in-Law. Chapter 25. July 3289th, in the walled calendar. Take the magic train from Poggio district to the neighboring district, Zine district. The carriage slowly passed through the area that had been repaired. The magical beasts that rushed towards the railway still caused some damage to the railway. Although like ordinary flesh and blood breeding monsters, they will not touch those hard rails like natural stones, but the inability to withstand too many actions will always cause some impact. Bei Long took over the hunting mission of scattered monsters, and now he is preparing to take action across regions. The task content is also very simple. The natural monsters that breed in magic disasters are bodies that condense magic crystals first and then use the magic power to temporarily condense them. Therefore, as long as the main body is killed and the magic crystal is taken out, the monsters will dissipate immediately, and this unstable magic crystal is also easy to identify. Handing over the magic crystal obtained from hunting is considered as completing the mission. For this kind of thing, even in the era of traditional feudal kingdoms, the royal family or local nobles would cooperate and issue similar aftermath tasks. Because this kind of magical beast is different from ordinary natural magical beasts, it has no intelligence, only the survival instinct of the corresponding appearance. Either it absorbs magic power through continuous hunting and becomes stable, and then grows and becomes a normal natural monster, or it destroys itself due to chaos in magic power in the process. A more powerful monster like this will often cause many destructive effects in the process of self-destruction. It is always better to deal with it as early as possible. Oh, what should I do? In the carriage, Bei Long heard a sighing sound, just to his left. Affected by the magic disaster, very few people are still traveling. Unless it is necessary, priority will be given to staying in the city. What's wrong? Bei Long asked curiously. What's wrong? It's not because of the magic disaster. I was originally on a business trip to Poggio district to discuss business. As a result, the other party's factory was seriously damaged in the disaster and they are no longer able to cooperate with us. But now I have no way to find a replacement. Chamber of Commerce. Jin Zhuang's loan has expired, and employees' wages have not been paid yet. Now I can only go back empty-handed. The man grabbed his hair and hunched over in pain. Bei Long briefly chatted with him again. I found that in the current empire, the honorary noble chamber of commerce monopolized most industries, and these small chambers of commerce could only get some scraps from it. Generally, the entire industry chain was directly tied to it, and it was difficult to find new substitutes. Some of them may belong to the honorary noble chamber of commerce. They can directly control the entire market in key places, and the price control is almost entirely based on their interests. Once a disaster strikes, it is basically equivalent to bankruptcy, and there is no ability to resist risks. Simultaneously, commercial insurance will not pay for magical disasters because it is a force majeure. Arsha Empire, Zine District. After Bei Long got out of the car, he headed towards the place where the witnesses reported, which was a village primary school that had been on holiday. Is it here? Bei Long came outside a closed elementary school. 5th level, wind detection magic, breeze vision. Magic power is strengthened to the 6th level. As the magic spreads, the spiritual power is also covered. You can roughly feel the activity of people in the surrounding villages and towns and single houses, as well as some captive livestock and the like. For the time being, there is no scent of warcraft in the gathering area. But as the scope continues to expand, finally. Found it! Bei Long opened his eyes, and the light green wind magic in his eyes flashed away. Wind magic, flying. In order to save magic power consumption, the teleportation of space magic is not used, but the relatively low consumption of conventional flying magic is chosen. He quickly rushed to a small dense forest. The aura has been locked. It is a 5th level natural monster. There is still some unstable aura. It can be judged that it was born in the magic disaster. However, the current situation is much more stable than at the beginning, otherwise it would not stay quietly. It's here. The tiger-shaped one, even if it is stabilized, is much more violent than the flesh and blood breeding monster. It is better to deal with it early. After Bei Long was sure, he immediately concentrated his magic. But just when he was mobilizing his magic power, he stopped. Somehow, he took out the prepared melee weapon, a long sword. And feeling that his other hand seemed empty, he took out a spare dagger. Try the warrior's abilities? Speak up. Since I woke up that day, I haven't experienced any decent battles. Basically, ordinary magic can solve it. In life, magic is more convenient than fighting spirit, and it is not used much. Suddenly, as the 6th level of magic breaks through to the 7th level, the fighting spirit also breaks through from the 5th level to the 6th level. I have never experienced actual combat at all, and it always feels a bit unreal. Then, try combat skill. Silver Moon Continuous Slash. Just like magic, as long as you want to launch some kind of attack in your heart, your body will act immediately as if it has instinct. Your whole body will immediately turn into a stream of light and attack towards the tiger-shaped natural monster. The attack position was also accurately locked to the waist, even though the monster had already reacted and tried to hide. Several consecutive slashes hit the monster. The first 3 slashes accurately hit the waist, and a large amount of magic power condensed in the body collapsed, just like a flesh and blood monster that was fatally wounded and difficult to recover from. Whoa! The monster roared and instinctively began to fight back. Use your sword to block and turn around to dodge. Bei Long's body is also as flexible as if it has corresponding fighting instincts. Even in his mental perception, this tiger-shaped natural monster that should be agile is as slow as a snail. Any attack can be easily blocked or blocked. Avoid. As the frequency of World of Warcraft attacks increases, White Dragon is still able to block and dodge accordingly. The high-intensity attack lasted for more than a minute, and he could effectively launch at least 3 to 5 fangs, claws, and inherent magic attacks every second, but Bei Long easily dodged them. Even later, Bei Long could easily find time to give it 2 swords. My body. It's so easy, this kind of relaxed pleasure of fighting, as if you have absolutely crushing fighting ability. Was I strong before? I feel like I can't reach my limit at all. This 5th level monster can't feel where my limit is at all. Need stronger monsters. Cut off the head of the tiger-shaped monster and take out the irregular magic crystal from the disintegrated body. The monster's body collapsed and the hunt was successful. Bei Long immediately activated detection magic and continued to look for the next target, a stronger monster target. Level 6? No, it must be at least a 7th level, or even an 8th level monster that is stronger than his current apparent strength. Perhaps high-intensity fighting is also a way to restore one's own memory and the powerful unknown strength that may exist. Then fight all the way to the Black Darius Mountains. Haha! Running wildly all the way, searching for and killing monsters. But even though he was consuming his fighting spirit all the way and using his attacking combat skills, the fighting spirit in his body seemed to be inexhaustible. As long as he could continue to fight, there seemed to be endless fighting spirit. All the monsters found along the way were killed, and all those at level 5 or below couldn't even withstand the powerful attack he casually unleashed. He obviously only has the fighting spirit of the 6th level, but he can maintain the strongest level of the 6th level with every strike. These monsters are not enough. Roar! The breath of a 6th level monster. Let me try, where is the upper limit of power? Bei Long excitedly killed him without any hesitation. Level 6, a snake-like monster with basic poison magic. The moment Bei Long saw it, basic information about such monsters even appeared in his mind. He obviously didn't remember learning this knowledge, but it was very clear at this time. Bloody combat skill. Bloody combo. The two swords were crossed, and the body suddenly exerted force, turning into a streak of blood and killing the sixth-order snake-shaped monster. The monster has discovered the white dragon and has already made a counterattack gesture. But... shhhhh. Several consecutive blood-colored combat skills passed directly through the monster's huge body, and then a blood-colored light blade quickly erupted in the body. The entire body constructed with magic power dispersed in an instant, leaving only the irregular magic crystal. Kill the 6th level monster with one blow. The monsters condensed in the magic disaster are inferior to other conventional monsters of the same level even after stabilization. But being able to kill so easily with one blow is definitely not something that a person like Bai Long, who just happened to be promoted to the 6th level of Solar Warrior, can do. But he still felt it. It's not enough. Bai Long was convinced that a stronger opponent was needed. Looking to the south, the tall mountains could be seen faintly through the fog that filled the air. Inside, there must be more fish that have slipped through the net that have not been targeted by the blood god, as well as more natural monsters that breed in magic disasters. 7th level king level, 8th level saint level. There must be many more. Kill it. Without any hesitation, and making sure that his magic power was still sufficient and that all other materials in the magic ring were complete, he, who was currently only using the power of fighting spirit, headed towards the Hydaria mountains on the premise that he could escape unscathed. As long as he senses the scent of monsters along the way, he will immediately rush over to hunt them. As long as the fighting spirit in the body is still emerging, and as long as the body does not feel tired, then keep fighting. Feeling the upper limit of combat may be an opportunity. Shout. Lee. Ouch. The screams of various strange monsters sounded as he was killing along the way. Tirelessly killing, one can gradually clearly feel that this kind of weak battle that does not exceed the 7th level has no possibility of touching his upper limit. It is not even a warm-up, and a stronger and more fierce opponent is needed. Just fine. 7th Order Warcraft. Bear shape appears in perception. And it's both ends. Continue. Bai Long smiled, with excitement, and killed in the direction of perception. Chapter 26. Hydaria Mountains, Middle Section. Boom boom boom, bang. Roar. The sounds caused by the battle and the roars of monsters echoed in the silent mountains, and a large number of birds and beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. One has the lower half of a snake, but has 2 pairs of long arms and sharp claws on the upper body, and the torso is as strong as a giant ape. The ferocious-looking monster with its upper body more than 20 meters tall was fighting with the white dragon, which was full of fighting spirit. It is also an 8th level holy monster that was born in the previous magic disaster, and it slipped through the net when hunted by the blood god. I have already found a relatively quiet area in the mountains, stabilizing the magic power and seeking to evolve into a normal natural monster. But Bai Long came to kill him. In the vaguely formed consciousness of this natural monster, he was extremely angry about this. Not only because it disturbed his own stability and evolution process, but also because the fighting spirit power emitted by the white dragon was only at the 6th level, but he actually dared to invade its territory and attack it. Thunder magic explodes. The 4 claws kept swinging at the white dragon, and the accompanying thunder magic power combined with a large-scale attack made it more difficult to escape its attack. It is obviously the lower body of a snake, but it is as flexible as a spring. Whether it is tossing, jumping, or bursting out in an instant, it is much more flexible than ordinary monsters of the same level. It is a powerful existence with high mobility and high attack. It is precisely because of this that it was able to escape the blood god's lock and pursuit before. But now... hiss! The snake-like 4-clawed monster was angry. It had rapid speed and ranged attacks, but it didn't hit the human in front of it even once. Even though he only used 6th level fighting spirit and 6th level combat skills, he was always able to dodge his attacks. A feeling of being played grew in its vague consciousness, making it even more angry. The thunder magic bursts out and continues to increase. Yes, to be stronger, use stronger power. Ha ha ha. Bai Long laughed. If Yumiha were here, he would definitely be shocked by the white dragon in front of him, which is completely different from the image he had in his mind of being easygoing and a bit bad. Crazy and bellicose. It was as if he had changed into a different person, even his expression looked a little ferocious. Bloody combat skill. Bloody riot. Bai Long subconsciously activated combat techniques to strengthen his body functions, and his entire body was bathed in a layer of blood. The movements are a whole new level of agility. Attacking combat skills broke out, and the white dragon actually took the initiative to kill the snake-shaped four-clawed monster at this time. Facing the monster that had already exploded with stronger magic power, he showed no fear at all and rushed towards it at a faster speed. With his agility, he dodged an attack that was 2 levels stronger than his own fighting spirit, and began to use the 2 swords in his hands, one long and one short, to launch active attacks. The fighting instinct of the snake-shaped four-clawed monster is also extremely strong. When faced with the attacks coming on its own, its 2 pairs of long arms combined with its sharp claws can easily block most of them. The clanging sound of metal collided continuously and harshly. From the frequency of the attack, you can clearly feel how quickly the attacks from both sides broke out. The sound of metal colliding at least 10 times per second is the sound of mutual attacks and defenses on the residents. The snake-shaped four-clawed monster finally couldn't help it, and roared angrily, unleashing a range of magic power. The powerful magic power directly shook the white dragon away. He blocked the sudden explosion with the strongest 6th level defensive combat skills he could muster in an instant. Apart from the shock that made his body feel a little uncomfortable, he did not cause any injuries at all. This result also made Warcraft very dissatisfied. Immediately launch an offensive and kill Beilong. At the same time, it released some low-level long-range attack magic that it could easily release, in an attempt to interfere with the white dragon's evasive actions. Useful, but not much. The explosive power and speed are enough, but your magic is far behind. Not only did Beilong avoid it successfully, but he also took the initiative to attack it. The body spiraled and exerted force, trying to form a continuous slash with the 2 swords. And this time, chong! The interval between the 2 harsh metal screams was so short that they almost merged into one. Beilong's sword is broken. From which elementary school to fighting all the way to the Black Darius Mountains, and now fighting this 8th level holy monster, the forged weapon that should have been prepared for the 6th level finally could no longer withstand this level of battle, and it broke apart at the same time. Part of the sword blade also turned into fragments. The monster immediately found the opportunity and used its 2 spare claws to attack the white dragon beside it. One blow was to the head and one was to the body. The staggered attacks directly blocked most of the dodge space. Chong! The harsher sound of intertwining metal briefly stunned the snake-shaped four-clawed monster with only simple consciousness. Because, it was another pair of sharp claws that parried its claw attack. The claws of the white dragon. Half-animal transformation, wolf claws. Bloody combat skill, broken dragon mark. The backhand immediately launched a powerful blood combat skill, and 3 terrifying blood-stained slashes erupted, directly cutting off a long arm of the snake-shaped four-clawed monster, and at the same time, it also left 3 deep blood marks on the strong torso. The deepest one of them has cut off the condensed bones. With a roar, magic power burst out. Feeling the threat, the demonic beast forcibly burst out its magic power to push the white dragon away, and retreated as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, the distance was 200 meters. Roar! The monster roared, and the solemn expression could be felt on its ferocious head. The sharp claws of its other long arm also covered the seriously injured torso and abdomen, trying to use magic power to simply heal itself. However, the wound was too deep, and it was not able to heal itself to the extent that a natural monster like it, which was born less than a month after the magic disaster and was completely unstable, could heal itself. The attack just now was at the 7th level of Doqi intensity. At the same time, because the combat skills are too powerful, the attack intensity that breaks out instantly has reached the 8th level. This will cause its strongest torso, which has strong magic protection, to be severely damaged without being able to react. And at this moment, Beilong. He slowly stood up from the prone position where he was knocked to the ground, lowered his head slightly and moved his body. It seems that he is not familiar with the current strength of his body, and is adapting to simple joint movements. Even the simple consciousness of the snake-shaped four-clawed monster can tell the difference. Not only did the white dragon's hands turn into sharp claws, but even the structure of its legs also appeared to be like a beast, and its entire body became stronger. Just like the madness ability of some orc warriors, they have become much stronger. The key is that the power of fighting spirit is 7th level king level. He breaks through in battle. Sure enough, my power is far more than this. And also, my blood. Beilong raised his right hand, looked at his beastly claws, and felt the power he could use. He raised his head completely and looked at the snake-shaped four-clawed monster 200 meters away, with a cruel smile on his lips. Even the newly awakened monster can notice that the white dragon's eyes are no longer the holy pale gold. But bloody eyes. The awakening of the bloodline of the vampire werewolves requires bloodthirsty killing. Sure enough, fighting against natural monsters like you without real flesh and blood is still far behind. The corresponding knowledge immediately emerged in Bei Long's mind. He knew that the awakening of the bloodline of a vampire requires bloodthirsty killing. Conventional killing of monsters and livestock actually has no effect. The best thing is to kill people. The vampire race is a race that can eat blood and devour flesh and blood. Whoosh! Without any hesitation. After feeling the obvious blood fluctuation, the snake-shaped four-clawed monster recalled the fear of being chased by the blood god before, turned around and ran away. But before it could escape 100 meters, a bloody claw slash appeared right in front of it. He hurriedly raised his long arm and claws to block, but another long arm was cut off and the other one was severely injured. The entire huge monster body also flew back under the impact of the powerful attack. Ah! The figure of the white dragon stepped out of the dark space vortex. A wolf is a very vindictive creature. He almost killed me just now. I can't just let you escape. With a cruel smile, Bai Long suddenly seemed to see the image of a ferocious wolf. Vampire werewolf. He was finally convinced that deep within his body was not just pure power, but also powerful blood power. A clan of longevity gods, the blood power of the vampire clan. However, there is still a bloodthirsty killing before the true full awakening. Just use this holy level natural monster first and you'll be done with it. Bloody combat skills explode. A fierce fight continues. It's just that it is no longer a powerful monster, launching a unilateral attack on the weak humans, so that the latter can only find opportunities to counterattack in the gaps where they can only evade with all their strength. It was the originally weak human being who had broken through from the 6th level of Fighting Spirit Warrior to the 7th level of King level. The power of blood and physical strength have made a qualitative leap in strength. The 8th level Holy Monster is certainly powerful. But after all, he had only just recovered from the magic disaster. Not only was his body not yet completely stable, but he had not yet mastered decent magic. Without the ability to resist, he was tortured and killed unilaterally. Even in its prime state, it is no longer a match for this weak human being. 10 minutes later. In the mountains, in the caves of the snowy peaks. Bei Long was entering a meditative state, trying to calm down the restless blood power in his body and the fighting spirit that had just gotten out of control. His thoughts gradually calmed down. After he completely calmed down, he slowly opened his eyes, which had returned to light golden eyes. It seems that I should also be a resurrected god, at least a god related to the vampires and witches. Only, if you are a hybrid descendant of a long-lived species, your bloodline will definitely conflict. Why can't I use the power of both bloodlines normally? Bei Long used the ice element to condense the mirror magic. Looking at himself in the mirror, he still felt a little strange, and asked himself doubtfully. Among mixed blood offspring of longevity species, bloodline conflict is a recognized thing among longevity species. Seriously, starting from the age of 2 when one has young consciousness and can easily come into contact with magical fighting energy, the conflict of blood power may directly lead to death. Chapter 27. After resting, there was no rush to return. During the continuous fighting, Bei Long still maintained enough sanity and rarely used magic. Now that he has fully recovered, there will be no problem in continuing to fight. Similarly, the fighting spirit power has also been completely restored. But rather than talking about recovery, it is better to talk about the inexhaustible power hidden in the body for a 7th level king, replenishing his fighting energy consumption. The only things that need recovery are some injuries and physical fatigue. Call. The white dragon walked out of the cave entrance of the snow-falling mountain peak. Even though it is already summer, there will still be wind and snow in the higher altitude areas of the Hydariu Mountains. Bei Long roughly felt the surrounding situation with his mental power, and then looked into the distance. You should be able to go deeper. There should be no need to worry about the complete awakening of my vampire bloodline. Now my body seems to be able to completely hide the bloodlines of the vampire and witch clan, which is convenient for my continued disguise. Before you fully understand it, you may cause unnecessary trouble if you wake up hastily. Since it is roughly determined that I should be a resurrected hybrid god, as long as I find a way to find information about gods from the era of divine rule and the era of ancient tribes' troubled times, I should be able to find out my identity. As for modern times, the forbidden god curse has only been released for more than a year, so no powerful hybrid god has been born, right? The only people who can be resurrected in a short time after the death of a god are the Phoenix or the guys from the Soul Evocation tribe, the undead tribe. So which race should be more appropriate to search for? The only ones that have survived from the era of theocracy until now are the 5 major races defined by ordinary people now, right? 5 major tribes. There is no need for territory. In order to protect the dragon eggs and young dragons from being coveted, the dragon clan basically hangs alone on the islands in the distant sea. The vampires who were exterminated many times because of their thirst for flesh and blood but still exist and wait for the resurrection of the blood god. The demons failed in the demon war more than 5,000 years ago and have just returned to their homeland of Gallia continent in recent years. There are also the elves who migrated collectively from the troubled times of the ancient tribes to the current elf islands. And finally, the witch tribe has always maintained a high degree of mystery due to the scarcity of the tribe. That is, since the theocratic era 5,000 years ago, experienced the troubled times of ancient tribes 1 years ago. The long-lived race that has existed until now is a race that has truly experienced the changes of time. Far different from the fairies and ghosts, it was in modern times that the super-powerful curse of the Forbidden God curse was loosened, and they gradually recovered. After the Forbidden God curse was broken, the gods began to gradually revive. If you want to find various information about the former gods, it is best to choose from these 5 races. Beilong felt the cold wind and snow, kept thinking calmly, and tried to make a choice. Considering my current situation, vampires and witches are not considered. I must be related to these 2 groups, but I can't be sure which side I belong to, which means there is a 50% chance of making a wrong bet. It's okay to go both ways, but it's half the risk to go neither way. The Dragon Clan has always been quite xenophobic and very vigilant. I really want to find out something from the records of the Dragon Clan. I am afraid that the application process needs to go through layers of rigorous review. Maybe the bloodline of the vampire clan that has gradually recovered may be discovered by the powerful dragon god. As for the demons, as long as the benefits are in place, you should be able to try benefit transactions in exchange for some desired knowledge and information. The problem is that I don't have any benefits that I can offer in exchange, and I don't know enough about the current situation of the demons at all. Then it can only be the elves. You can try interest transactions. The elves have a peaceful personality and are easier to communicate with. Although it is extremely exclusive, it is not completely impossible. And if I remember correctly, Beilong quickly dug out the teaching plan for the second half of the year from the magic ring. It was a rough plan drawn up by Polestar Academy. He wanted to give teachers a brief understanding and prepare for the teaching in the second half of the year. Among them is one related to exchange learning. Generally, professors, experts, and teachers take outstanding students from various departments and select some of them to exchange and study. They are mainly from the human race, located in the Asilio continent, the West Sea Empire region, just southwest of the Holy Continent and on the other side of the distant ocean. Next is the more distant, east of the Holy Continent, the Gallia continent where the demons have now returned, the Goblin Siori Empire and the Dwarf Mokener Empire. There are also a few places reserved for the elves. Even Kalien has reserved places for exchange and study, and the connection between the Ersha Empire and Kalien has not been completely severed. The accompanying teacher's request. The lowest level for a strong person is the king level, and the highest level can only be the holy level. Only the accompanying blood god is allowed to be at the god level. If you are a pure knowledge teacher, as long as you reach the professor rating, you can serve as a team leader, and you can also lead a few related outstanding teachers. Beilong took a rough look. I am sure that I have a chance to get this quota, and then go to the elves for a walk. Maybe I can use a scholarly attitude to visit the forest of knowledge of the elves and find out things about the mixed-race longevity species in history. In that case, he should be able to determine his identity and help fully recover his memory and power. Okay, I finally have a clear direction, and this trip is considered worthwhile. Beilong put away the teaching plan and felt a lot more comfortable. Looking at the mountain scenery in front of him, he felt happy. Collect precious ores and medicinal materials, or hunt a few magical beasts, and earn some extra money before you can go back and submit tasks. Let's go. Beilong leaped forward and jumped towards the bottom of the mountain. Just when Beilong started his happy adventure, the other side, 2 witches, one large and one small, are trying to follow the weak magic fluctuations to the northeast of the majestic Hydarium Mountains. The overall trend of the Hydarium Mountains is arc-shaped. In a state that surrounded the original Avisur region, former Aviso kingdom, only the northernmost part had a cold ice sheet that was relatively flat, but the environment was no worse than the mountains. At this moment, the witches Sylvia and Silili are in the east by the north. The magic induction seems to have disappeared. Sylvia. It should be because there are too many complex elemental magic interferences in the mountains. His image is that of an adventurer with a magic apprentice, right? Is it possible to take advantage of the fact that it is summer and try to take the apprentice into a dangerous mountain area for training? Silili asked. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Sylvia. Then it will be troublesome to find him, and I don't dare to use my mental power to scan at will. It would be terrible if other blood gods discovered it. Xi Lily's cute little face was embarrassed. What are you afraid of? Will they still dare to arrest me? Sylvia said forcefully. You are indeed not afraid of being caught. Xi Lily said. Humph. Sylvia said. Looking at Sylvia's expression, one can tell that the reason why she is not afraid of being caught is obviously not because of her space magic ability, but other reasons. Speaking of which, why didn't you ask his name then? It would be much easier to find him. Xi Lily also asked this question at this time. I don't know which stupid sister-in-law told me when she taught me magic, she promised that as long as the mark is marked, we can find each other even on the farthest sides of the world. Sylvia snorted coldly. Well. Xi Lily's face turned slightly red. Forgetting to tell Sylvia how long the magic lasts is indeed her problem. In particular, it was obviously out of trust in the professor's magic that Sylvia didn't ask anything else, otherwise she would have at least asked for a name. What now? The magic induction is gradually losing its effectiveness, and when only the appearance is known, how can one search for a 6th-level great mage in the entire empire? Why don't you tell Sister Nalin and ask her to discuss it with the bad sister-in-law and see if she can get the spies and newspapers from the Ayrshire Empire to help find her? Sylvia felt like she had given up. There's no need to trouble them. Xi Lily looked a little erratic. Oh, if he is really related to my brother, you will be the first sister-in-law to find clues, right? Sylvia revealed ruthlessly. Oh, he's just a slightly special magician. If it doesn't matter at all, it would be too much to make a fuss about. And actually, I'm not even your sister-in-law. After Xi Lily was exposed, her face turned red with embarrassment. Ha! Sylvia's eyes were filled with contempt. Xi Lily didn't dare to look at Sylvia anymore. Let's try again. Anyway, I've been wandering around for so long and still can't find any clues about my brother. I only found him in the Imperial capital for 2 months, which is weird. What happened back then was so unexpected, even he probably didn't prepare too many backup plans. After the 12 Titan gods broke through the Forbidden Gods' absolute curse, there are still no signs of recovery related to the gods, and there are no traces of him. No. It is most likely the result of the imitation resuscitation method targeted at him at that time. Otherwise, the resuscitation method reserved for you should be of some use. Sylvia also made a decision, at least this was a clue. Yet. Xi Lily nodded slightly, and then asked, how about we try squatting for another 2 months? Maybe he will return to Vaushakam after completing the adventurer mission. Then we have to search the Black Darius Mountains first, while we still have the last week since. Sylvia. Okay. Xi Lily. The 2 witches, one large and one small, concealed their auras as gods and flew deep into the mountains. Speaking of which, where else have you been squatting? Xi Lily asked. There are quite a lot. I used to study at the Banal Academy in the Offa region, and the demons I trained on Frist Island. Anyway, this is the only stupid way to try. Siwei replied. That's it, hee. Xi Lily smiled. What are you laughing at? Sylvia. I just feel that Sister Sylvia, you don't care much about your brother on the surface, but you are still looking for him seriously. Xi Lily said with a smile. What can I do? Who told me that I only have one brother? What's more? Right now, there's nothing else I want to do. Sylvia said casually, but the pause in the sentence and the expression of the tone were slightly inconsistent. Chapter 28. September 3289 ST, in the walled calendar. Nearly 2 months have passed since the summer vacation in the Ayrshire Empire, and the current situation in the entire world is still relatively calm. Since early last year, the Sea Tribe worships gods, and the 12 powerful Titan gods break through the seal jointly imposed by all tribes thousands of years ago. And at the cost of powerful super-level divine power, they broke through the powerful curse that had imprisoned them for 5,000 years and had already begun to loosen, the Forbidden God Curse. It's been a year and a half. During this time, a large number of people were affected by the curse of the Forbidden Gods, and it was difficult to regroup the powerful power to revive. Or they feel that the curse is not removed and recovery is meaningless. The old gods who continue to remain dormant have also awakened in various ways in this era. The first to recover, or have already recovered, are naturally the 5 major clans in today's broad sense. Dragons, witches, elves, vampires, demons. Not only do they have resurrected gods or unblocked and awakened gods, they also have the most powerful existence, super-level gods. In addition, other ethnic groups have also revived their gods, or are preparing to try to revive them with the help of their descendants. These races are dominated by other long-lived species that have disappeared over the past 10,000 years. They are humanoid long-lived species, gods, giants, ghosts, spirit summoners, undead, fairies, witches, mycos, and Austrians. Semi-humanoid long-lived species. The centaur tribe, the tree tribe, the Dayuan tribe, the wing tribe, celestial tribe, and the behemoth tribe. Long-lived animal species. Phoenix tribe, phoenix, unicorn tribe, chimera tribe. For the 5 major clans that continue to exist to this day and are currently the most powerful overall power. The resurgence of other longevity species can be regarded as a threat, unless the already clear ghosts and fairies join the witch camp, and there are also some longevity species whose camps are not yet clear. They either have no plans in this regard, or they want to wait until their respective powerful gods fully recover before making a decision. And during this period, the 5 major tribes basically have their own ideas, such as one of them, the Demon tribe. Demons. Frist Island, where the Demon King's castle is located. They were defeated in the Demon War 5,000 years ago and were expelled to this island. A few years ago, they slowly found the opportunity to return to the Gallia continent from the Imperial War between the goblins and dwarves. And stood firm. But for now, they still focus on the Demon King's city here. The conference hall at this time. Has the design of the new Demon King's city been finalized? It's time for the dwarves and goblin craftsmen to start construction. Remember to use a gentler ruling method this time and don't drive them like slaves, otherwise it will give Kalian an opportunity to sneak in. At least ensure that they can live a normal life. It is recommended to follow the management system of the Arsha Empire. In this case, we'd better design a new currency to replace the metal currency that has low output and can no longer catch up with industrial production capacity. Otherwise, the wages we pay will not be enough for the craftsmen. The key is the Chamber of Commerce, or economic talent. In order to return to Gallia continent, our main goal was to use the only troops and resources at that time to launch a war. We really didn't have the energy to find other talents. Other forces have also been keeping a close eye on us. It's hard to have good opportunities. And even if there is, whether it was then or now, Kalian's speed in discovering talents and the environment for attracting talents are far better than ours, so it is difficult to have suitable opportunities. There are too many unknown risks if there are no economic-related talents, and there are too many unknown risks if currency is issued rashly. The royal family of the demons and the gods of the high-level demons are having headaches regarding the management of ordinary people. This is a question that they never thought about before, or even dared to think about. What are ordinary people? Their powerful strength is enough to destroy a city with just one move. The existence of ordinary people is like a nest of ants. Flooding and fire are just a thought of theirs. But now, after the recovery of this era, they have to seriously consider this issue. How to manage ordinary people effectively and safely. The root cause is still because of Kalian. It is also difficult to deal with anti-counterfeiting. Our research on alchemy is far less advanced than that of the witches. The decline over the past 5,000 years has left us with even less technology accumulation in this area. Once the currency materials we develop are thoroughly researched and the manufacturing cost is even lower, then Kalian's banknote printing factory may be able to print faster than us. They wouldn't do it so obviously in a non-war situation, but the risk is still too high. Including other members of the demon royal family, they are not in favor of the current move to issue currency. New monetary system, paper money. It has only been about 20 years since Kalian issued a highly anti-counterfeiting new currency system with the help of the Witch clan, and it has officially become popular throughout the world. Even Kalian cannot guarantee that he will fully understand many economic issues related to the new monetary system. What's more, in a world with magic and alchemy, it is too difficult to prevent counterfeiting of paper currency. If not, after thousands of years of development, even if industrial production capacity has not improved much and there is no need for an additional monetary system, decent banknotes should have existed long ago. The problem of management can be eased. The people under our rule now are civilians who have experienced the suffering of the Imperial War. As long as the rule is not too excessive, we can maintain it normally. It's more important to pay more attention to the affairs of other gods, such as the gods. In other words, the first generation leader of Kalian was chosen by the gods and had the power to revive them, Kaministic Baladi. The contemporary devil, Basal Denza Olamor. The name he spoke. Kermitnistic Bulti. The appearance of the name also caused the meeting to fall into a brief silence. Not only him personally, but also the Kalian he represents, and the gods he can connect with are all huge threats to the current demons. Then, they are the same as the Dragon Clan and the Vampire Clan. Before the Forbidden God curse is lifted, the gods have not yet begun to officially recover. 70 gods of varying strengths were dispatched, forming a total of 210 gods to attack, before the man was forcibly killed. It was also during that siege that they were defeated by that man's powerful counterattack and the subsequent pursuit of the Witch Clan. Less than % of the gods who were mobilized by the three clans finally escaped successfully. There are no signs of the gods' recovery now, and judging from the current situation of Kalian, our various methods to prevent recovery should have worked. It has been more than a year now and there has been no movement. It should be stable, right? You still can't be careless. More than 10,000 years ago, our tribes used so many methods to kill the gods, but in the end they still found a chance to recover. Now it is confirmed that their gate to heaven still exists, and the key to open it is also there. What do the vampires and dragons say? No abnormalities were found. The holy fire they used for prophecy and the blood sense of the vampires did not react at all. This answer reassured them a little, but only a little. It seems that we can only wait until the demon god king has fully recovered from his resuscitation, and then use his magic eyes to search for it. Demon King Bashar. The demons are very cautious about this, but there is really no other way at the moment. How about, go to the elves and ask? A demon suggested. Are you going? A demon asked immediately. Cough. All races know that the relationship between the demons and elves is extremely poor. In short, there is no sign at all and we can't rest assured. We still have to continue to spread more people throughout the world. Especially in Kalian's hometown, use more magic servant spies to search for relevant information. Since they can't obtain secret technology from the military industry, which has strict technical control, it must at least be useful in other ways. Demon King Bashar gave the latest order. So, are the elves going to send demon servants? You'll make the arrangements. Well, when I didn't say it. In this era of the resurrection of the gods, all races are very concerned about the recovery status of other races. No matter what kind of hatred there is between these long-lived species, they will basically pay attention to the situation of one race, and that is the Protoss. Not just because of their power. More because the destruction of the God Clan was the result of the joint efforts of these powerful races. I'm afraid now, the only one who doesn't have a hostile attitude towards the gods is Kalian. Very ironic. A country that is actively hunting gods, but is least worried about the revival of the strongest race of gods, the gods. There is even some hope for recovery. November 3289 ST, in the walled calendar. The summer vacation at Ersha Imperial Academy is over. Polestar College has entered a new semester, and everything is still the usual pace of life, with nothing surprising. White Dragon. The youngest teacher of Polestar Academy, after experiencing the adventurous experience during the summer vacation, his warrior strength has also broken through to the 7th level king level. He is considered to be one of the few topics worthy of discussion in the academy at the beginning of the school year. After all, in Polestar College, there are some repeaters who have not yet graduated at the age of 18 or 19, and their magic or fighting spirit strength alone has not yet reached the 7th level of the king. And they are only adults, 16 years old, and even before teacher Beilong, they are already powerful 2 kings in the traditional sense. A king-level powerhouse with both magic and martial arts. Are you going to apply for exchange studies with the elves? The head of the magic department looked at the application handed over by teacher Beilong, and was a little surprised. There is no end to learning. I also want to learn more. Bei Long said with a smile. Okay, then I will approve it for you and then review it with the dean. If it passes, you can go. The head of the magic department also smiled. For the youngest teacher in their department, who can even serve as Prince Ragu's personal tutor in terms of teaching, he will naturally not be stingy in his cultivation. Then thank you, Director. Bei Long. The place to go to the elf clan is basically settled. Chapter 29. It is the 3289 St day of the -th month of the year of the walled calendar. Elf Tribe. Elf Islands, Fire Elf Region. In order to cope with the changes in the world brought about by the development of industry and magic technology, the elves who cherish the forest have to open up some areas for the construction of some modern buildings. For example, this is the only small airport in the Fire Elf region. At present, only Kalien is actually capable of mass-producing large passenger planes. However, the Arsha Empire has also built large passenger planes powered by top-level magic cores before. However, due to manufacturing cost and performance issues, large passenger planes that can be popularized in the world are passenger aircraft or commercial transport aircraft are basically derived from Kalien. The airport here was originally prepared for Kalien's passenger planes. It is mainly used for technical cooperation, material transactions, etc., and there are relatively few exchanges in other aspects. Due to various reasons due to their long history, the elves are relatively resistant to foreigners. Kalien may be better, but imperial countries such as the Arsha Empire and the West Sea Empire have powerful royal families and nobles, and the elves will be particularly cautious in communicating with them. Because really, those powerful males, and even some females, always want to capture the young children of the elves and become a tool for them to vent their desires for a long time. It can even be passed down from generation to generation, or used to breed mixed and long-lived offspring. Over the past 10,000 years, too many similar incidents have occurred, and more than once they have angered the usually peaceful elves and launched a country-destroying attack. Lust. It is always the desire of those in power, especially those in feudal and imperial countries. Elf Airport, Blaine Airport. The cabin door opens. Teachers and students from Arsha Empire's Pole Star College, Imperial College, and Peter's Saint College stepped off the plane one after another. Some of the teachers have led groups here before, and their moods are quite stable. But other teachers, especially students, are very curious about the rumored extremely xenophobic, but very beautiful elves. Welcome! A fire elf elder came to greet them with 2 fire elves and a team of 10 obviously half-elves. Hello, I'm here to trouble you again this time. The Deputy Dean of Imperial College stepped forward to shake hands as the leader. He has God level, low-level God, strength. Exchange and learning will promote both of us and won't cause any trouble. The Fire Elf Elder said with a smile. He also has God level, low-level God, strength, and so do the 2 Fire Elves who accompany him, but they are both male. The students were still looking at him curiously, and some of the girls even whispered to their classmates, so handsome. This male elf god, who is about 1.8 meters tall, has a well-proportioned figure and a handsome appearance, is simply the ideal appearance of most girls. Likewise, half of the accompanying half-elves were women. Her beautiful appearance also attracts the attention of young boys. There was only one student who, if not for his attire, would have thought he was also a student, but his eyes were curiously looking at the surrounding environment. He doesn't seem to be interested at all in elves, gods, half-elves, or anything like that. During the subsequent exchange of polite words, the fire elf god also noticed the little teacher looking around. Pole Star Academy, do you have such a young teacher now? One of the accompanying fire elves asked curiously. Oh, Teacher Bei Long is our teacher who passed the internship period at the end of last year. He is proficient in multiple magics, including space magic. But this time he is mainly here to accompany us, and he may even study with the students. The head of the mechanical department led by Pole Star College replied. Space magic? Can you also master the 7th level? The fire elf god asked curiously. He could feel that this white dragon teacher was already at the 7th level of king level strength, and his fighting spirit and magic power were at the same level. How can a human who looks absolutely perfect on the outside have such talent and strength? I understand a little bit, I understand a little bit. Bei Long smiled modestly. It's interesting. Although we also have magic gods who are proficient in space magic, outstanding talents are also scarce in terms of extensively teaching space magic. If you're already at level 7, you can use it very well in battle, right? Why don't you take the time to try it out in actual combat later? The fire elf god asked thoughtfully. When he said this, the director of the mechanical department of Pole Star College was still a little worried, but considering that this was an elf god and not a demon god, there was no need to worry about safety. After I broke through to the 7th level and specialized in proficient magic, I really haven't had a good experience in actual combat. If my senior can give me the opportunity, I won't want to miss it. Bei Long said with a smile. This is an opportunity to further contact the elves. If you want to enter the forest of memory of the elves, the more favorability and connections you use, the higher the success rate. How about trying it now? The vice president of Imperial College asked with a faint smile. He also wanted to see what was so special about the little teacher that Dean Brown of Pole Star College had mentioned. So this year's exchange and study will start with combat exchanges. The Fire Elf Elder also had no objection. I have no problem. Bei Long nodded. The students were suddenly a little excited, especially the students from Pole Star Academy. I just came here, can I watch a battle and exchange between Teacher Bei Long and the Elf God? Too exciting, right? Then you have to wait a moment. I am not proficient in space magic. I have to be careful when using 6th level space teleportation. The proposed Fire Elf God said at this time. It's okay, everything is fine. Bei Long. At this time, the Fire Elf God took out the same mobile phone that Bei Long bought for Imia, but with a red shell, and started to make calls. Also after hanging up the phone, a space magic wave appeared outside the airport. The airport was built on a small island and was protected by a magic circle, so it could not be teleported in directly using space magic. Although I heard the faint voice on the phone, it should be a girl. But surprisingly, it was a girl. Even according to the growth rate and lifespan of the elves with girlish appearance are only 5 to 60 years old at most. Where are the humans who are better at space magic than me? The Fire Elf girl asked carelessly after she flew in. Be more reserved, why can't you learn from your sister? The Fire Elf God said angrily. Humph. The Fire Elf girl said. This is my daughter, Nello Saroang Gruzin. Although he is still underage according to the standards of our elves, he is already a saint-level warrior, and he is also a 7th level proficient in space magic. Is that okay? The Fire Elf God briefly introduced. Okay, hello, my name is Bei Long. Bei Long simply took off his hat and saluted. The simple action of taking off his hat naturally moved his face and body, covering up his weak expression changes. He had no special feelings about the name Niluo, but he seemed to have some impression of her last name. Could it be that I was familiar with someone from the elves before? What a special name, shall we start the fight now? The Fire Elf girl Nero asked. The Fire Elf God patted her little head angrily, not looking like a girl at all. After simple preparation, we started directly in the sea outside the airport island. After confirming that Bei Long has proficient flying ability, this is the most open area, the sea surface. The rules of battle are simple. The god-level experts on both sides, after confirming each other, cast the same special protective magic on them, which was used for their protection and also as a victory condition for the battle. White Dragon and Fire Elf Nilo, in addition to basic flight or acceleration evasion, can use other auxiliary magic. Attack and defense magic can only use space magic, until one of the protective magic is completely broken. The side that breaks first is the loser. However, because the basic strength of the Fire Elf Nero is stronger than that of the White Dragon, the White Dragon is allowed to use a magic item as an aid for flight or acceleration evasion. At the same time, the time is limited. If there is no winner within 10 minutes, the winner will be the one with the higher strength of the remaining protective magic after 10 minutes. On the sea surface, they are suspended about 20 meters above the sea surface and about 150 meters apart. Humph! Are you ready, little human brother? Fire Elf Nilo looked like she had a chance to win. You can start at any time. Bei Long. The signal to begin is. Oh! When a burst of fire magic exploded without warning. 7th level, space magic, space impact. Two identical 7th level space magics attacked each other directly and instantly. Amidst invisible magic fluctuations, they suddenly exploded on the sea surface in the middle of the two. The exploding space magic caused the creation of space to be extremely short-lived. At the same time, the crack also caused a pit with a diameter of about 80 meters to appear in the sea below. Wow! You can actually cast space magic instantly, what an amazing little brother! Fire Elf Niluo exclaimed as she disappeared into the air. The next moment, a large number of transparent attacks that distorted the space appeared around, attacking the white dragon. At the same time, it was also accompanied by an instant space blockade, making it impossible for him to escape immediately. Bei Long did not panic about this. He deployed space magic defense on the spot and directly resisted those low-level twisted space attacks. At the same time, he also broke through the temporary space blockade and also disappeared in mid-air. This ability to skillfully launch an attack and then quickly launch a counterattack surprised both gods. Even the teachers at Zhexing Academy had to be surprised. Little teacher Bei Long was really capable of space magic. But your way of constructing space magic is very strange. It feels instantaneous, and it doesn't look like the draconic or elven magic that your Arsha Empire makes good use of. Fire Elf Niluo paid keen attention. Fortunately, after I became proficient, I modified it according to my personal preferences and feelings of release. It is indeed somewhat different from my standard teaching. Bei Long explained. Can you still fine-tune it according to yourself? Fire Elf Niluo was a little surprised. Even she herself couldn't fine-tune it according to her own spell-casting habits. She could only release it step by step according to the space magic she was taught. Even if it is an instant release, it is a standard method. Is this little human guy so powerful? Chapter 30. The battle continues until the end, whichever one has the higher strength of Fire Elf Nero's remaining protective magic wins. A normal battle looks very ordinary, and even a layman can tell that it is purely a way of exchanging ideas. The competition is pure magic proficiency and the number of flexibly combined uses. As a space magician who has just advanced to the 7th level king level, Bei Long's amount of space magic is naturally inferior to that of the Fire Elf Neve. It is normal for him to continue to compete until he finally loses. Also after the battle, the Fire Elf Elder took the people from the academy and entered the huge island where the Fire Elf was located. Elf Islands. Although it is named after an archipelago, the combined area of the several main islands is close to the smaller continents of Refiga or Asilio. The main island where the Fire Elves are located, the largest one. Living together with the Thunder Elves and Wind Elves, the entire island is divided into 3 areas. In terms of overall environment, it is also the best among all the main islands. Remember to wear the props given to you at all times, otherwise they will be repelled by the regional magic circle covering the entire island, triggering alarms and causing unnecessary trouble. The scope of your activities should be within the academy as much as possible. All kinds of materials here are very sufficient. If the material you want is not available, just apply directly to the teacher in charge. And if you want to buy some souvenirs to take back, we will personally take you to the market for a day later, but only traditional metals are accepted as currency. Currency or K-Yuan of K-Lien. The Fire Elf Elder said while leading the way. Do we need to be so strict as students? A girl asked curiously. Boys are not good at this. As a girl, it is not a good feeling to feel being monitored and restricted. For example, I left the supervision area and caught an elf child and teleported him away with space magic in exchange for a huge reward. After escaping back, I can enjoy the blessings. What do you think I should do? Bei Long explained helpfully. This. The girl didn't know how to answer for a while. Wow, doesn't it mean that you, teacher Bei Long, are now under surveillance? A boy asked. No, anyone. Bei Long smiled. Hey. The boy was puzzled. Because magical ability cannot be seen from the appearance. Even the gods' observation methods can only give a rough idea. Who knows if you are cultivated by an organization specifically to catch children of longevity species? Bei Long explained. Is this still possible? The boy was a little shocked. In order to achieve the goal, he would do anything he could. You seem to know this little teacher very well. The Fire Elf Elder turned his head and said with a smile. Occasionally I like to study some historical things, such as our Blood God clan, Kalien's Demon Goddess clan and so on. Bei Long explained. Very good. The Fire Elf Elder smiled. Bei Long was slightly happy. In this way, students are deliberately explained some things related to history and draw out their interest in history, which also makes it easier for them to request to study in the forest of memory later. This can be regarded as a way to slightly improve the success rate. The process of communication and learning is very common. What the Arsha Empire brought was mainly academic exchanges in mechanics, physics, and alchemy, chemistry. What the elves give back is academic exchanges in potions, biology, and mathematics. As a long-lived species, and the number of elves is relatively large, they often have enough time to study something. In addition to magic-related potions and alchemy, mathematics is naturally also included. The Arsha Empire was the first country to popularize basic education in recent decades and has successively given birth to many basic mathematics talents. In fact, people who can be regarded as top mathematics scholars are still far inferior to the elves, who have a stable environment and long lifespan to specialize in research. Only the entire Industrial Revolution and worldwide wars that suddenly unfolded. A large number of brand new mechanics and alchemy technologies were born in the world-class war, and the elves fell behind briefly in this regard. Among them, Kalien's magical technology in the areas of machinery, alchemy, potions, and mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, has opened a huge gap with the entire world. After the advent of magic computers, there was a cliff-like gap. The elves also desperately need more learning. But that is to say, 16 years ago, the first generation leader of Kilian, Kemi Nistic Baladi, the head of Kilian, was besieged and killed by the gods of the three tribes. The elves were the gods that still existed at that time. The agreement's bystanders did not lend a helping hand to Kalien, and did not even express their stance. So far, it is impossible to continue to build in-depth cooperation with Kilian. Technical exchanges can never touch the core of magic technology. Only then did Beilong learn about it in detail. Yet, don't you even know this? Niluo was confused. Now they were having free time after exchanging and studying space magic, and Beilong also took the opportunity to chat with Niluo. I just know a little bit about it. Many teachers in the Empire won't talk too much about Kalien, and the lack of information among the people is also serious. For example, the name of the legendary head of Kalien, the founder of the 4-year Empire-level power, is also mine. I just found out now. Beilong spread his hands and said, feeling a little helpless. That's it. Niluo also understood. Although she is still a minor in the elf race, and her mental age is lagging behind with her physical growth, she can still understand a lot of the knowledge she has learned. Empire-level forces will strictly block everything related to Kalien. What Kalien represents is a new national political system that is harmonious and progressive. There is no hereditary royal family, no decadent legacy of the old class, and no exploited people such as slaves. It is a country that is in absolute conflict with the feudal monarchy. Same thing. Conflicts with theocracy. What kind of existence is Kalien's country? Bai Long asked curiously. Although he has never been there, he has only been awake for less than a year, and he still doesn't know enough. But it's also clear. Kalien. The territory of this powerful country occupies nearly 80.00% of the territory of the Holy Continent, the largest continent in the world. If marked by the color of their flag, the entire map would appear a bold red. I don't know much about this, because elves of my age basically only need to learn all kinds of knowledge and abilities that suit themselves. My second sister knows more about this. She went to the old empire decades ago. We had exchanges and studies, and also handled some diplomatic affairs with the former Kalien. Niluo shook her head gently. Your second sister? Bai Long. Well, her name is Neve, and she has now reached the level of a low-level god. However, since the death of the head of state Kalien, she has not dealt with matters related to Kalien. Speaking of, I remember that my dad and the others have been discussing during this time. They want my second sister to go to Kalien again to communicate. It seems that there are some things that only she can do. Nile thought for a while. Neve. Beilong whispered the name. The full name should be, Neve Saroya Angruzen. It sure feels so familiar. What's wrong? Ni Luo also noticed that Bai Long was a little strange. It's nothing, I just seem to have heard this name somewhere, maybe it's the same name or something. Bai Long explained casually, half-truthfully. That's normal. Niluo. Then we talked about other things. Although Bai Long really wanted to continue the conversation and see if he could directly meet Nero's sister, the fire elf god Neve. But if it is too obvious, it will obviously be noticed. It still matters. The fewer things you ask for, the higher your success rate. Do you want to learn the history we recorded? Niluo. Beilong and Niluo chatted for a lot, and finally brought up this topic normally. I'm curious. Is there any library or something like that? Bai Long asked deliberately. No. Niluo. Hey. Bai Long was confused. It seems that you don't know much about us. Our elves, or our longevity species, record information in a somewhat different way. For example, the witch clans is similar to a library, but the various places where they record knowledge, it's called the book hall and it's extremely huge. The words of our elves are recorded in the forest of memory. To put it simply, it is a special forest, and each elf clan will have one. It ensures that 7 pieces exist at the same time to record various knowledge, which is helpful for proper preservation, comparison, and error correction. Niall explained with a hint of pride. Knowledge is recorded in trees. Bei Long asked. That's understandable. Niluo nodded. If this is the case, I probably won't be able to go and see it. Bei Long looked a little disappointed. If you really want to see it, it's not a difficult thing. The historical area is not a core technical knowledge. The history that is not convenient for all elves to see is also specially sealed in another area. If you want to see it then, it will be fine. Niluo said. Can I also apply? Bei Longchuan asked with disappointment and joy. It should be possible, right? I can help you ask. Niluo was quite enthusiastic. Can we also look at the history of the legendary ancient tribes era of chaos and era of divine rule? Bei Long asked sheepishly. Only in these 2 eras can a large amount of information about fallen gods be found. I'm not sure about this. I won't know until I ask. Niall took out her phone directly. Her father also bought the same model of mobile phone for Imia through Bei Long. It seems that Kei Lian's product is selling well. Let me see. Well, it's better not to ask my dad. It's too troublesome. Niall flipped through her address book. I finally found it and talked to Bei Long. Her second sister, the Fire Elf Neve. Chapter 31. Forest of Spirits. Fail, the capital of the ancient trees of the Fire Elves. The Fire Elf Neve, who was handling official business in the city office, was very confused after hanging up the phone with her sister. There is actually a young teacher about 16 years old who wants to see history? Putting aside the problem of such a young teacher, many historians from other races have made similar requests if they want to study more complete history in the elves. This is considered relatively normal, and occasionally the elves will agree. But are there really people around 16 years old, who may not be legal adults in some countries, who like boring history? Forget it, since he is the person who is being exchanged and studied by the Ersha Empire this time, it doesn't matter if he goes to see it. The Fire Elf Neve thought for a while and didn't pay too much attention. Simply send an application to the elves who manage the Forest of Memory, explain the situation in detail and wait for the result. There may be a more tedious review process later, and she, the recommendation elf, will need to go there, but it is not too troublesome. Bei Long sighed. After getting the answer that I was waiting for the application result, I was a little relieved. With his current status, he should be able to pass the review. After all, the data in the historical area are not important scientific and technological production data. Before the application results come out, just continue learning and communicating. During the half-month exchange and study, Bei Long gradually realized something. That is, Teacher Bei Long, do you also have research on potions? You actually know the best ratio for fertilizing potions used in agriculture. The old elf who taught them was also a little surprised. I understand a little bit, Bei Long said quickly. They were discussing the issue just now. After Bei Long touched that knowledge, he immediately recalled the relevant detailed knowledge in his mind. Although it is not a true mastery, he does know more than most potions scholars who do not specialize in this area. Teacher Bei Long, you seem to know a little bit about everything. Apart from studying magic and practicing fighting spirit, how do you arrange your time to learn so many things? Yes, during school holidays, don't you always accompany us to drink and play cards? Study secretly in the middle of the night. The other teachers from Zhexing Academy who were accompanying him also asked with some confusion. Over the past few days, they all noticed that Bei Long seemed to really know a little bit about everything. Anyway, various types of academic knowledge questions can be answered. Although the expression is eloquent, it is by no means a little understanding level. It's just a matter of learning other things occasionally. Bei Long said modestly. We briefly chatted about it later and didn't dwell too much on this issue. Bei Long also understood at this time. The recovery speeds of life memory and knowledge memory are completely different. Knowledge memory, as long as you think of it or come into contact with it, and you have actually mastered it before, you can basically recover it immediately, including the body's fighting instinct. For example, the magic that has been learned and mastered, some common sense from distant times, and various academic knowledge today, etc. Night. The entire elf islands became quiet. The elves are a very quiet race. Even during normal activities during the day, they will try to minimize the release of noise. At night, things like torches and dazzling magic lights are rarely lit. Lighting items are also naturally luminous substances. Only in large urban areas, more magic lights may be used. In the academy area, the brightest things are probably some fireflies. It is quiet with only the natural roar of insects and beasts. In Beilong's room. That's about it. Beilong looked at himself and listed some types of knowledge that he suddenly remembered during the study and exchange process these days. A bit much indeed. In addition to having been exposed to and recalled some mechanical arts in Polestar Academy. During the exchange and learning process, I was also present to listen to some of the alchemy taught by teachers from the Ayrshire Empire. The magic and mathematics knowledge taught by the elves. As long as you name the academic name or calculation formula, you can quickly remember it. And these all add up. It seems that all of them are practical knowledge, especially in war and agriculture. After Beilong concluded, he was a little surprised. Because it's weird, very weird. My various common sense memories involve many long-lived species, and even some common sense memories from the era of divine rule and the era of ancient tribes' troubled times. So preliminary speculation is that if I am the resurrected god, it should be these two fallen hybrid gods from the old era. And it is probably because the hybrid bloodline power has not yet fully awakened, or the bloodline power is far from reaching the upper limit, so there is no conflict yet. But in terms of knowledge memory, when I had no time to study the mechanical arts that I was more interested in Polestar Academy, I was a little surprised as to why I could understand those knowledge. I just thought that I might have met ordinary people of the goblin tribe before, so it wouldn't be a big problem to know some. After summarizing everything, most of the knowledge memories are actually modern, or at least within the past 100 years. Am I not two gods from the old times? If it fell in modern times. Bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door, startling Beilong, who was thinking about it. Did Beilong sleep? My sister sent a message, saying that you can choose a time to go to the Forest of Memory tomorrow. It turned out to be Niluo. Beilong breathed a sigh of relief and didn't know what he was afraid of. Not yet. Beilong used magic to control the door to open, and took advantage of the situation to put away the things he had just listed. The dormitories in the Elf Academy are basically single rooms, with basic defense and anti-detection magic circles. Well, it seems that you have been granted 6 hours of study time, which is basically enough for you to learn hundreds of years of detailed history. Niall said. It's not that easy. It's not like I learned it once and then memorized it all. Beilong. Hehe, use memory magic and record everything temporarily. You are already a great magician. It shouldn't be a problem to maintain memory magic for a few days, and you can remember a lot. Niall said with a smile. Memory magic. Ordinary memory magic can record all the knowledge in the entire book into the mind in a short period of time. The maintenance time depends on the strength of the magician. When the memory magic effect expires, all the recorded knowledge will be lost. But it is still very practical for those who need temporary reading or quick reading. Then thank you first, and your sister. Beilong smiled politely. You're welcome, you're welcome. After all, it's rare to see a human like you. Niall said with a smile. Beilong was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. What Niluo was talking about was the human race with desires. More than 20 or years ago, although the elves also conducted exchanges and studies with foreign countries, they basically restricted women from other races to come. And generally choose the colder late autumn, or the short winter of the elves. Because the climate of the elf islands is mild, the elves are also bolder and more open-minded in their clothing. The overall handsome elves are very attractive to men of other races with heavier desires and similar aesthetics. Autumn and winter clothing are slightly thicker. Especially those who have the conditions to come to the elves to exchange and study, there is a high probability that they will still be from the powerful class in the old country, and their quality depends a bit on luck. The good ones may be very well-mannered, and the bad ones may be really disgusting. Now, due to a short-term and serious technological gap, the elves had to open up some exchange and learning conditions. Therefore, there is no requirement to restrict men among exchange students and teachers in the Ayrshire Empire. This also leads to the young boys or male teachers who come here to study. Even though he was restrained, there was still more or less lustful gaze shining on the beautiful elf. That kind of gaze would make an elf like Nero feel uncomfortable. And Beilong's words. Not to mention that he didn't have that kind of gaze at all, but he also didn't have that kind of thought at all. The biggest goal, the forest of memory. Beauty? It seems inexplicable and really not attractive. Of course, handsome men are even more indifferent. Maybe it's because of the witch bloodline? Beilong guessed it himself. The witches are a race of all women, so they have no desire for sexual union, and are an extremely mediocre race in this regard. Are you a witch whose bloodline has awakened so thoroughly that you have awakened all male desires? Suddenly, Beilong recalled such a sentence. Is an evaluation of him. I can't remember who said it, but I feel like the guy who said this seems to be in debt. What's wrong? Ni Luo looked at Beilong and was stunned again. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. I don't have any study schedule tomorrow. Just pick a time that you think is relaxing. Beilong quickly changed the topic back. Okay, then I'll take you there tomorrow. Niluo. Yeah. Beilong nodded. The next day. During the break afternoon, Niluo dialed Beilong's mobile phone number. Since they all use Kilian communication satellites and the mobile phones are also manufactured by Kilian, there is no obstacle to mutual communication. Niluo took the White Dragon, and under certain restrictions on the use of magic props, brought her to Fail, the ancient tree capital of the Fire Elves. Beilong looked at the towering giant tree, and his heart was slightly shocked. Then, it's gone. Always feel. It seems that I have seen it before, so I am not so shocked. Hello and welcome to Fail. A beautiful fire elf said after slowly flying over with a smile. Hello, I guess you are Miss Niluo's sister. My name is Beilong. Beilong still simply took off his hat and saluted. For elven women, there is no intention of rashly approaching to shake hands unless the other party takes the initiative. Yes, just like Nero, just call me Neve. The fire elf Neve nodded lightly. Okay, thank you in advance, Miss Neve, for helping me apply for the learning opportunity. Beilong said politely. After a simple courtesy, they went to another place under the leadership of the fire elf Neve. The Forest of Memory is located in a large forest blocked by magic, about 10 kilometers south of Fail, the ancient tree capital of the Fire Elves. If outsiders want to enter here, they must at least need the guidance of an elf god, that is, a god-level powerhouse like the Fire Elf Neve. Enter this area through layers of magical protection. What catches the eye are the huge trees that exude a faint emerald green light and look like weeping willows. The height is basically about 50 meters, and the shade of the trees is almost 50 meters wide, covering the entire area. There are no bushes here, only some moss or low grass on the ground. The color tone is consistent with these huge trees, and it also exudes a faint halo. The most intuitive feeling is just one word: tranquility. An unparalleled sense of tranquility, as if any irritable mood can be resolved by the atmosphere here. This is the Forest of Memory. Let's go, the historical area is over here. Fire Elf Neve led the way. Niluo quickly followed and flew over. Beilong followed slightly slower and kept at the same height. Which period of history do you want to see? Fire Elf Neve asked as she led the way. Those who are more interested in the era of divine rule and the troubled times of ancient tribes, and those in the past 100 years. Beilong added after that. Nearly 100 years ago. Fire Elf Neve turned her head, slightly confused. Even if your Arsha Empire has blocked some information related to Kalian, it shouldn't be impossible to query the historical data of the past century, right? Niluo asked very directly. I'm also interested in Kalian, so-called rebellious mentality. Beilong smiled. Understood. Fire Elf Neve nodded. From her perspective, Beilong was just a teenager in the final analysis. It was not incomprehensible that the more something was banned, the more he wanted to see it. But due to our cooperation with the Arsha Empire, I will report the history related to Kalian when you read it. Fire Elf Neve also added. No problem, but didn't I study the history of the Oron's Empire, Kalian's annexation of the Empire? Beilong said half-jokingly. If you think this reason can deceive your leader. Fire Elf Neve also chuckled. So there is still such a method? I learned it. Fire Elf Niluo seemed to be very teachable. Do you think you can fool Dad and the others? Fire Elf Neve asked. Hee, what if it happens? Niall chuckled. Neve didn't pay any more attention to her sister about not learning well. After a while. Here we are, the historical area you want to know about. Neve stopped and saw various markings on a small wooden sign, all of which were in Elven writing that she didn't quite understand. Beilong first looked around, and then saw a figure not far away. It's not that there's anything strange about seeing a figure here, there are other elves studying in the Forest of Memory on the way, mainly because that figure is a bit special. Because her hair color is pure white. This is the Forest of Memory of the Fire Elves. White hair shouldn't be from the Fire Elves, right? Chapter 32. That's. Beilong couldn't help but asked curiously. Don't worry about the foreigners who come to inquire about history like you. Neve replied. Oh. Beilong. Even though he said that, he still had an inexplicable urge to get to know the foreigners who had the same purpose as himself. However, Neve had no intention of introducing him and took him directly to a big tree where he wanted to see history. And according to Professor Neve's temporary communication magic, she completed information docking with the big tree called the Tree of Memory, and began to read the historical information stored in the entire tree. Beilong needs to do more than just read. You also need to use memory magic to temporarily remember all the things you read within the 6 hours allowed, so that you can have more time to inquire in detail about the knowledge you want. There is another thing that sisters Niall and Neve don't know. Although he is only a 7th level magician, his actual magic power and proficiency in using magic are not comparable to magicians of the same level, and the actual magic power reserves he possesses are extremely huge. It emerges from the body and cannot be seen on the outside at all. Therefore, he can temporarily record much more knowledge at one time than expected, and his huge magic power reserve can continue to maintain memory for a long time. Not to mention 1 or 2 years. Beilong is still confident that he can maintain it for at least 2 or 3 months. You finished reading it so quickly. Neve was a little confused. She looked at the time on her phone and saw that only 15 minutes had passed. You just need to look at the parts that interest you. After all, I don't have much time to study. Beilong answered rationally. This is good. There are always many foreign historians who come here who want to know everything, but are overwhelmed by the huge historical records. I believe you have also seen that, unlike the history of your human race, which is often chronological, lost, or even revised, our elves value history very much. We will also regularly collect and summarize the history of other races and countries in each era. Into this forest of memories. Even a mere 100-year period of world history may be enough for an ordinary human being to study for a lifetime. Neve also felt a little more fond of the human boy in front of her. When she spoke, her hand was placed on this tree of memory. It is not difficult to judge based on her words that what is recorded in this tree is a full 100 years of world history. 10,000 years of history requires 100 such trees of memory. When I just read it, I was really dazzled. Beilong also smiled. Well, let's continue. 4 trees per hour is enough for you to understand the history of 400 years. Among them, you can basically grasp the historical lines that you are more concerned about. Neve nodded lightly. 2,400 years? Beilong also made a rough calculation in his mind. I didn't know much about the first tree of memory, so it only took me 15 minutes to remember it all. In the future, we can only use memory magic to temporarily remember the history related to the fallen gods, thus saving a lot of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to read through the entire ancient clan's troubled times, about -years ago to about -years ago. The ancient tribe's chaotic era was also an era after the outbreak of the Forbidden God curse, when the most gods fell and there were basically no subsequent resurrections. The fallen gods of that era could basically only wait until the Forbidden God curse was broken, which is when they can be resurrected normally now. If he might be an ancient god, then at least he must read through the entire troubled history of the ancient tribe. After that, Beilong also significantly shortened the time for speed reading. The average time spent on each tree of memory is compressed to about 5 minutes, ensuring that 1,000 years of history can be viewed in 1 hour. The entire history of the ancient clan's troubled times, plus the last 1,000 years of the theocratic era, were all read on one side. This reading speed also caught Neve's attention. In other words, it's a little strange. Sister, Beilong seems to have a very clear purpose. Niluo also noticed something. Well, he should be looking for something in history, not just out of curiosity about history. Otherwise, like ordinary scholars, he will be attracted to a certain period of history, and thus spend more time on each tree of memory. They're all different, Neve said. Although she is not the manager of the Forest of Memory, as an elf god who is over 100 years old, she still knows many relevant things. Do you want to stop him? Niluo. That's not necessary, it's just some historical information. This kind of thing can be found even if you look for the Witch Clan or the Dragon Clan. It's not some knowledge that cannot be leaked. Neve. Aren't there any vampires? Niluo also asked curiously. Among the current 5 major clans, only the Blood Clan does not value history that much. They may have relevant records, but they are not as detailed as ours. And this little guy named Bai Long wants to inquire about the history of the past 100 years. Neve. That's right, not to mention the vampires, the Ersha Empire will not easily allow young people to know the relevant information about Kalian. Niluo nodded. No one can guarantee whether Kalian's existence will be attractive to young people. And once attraction occurs, it is likely to be irreversible. The rest is just for you to watch him here. I still have some things to deal with. If you have any questions, just ask the senior management here. Neve didn't plan to stay any longer. Okay, sister, walk slowly. Niluo. Neve left, and Niluo had nothing to do and read some historical materials. Not counting the era of divine rule, the 5,000-year history is something that even for the long-lived elves are difficult to study thoroughly in a lifetime. Therefore, in addition to simply understanding some important things in history, or important to the elves, history. Most of the rest, elves like Niluo, have never been in contact with them. Even if you study, the knowledge in books is enough to study for a long time. There are very few situations where you have to come to the Forest of Memory. Niluo. Niluo, who was reading history, was suddenly stopped by a familiar voice. Hey! Nile turned her head. The person who called her was a beautiful woman with white hair and red pupils, who was at least 1.7 meters tall and had a curvy figure. If an ordinary elf were here, he would definitely be confused and vaguely disgusted with this beauty. Because under normal circumstances, white hair and red eyes or black hair and red eyes are the standard configuration of a long-lived species, the demon race. The white-haired woman Bai Long saw was her. Sister Tiffany, have you finished checking the information you want to inquire about? Niluo seemed to be very familiar with this beautiful witch. Well, it is indeed much more detailed than my clan's. I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Demon Clan Tiffany nodded gently in thanks. The hatred between the elves and the demons is very deep, and usually the demons are not allowed to enter the elf islands. Now this witch beauty is actually able to search for information in the Forest of Memory. You can already imagine how troublesome the approval process was. At least it won't be like Bai Long, who can simply apply and be able to come. It's a small thing, you are my sister's friend. Although we hate you demons as a whole, we still won't be hostile or prejudiced against friends like you, Sister Tiffany. Nile said with a smile. Demon Tiffany shook her head. After all, I am a member of the royal family of the Demon Clan. There are some things that I cannot do casually. Demon Clan Tiffany knew very well. I understand, Sister Tiffany, are you leaving now? Nile. Finally, go say hello to Neve and leave. She was here just now, right? Demonic Tiffany said. Yes, I brought an exchange student from the Ersha Empire who is interested in history, and he is also looking into history like you. But now, it seems that he wants to find something in history, and he reads every tree of memory. The times are all fixed. Niluo said quickly. Is that him? Demonic Tiffany looked towards the other side. At this moment, Bai Long was sitting cross-legged under a tree of memory, using memory magic to temporarily memorize the historical data in the tree of memory. Yes, his name is also a bit special. His full name is White Dragon. Nile said. White Dragon. It should be the name given by the people who took him in. The demon Tiffany quickly thought of it. Because Bai Long has the same white hair as her, and there is no clear surname but a name with his own characteristics, it is most likely that the adopter chose the name based on the characteristics. I'm not sure, but he's actually a teacher at the Empire's Pole Star Academy. I heard he's proficient in the 6th series of magic, and he's just a little behind me in space magic. His talent is quite powerful. Nile continued. Including proficiency in 6 elements of space magic. Demon Clan Tiffany was stunned. Yeah, what's wrong? Niluo was confused. Didn't your sister carefully examine him? Demon Clan Tiffany didn't answer, but asked again. No, what are you reviewing? Niall became even more confused. Yeah, it's nothing. A trace of disappointment flashed in Demon Clan Tiffany's eyes. If it were him, Sister Neve would have been able to find it, maybe he was just a very talented little human guy. However, looking at the white-haired figure not far away, Demon Tiffany still pursed her red lips slightly and stepped forward with her palms lightly clenched into fists. Niall looked at Tiffany, a little confused, but did not stop her. I walked forward and took a look with some hope. Even if there is only a small possibility. Okay. Bei Long felt someone approaching, exited from the checking state, and turned to look at the visitor in confusion. The two looked at each other, the beauty with white hair and red eyes and the boy with white hair and gold eyes, looking at each other with different eyes. Lost, confused. At the same time, I suddenly realized something in hindsight, and that was the matching of the other person's hair color and eye color. Is not it? Demon. God-born. The two spoke at the same time, expressing their own surprise. Chapter 33. The two were subconsciously vigilant, and their right hands went behind their backs almost at the same time, potentially taking out combat weapons from the magic rings on their respective fingers at any time. But both were also confused at the same time. Why do demons appear here? What does she mean by calling me goddess? Why do the gods appear here? Apart from the gods who disappeared a long time ago, there shouldn't be any other race with white hair and golden eyes that has this kind of hair color and eye color combination, right? This guy in front of me. Etc., etc. Niluo, a space magic, appeared between the two. What are you going to do? Why do you feel like you are meeting an enemy when you meet? Niall asked quickly. Enemy. Demonic Tiffany was first confused. Are there no records of the gods among the elves? Although in the history of the gods, there have only been very few examples of the combination with the human race and the birth of gods. And it also prohibits the continued reproduction of its descendants, resulting in records about the descendants of gods approaching zero, but it is not completely unknown, right? The gods usually have three types: blonde hair and blue eyes, blue hair and golden eyes, and white hair and black eyes. But the goddess only has white hair and golden eyes. The elves wouldn't have missed this record, right? Bei Long. He was also staring at Tiffany closely, and he also had a layer of doubt in his heart after Niall arrived. That was the alert posture he just made. He did not do it because Tiffany showed hostility first, but he made it subconsciously after confirming the white hair with red pupils, black hair and red pupils combination of the demon royal family and defaulting to the demon clan of vigilance. That is to say, my instinct is to be wary of the demons. Why? Also, what she means by calling me descendant of gods is that my appearance is actually related to the gods. Is my instinct to be wary of demons also because of my relationship with the gods? Deity. It seems to be the collective name for the descendants born after the combination of the gods and the human race, the beast race, the barbarian race, which has disappeared, and other similar-looking mortal races, right? My appearance is that of a god? There may be some misunderstanding. Bei Long said quickly. Regardless of the reasons, stabilizing the situation is the first priority. Well, I'm sorry, maybe I just looked at the information for too long and I got a little distracted. Demonic Tiffany also quickly replied. Really, you scared me. Niall also breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little far away just now, but she didn't feel anything. In addition, she was also reading the information of the same tree of memory, so she didn't pay extra mental attention to the situation here, and she didn't even hear them. First-time communication. Just when he noticed signs of magic power being mobilized between the two of them, he immediately stopped reading the knowledge and the space flickered over. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. I'm very sorry. I just looked up information related to the history of the war, and I am really a bit sensitive to the approach of strangers. Bei Long also quickly said. It's okay. Then Bei Long, you can continue to check. I also took Sister Tiffany out by the way. Niall said. Yeah, okay. Bei Long smiled. What is her name? By the time Bei Long reacted, Niall had already turned around and left with the demon Tiffany. He moved his fingers subconsciously, wanting to raise his hand to hold it back, but finally gave up. As if deep inside, there is an inexplicable resistance. And this time, the capital of ancient elves, Fail. In the core tree palace built on the ancient elf tree. Are you sure you have white hair and golden eyes, and you weren't disguising it with blood magic or something like that? A beautiful female elf with a hot figure and cool clothes. She looks like a peerless beauty but carries a formidable majesty. The contemporary leader of the fire elves. Manzilo Fair Angruzen. That's right, I stayed a little longer on purpose, and secretly searched for the memory tree with relevant records. I used magic to conduct secret remote information connection, and after making sure that the appearance was correct, I finally used reconnaissance magic to observe. I am sure he is not disguised and his appearance should be natural. And when I came here, I went to check some of the information submitted by the Arsha Empire during this exchange and study. I found that this young man named Beilong was not originally from the Arsha Empire. He should be the West Sea Empire of Asilio continent wandered there. Fire Elf Neve reports in detail. When she said she had something to deal with, she was here to deal with this matter. After a brief contact, she felt something was wrong. Unlike the fire elf gods who initially received Beilong and the others, all of them, including her father, were men, so they didn't pay too much attention to Beilong's anomalies. Niluo is young and doesn't think too much about it. Only Neve understands. She had been an exchange student to the old empire, and had often been away dealing with some diplomatic affairs. She was very aware of the allure of elf women like her to human men. Even those noble kings in the past may pay attention to good etiquette on the surface, but after their eyes shift, they can't help but look sideways or secretly admire them. But Beilong is different. Completely different. Why did you notice him? Fire Elf Clan Chief Manzalo asked again. He himself doesn't seem to have any desire for the women of our tribe. His behavior after welcoming him to Fail and seeing our ancient elf tree was too bland. Lastly, when he was checking historical information, except for the first time he came into contact with the Tree of Memory, the subsequent checks basically lasted about 5 minutes. He was obviously looking for something and had a strong purpose. Combined with his appearance of white hair and golden eyes, I had corresponding suspicions and searched for information related to white hair and golden eyes from the Tree of Memory. Neve answered truthfully. Regarding the goddess, she only found out about it after secretly and deliberately searching. Is this so? Fire Elf Clan Chief Manzalo pondered. Beilong, something is strange. Deity. If he knew his identity, he would not have stayed at Polestar Academy where he would come into contact with the blood god, and he would not have come to the elves with almost no concealment like he did now. Everything he shows is like he has no self-awareness about himself. In that case, 2 speculations. The first is that he may really just be a human race who happens to have this kind of appearance, and his personality is also a little different from ordinary people, so his behavior towards the women of our race and strange things is somewhat unique. The second is that a certain divine god who died unexpectedly in the theocratic era and has never been resurrected has been too long, resulting in the loss of power and memory. So he will try to come to us to find things related to history to restore his memory. The former doesn't matter. If it is the latter, then we do not rule out that he may be reserved by the gods, other than the head of state Kalian, as an alternative recovery method. When Fire Elf Clan Chief Manzalo said this, his expression became serious. Then what should we do next? Neve asked. They are going to stay with us for a few more days, right? Fire Elf Clan Chief Manzalo asked first. The exchange study will end in 5 days, but he has a strong talent for space magic. If necessary, you can use relevant reasons to keep him for a few more days. Neve replied. Manzalo, the leader of the Fire Elf clan, walked around twice in thought. Since he was originally from the West Sea Empire and wandered to the Arsha Empire, and he can still enter Polestar Academy as a teacher, he must have been secretly reviewed by the blood god. The vampires are different from us. They are less active in recording history, and there is very little information about divine descendants in history. At the end of the era of divine rule, and in the troubled times of the ancient tribes, there were no divine descendants in the divine race. So neither we nor the demons who are more concerned about it have ever thought that the gods would use the gods to assist in recovery. As an existence that is already scarce and ignored. In the blood clan, except for the clan elders or the 2 clan leaders, most of them probably don't know about the descendants of gods. Fire Elf Clan Chief Manzalo analyzed quickly. At least for now, the vampires have indeed not discovered it. Otherwise, even if he had the attitude of killing someone by mistake, Beilong would not be safe and still be able to come as a teacher of Polestar Academy. Deity. Even in the distant theocratic era, not many appeared. The reason is very simple, because the gods have no means or attempts to form marriages with foreign races. And because of bloodline conflicts, they will not take the initiative to marry other long-lived species, and will give birth to offspring with unstable bloodlines. The crystallization of love born with ordinary people? Long-lived species that live for at least 1,000 years, and ordinary people who may live for less than 100 years? Occasionally, if a god does appear, at the request of the god will be allowed to have everything in life except breeding offspring. The descendants of the gods will disappear completely after the end of their lifespan until the next unexpected birth appears. Very few. Very, very few. Not to mention other long-lived species, maybe the gods themselves are not guaranteed to know what the physical characteristics of the gods are. The only one who can tell the difference at a glance is Tiffany Lee of the Demon Royal family. Let's keep things as normal on the surface for now. I want to discuss it in detail with the other 6 clan leaders, as well as the Elf King and Lord Ice God. If it really involves the Protoss, it needs to be handled with caution. At least, we can't let him return to the Aersha Empire easily. Manslu, the leader of the Fire Elf clan, is very convinced of this. Wouldn't it be directly obliterated? Neve asked tentatively. She actually didn't want that. It's impossible to directly obliterate it. Because of Kalien's relationship, we have determined the existence of the God clan's heavenly gate. Their recovery is destined, it's just a matter of time, so we can't rashly continue to be at odds with them. We don't even rule out taking the initiative to help like the Witch tribe. This requires multiple considerations based on the current situation, new plans for the future, and our interests. Fire Elf clan chief Manzalo made a rough inference about this. Help the gods or not? When and how to help? This kind of matter involves the overall situation and the interests of the entire race, and must be treated with caution. At worst, it's just a spectator. Continue to take the initiative to turn against others? Unless there is evidence that directly shows that the gods will destroy the entire world after their resurrection, this option does not exist for the elves. Chapter 34. The next 3 days. In his spare time, Bei Long has been searching for the historical information temporarily memorized in his mind through memory magic. Starting from the end of the Theocratic Age, search for information on all witches and vampire hybrid gods. The result was nothing. The reason is simple. Until the end of the Age of Divine Rule, the witch clan as a whole was too weak, and the number of scattered witches in total would never exceed -witches. The number is small and easy to manage, so there has never been a habit of marrying with other races, and even the occurrence of love crystallization among ordinary people has never happened. At that time, the vampire clan also belonged to the powerful god clan, and there was no need for any blood marriage or attempt with the humble witch clan. Likewise, even second and third generation vampires will not actively try to marry into other long-lived species. After that, the entire ancient tribe's chaotic era lasted for 5,000 years, with constant disputes among various ethnic groups. In order to win over and consolidate allies, many racial marriages have indeed occurred, and low-level mixed-race gods have also appeared. However, the descendants of those marriages have very detailed records. After searching all the records, no marriage between the vampire clan and the witch clan was found. Even in the entire history, except for some experiments initiated by the witch clan, there are no records of any external marriages. Inquiries in this area turned up nothing. Bei Long didn't give up directly. Instead, they searched again, but instead of searching for mixed-blood gods, they searched for gods of vampires and witches separately. What if he was hiding his power at that time? If one of them is my former self, then I will definitely be able to think of something the moment I see the name or title of a god. Unfortunately, however, I read through the hundreds of recorded names and titles of the gods, but I still feel nothing. Not giving up. After hearing the beauty of the demon clan in the Forest of Memory call herself a descendant of gods, it was reasonable to guess whether she was also related to the gods. So, I searched all the gods of the gods in these 2 eras. Then, very strange. Whenever Bei Long starts to search for records related to the gods, he can know the follow-up in advance as long as he sees the beginning. The most direct one is, for example, in the records about the super gods of the gods. When I see the term super gods of the gods, the basic information has already emerged in my mind. Information. At the end of the Theocratic era, there were 3 super gods in the divine race. They are Seraphliza, the god of wisdom; Baluki, the god of heaven; Snurito, The person who holds the position of God King is the blazing god Vilaza. As expected, I am also related to the gods. Beilong quickly confirmed this in his heart. As long as I find something, the basic memory will quickly appear in my mind, and there is no need to continue to search through temporary memory magic. Involving thousands of years of memories of the gods, the connection between me and the gods can basically be determined. So about the gods. Beilong continued to look it up, or tried to look it up by recalling it seriously. However, he could quickly pass through key information and recall memories related to the gods for thousands of years, but he could not find any records about the gods. On the contrary, it was only in the 1,000-year records at the end of the theocratic era that a record about a divine descendant was finally found. Deity. Among mortals, the race closest to the gods in appearance and aesthetics is the human race. Usually the gods are born from the blood combination of the gods and the human race, able to inherit the power of the divine bloodline normally. But regardless of their parents, the first generation of gods all have the same appearance and fixed characteristics. For example, the second generation witch who combines the witch clan with the human race must be female. Descendants of gods, the second generation of gods, must have white hair and golden eyes. White hair and golden eyes. Cold sweat fell down instantly. Although Beilong hasn't had time to look up the century-old history of modern times, he already knows about the end of the theocratic era and the general history of the entire ancient tribe's troubled times. The god clan was destroyed after being surrounded and suppressed by various longevity species. Many long-lived species that are now resurrected, including the always peaceful elves, basically do not hope that the gods can recover. It is impossible to determine what kind of revenge the resurrected Protoss will take. And now he, right in the heart of a large clan, in a large college of the elf clan. How to do? Run now? Where to run? Isn't it possible to return to the Arsha Empire? Then how do you explain your sudden escape after you go back? There is also a blood god in Polestar Academy. Perhaps the secret blood god may not know about the very rare appearance characteristics related to the god descendants, but there is always a possibility of being discovered. But if you don't return to the Arsha Empire, where will you go? The West Sea Empire, Dragon God's territory? It seems the result is the same. Etc., etc. Breath. Beilong took a deep breath and quickly calmed down his heart. Think calmly. I was able to continue teaching as a teacher at Polestar College for 1 semester, and I must have secretly observed it many times through the resident blood god of the college. Nothing happened, and it allowed me to come to the elf tribe smoothly, which proves that the blood tribe is still there. Didn't notice me. As for the dragon god territory, I was able to sneak away extremely fast. In addition, I also deliberately disguised my hair and eye color at the time, so there was basically no problem. The elves have also been studying for more than 10 days. In 2 days, I will be preparing to return to the Arsha Empire. If I found anything, I would have taken action against me. Temporarily, safe? It doesn't seem right either. When we first arrived, the elf god asked his daughter Nilo to fight with me. Was it a test to discover something? Maybe there are other arrangements for allowing me to enter the forest of memory in the future? Anyway, the worst possibility is that I have been discovered. The reason why I didn't take action may be that the elves also guessed that I might not have been discovered by the Arsha Empire or the Blood God. So it doesn't matter whether I represent the gods or not, or whether I am related to the gods. Based on this worst possible scenario, it should all be. Leave me first? Leave. Beilong whispered this guess. Although we don't know what the overall situation in the world is now, the elves may have the softest attitude when it comes to opposing the resurrection of the gods. Staying here is at least not the worst outcome. So if I have the chance to leave, my next stop seems to be. It can only be Kalien. The history of the past 100 years has not been examined, but it is generally known that Kalien is a country that is hostile to the gods. And it is rumored that Kalien supports the opposition of many longevity species, the legendary resurrection of the gods. The specific reason seems to involve the first-generation leader of Kalien, the person they called the head of Kalien. If the news is true, it may be the best choice for me to go to Kalien. Even though I may be a hybrid god, I'm not sure whether the witches behind Kalien will accept me, but in theory the safety should be higher than that of the elves. Overall, Kalien is the first choice. Elves, second choice. Others, including the Arsha Empire, cannot be considered. Basically think about it this way first, and finally look at the history of the past century before making the final decision. Bei Long took a long breath and felt a lot more relaxed after thinking about it clearly. At least it was late at night now. If the elves had any ideas, they would not take action until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, when he was about to return to the Ayrshire Empire with the college exchange team. Before that, there is still enough time to look at the history of the past 100 years. I hope I can gain something too. Memory magic, quick reading. Nearly 100 years of history. The elves gave the most intuitive evaluation. In the first 50 years, the world was in conflict. The next 50 years, World War. The ending is the transformative destiny of a legendary man. If you understand it simply. In the first 50 years, disputes arose in the world, and conflicts gradually intensified. Overall, it was only the final brewing stage of a world-class war, and it did not reach a real turning point. Prophecy of troubled times, starting from the year 8 of the prophecy kings also appeared in the holy tree of the elves. The first king of the prophecy, human race, reborn emperor, Oron's empire, Dansu de Benmu Mo. The second king of prophecy, human race, the remnant soul of the former warrior, the West Sea Empire. Asami. The third king of the prophecy, the elves, bred from the ancient elven trees, and the king of all elves, Iluf. The fourth king of the prophecy, the dwarves, the new emperor, the Mokanar Empire. Abakdi Goro Tefalu. The fifth king of prophecy, goblin tribe, new emperor, Siyori Empire, Ingawali Tehu Sudan. The sixth king of prophecy, human race, inheritance of ancient sages, Saibo Empire, Yashai Belde. The seventh king of the prophecy, the beast tribe, the new emperor, the Aegean Empire. Samila Amun. The eighth king of prophecy, sea tribe, pre-selected by Poseidon, Atlanta Western Region, Empire, Tislat. They represent different regions and races of the entire world, and are the leaders in the troubled times of World War. If nothing unexpected happened, the 8 kings of prophecy will determine the outcome before the era of resurgence of the gods, and at the same time roughly delineate a new power structure for the entire world. The long-lived gods who support them will also have the most stable god territories. Just like the Ayrshire Empire became the territory of the blood god. Most of the kings of prophecy are tools in the eyes of the longevity species. Until one summer night in the Gadan calendar year, elf calendar. In addition to the established prophecies, the 9th prophecy king triggers a brand new prophecy. A new king is born. The 9th king of prophecy. Hybrid, the Lord of Change. The United Kingdom of Komi, Komi-nistic Baladi. The new king of prophecy brings unprecedented change and destiny, causing subversive changes in the entire world structure. Magical technological changes. Structural changes in the country. Racial structural change. Use your own efforts to lead the people at the bottom to get rid of the decadent rule of the old kingdom and create a new empire-level power. Attack the Aegean Empire, the 7th prophesied king, from the north. The Western Blood Gods territory, the Ayrshire Empire. The Oron's Empire, the first prophesied king, was destroyed in the south. Fight 1 against 3 empires and win the final victory. At last. Marrying the Saibo Empire, eventually the Saibo Kingdom, the king of the 6th prophecy, completely laid the foundation for the United Kingdom of Komi. That is. Kalien today. Chapter 35. Komi United Kingdom. Whitewood Academy. The college accommodation area is protected by multiple magic arrays and automatic patrolling mechanical puppets. The witch Sylvia dragged her slightly tired body back to her room, ready to take a good bath and rest. But just when she turned on the magic of the room and the automation started, she was stunned. Because there was already a familiar person sitting on the sofa in the living room. One of the most powerful people in Korean, Prime Minister, Yashe Belde. He was also one of the prophesied kings and the one who married head of state Kalien. Bad sister-in-law, when did you come and why didn't you say hello? Sylvia asked naturally. I'm just a little curious as to why Shirley witch teacher Shirley of Whitewood Academy took leave for half a semester. Coincidentally, the entire leave period started when you came back last time. Prime Minister Yasei asked with a smile. Road. Maybe she's tired of teaching. My stupid sister-in-law always thinks about weird things. It's normal. Sylvia said calmly, communicating in the same way as usual. But I was already cursing in my heart, it must be a teacher in the college who snitched on the bad sister-in-law. Otherwise, as the Prime Minister, one of the most powerful people in Kilian, Yashe would not have the extra energy to pay attention to whether Zilili was teaching well. Very good, much better than your sister Xi Lily. Prime Minister Yashe smiled. Sylvia was stunned for a moment and suddenly screamed. Yashe took out her special mobile phone and clicked on the recording she had prepared. Contents inside. Sister Xi Lily, where have you been playing during this time? No, I didn't go anywhere to play. I just walked around a few times with Sister Sylvia. Really? Did you bring us any gifts this time? Oh, sorry, I forgot this time. It's okay. You should be going back to the academy, right? I won't disturb you anymore. The recording ends. Alas. Sylvia sighed. This stupid sister-in-law. How come a witch who is almost 200 years old can't even tell a lie? Although the expression cannot be seen in the recording, the tone of voice is almost as close as saying I'm lying directly. Also, Xi Lily has a habit of bringing back some small gifts when she travels far away. I asked if there are any small gifts. Are you really going out to play? Well, when I was squatting in the Imperial capital before, I met a strange young man. But after the stupid sister-in-law's marking magic failed due to too long, I continued to search for him in the Empire for a long time. Sylvia also no more hiding it. Well, continue, you should be able to explain it more clearly. Prime Minister Yasei nodded lightly. Next, Sylvia explained some situations in detail. For example, when she met the boy, some of his actions and words at the time, and the abnormalities she noticed, etc. There isn't much information and it doesn't take much time. Yashei's expression was very calm throughout the whole process. Until. What do you think his physical characteristics are? Yashei suddenly asked. Physical features? White hair and golden eyes. Is there any problem? Sylvia was confused. Are you sure you are using detection magic to see through the disguise and the true appearance? Yashei asked immediately. Yeah, it's not really anything special, right? Sylvia was confused. The thing about the white hair and golden eyes, and even the appearance image were made using magic to show Xi Lily, but she didn't notice anything strange about it. Can he still generate his magic image? Yashei. It's a bit difficult. It's been too long. It's probably, like this. Sylvia tried to condense the most realistic appearance of the young man she had seen. He looks like an ordinary handsome boy, but he has special white hair and golden eyes. It is a unique appearance that can be recognized at a glance. If it's not a coincidence, you did miss the clue to find your brother. The worst possible thing is that he has been discovered by the vampires and imprisoned or killed. Yashei said with a solemn expression. How could it be, that stupid sister-in-law has also seen his image? Sylvia was shocked. I was even more panicked. Did I really miss it? That's because although she has studied history, because she was too young in the past, she did not have the authority to view the history of 10,000 years ago, so she naturally does not know too much about the gods. Even if she deliberately tries to understand it later, it's possible that he didn't notice the relevant details. Yashei was also very aware of Xi Lily's condition. Xi Lily has a strong learning ability and has studied history. Unfortunately, the historical records of the witch clan are too detailed, and she has only studied some of the history of the past few thousand years. Isn't this the appearance of the gods? Sylvia wondered. The appearance characteristics of the gods, blonde hair and blue eyes, blue hair and golden eyes, white hair and black eyes. What about the goddess? Yashei asked. Sylvia was stunned. She really didn't know any information about the goddess. Some of the first-generation hybrids of the long-lived species have unique characteristics. For example, the first-generation hybrids of your witch clan must be female. The first-generation hybrids of the god clan must have white hair and golden eyes. You ask Xi Lily to report to the Demon Queen, and I'll go find Nalin to see if I can infiltrate the Ersha Empire from the military to find some clues. If it is confirmed to be a god, that is our only clue at the moment. Yashei made a decision immediately. Yeah, okay. Sylvia nodded blankly. More. Yashei said suddenly. Hey. Sylvia. There is no need to blame yourself. Even the Protoss cannot guarantee that they know all the appearance characteristics of the Protoss. If you come to trouble me or Nalin just because of a somewhat special boy, then you are really making a fuss out of a molehill. Qian's sister Lily is fine. Ya Shui added. Ah. Sylvia nodded with a slightly relieved expression. Kalian. Central Military Headquarters, head of the military department, Generalissimo Jekajirug. As the highest authority in the Kilian military, she is also known as the Empress. Kalian's third aerospace aircraft carrier is named after her. And her real name is Narlene Seditz. The goddess appeared in the Ersha Empire. Marshal Jaika was very surprised. What do you think? Ya Shui came to her personally. How likely is it that the gods will lose their memory after they revive? Marshal Jaika asked first. The probability is not high, but it is possible. And you should also know that there is a sentence that often appears when it comes to the prophecies made by the witches or other races about the king of prophecy. It is not because of the prophecy that there is a king, it is because of the king that there is a prophecy. So we can't rule out that the gods may have guessed something, and deliberately made the gods know nothing while their power was weak after their resurrection, so as to get rid of the detection of prophecies, so that now there is no clear prophecy information from the witch clan. Similarly, it also includes the concealment of bloodline. Ya Shui also thought a lot on the way here and roughly guessed the most likely situation. This is probably the reason why the god descendants' power is weak and they appear rashly in the Ersha Empire, which is the territory of the blood god. Or, indeed, an ordinary person who happens to have white hair and golden eyes. Marshal Jaika thought for a long time. I immediately sent out -% of the spies from the Ersha Empire to find all relevant information about the white-haired, golden-eyed, and boys with great wizard strength and above. Marshal Jaika also made a decision quickly. As the Empire-level force that Kalian mainly focuses on, the Ersha Empire's actions of too many spies are actually quite unwise. But both of them knew that almost a year had passed since Sylvia discovered the boy who was suspected of being a god. Now that we are no longer allowed to take a step slower, we must try even if it is risky. Before this, we need to understand why the young man, if he is a god, went to the blood god's territory, and the language he used was standard of Isu. Ya Shui was calmer. Said. If he returns to the gate of heaven, what do you think he will plan? Marshal Jaika asked. This god is probably the best bait. Ya Shui. Since it is bait, it must appear where it is easiest for fish to bite. If it can appear in the imperial capital, it may appear in Peter's holy territory, or even Lephire city in the Offa region, or the Demon King's city on the demonic Frist island. The probability of finding these places is extremely high. Marshal Jaika also made corresponding judgments. It's pretty much what I thought. Let's see how the Demon Queen responds in the end. Ya Shui. Yes. Marshal Jaika nodded. Deity. At least for now, they judged the boy who was suspected to be a god to be a bait. This kind of behavior is clearly a very dangerous move, and it doesn't look like something someone did personally. A few days later, the team from the Ersha Empire that went to the elf tribe for exchange and study has returned to the Ersha Empire, and only a few teachers and students are planning to stay for another week. On the weekend of this week, Prince Raghu of Polestar Academy did not wait for tutoring from his space magic teacher by long on the weekend. There were no arrangements, so I just returned to the imperial capital of Wakakam. It's rare to have a meal with your father and mother. Aren't you going to learn space magic this week? Queen Philomena asked. When the queen's identity was announced to the public, she already had the same surname as Emperor Ersha, and her real name was not disclosed. Well, it seems that teacher Beilong will continue to stay with the elves for a week because of his strong ability to teach space magic. Prince Lagu replied. It's very good. The elves also think it's good. Then your ability as a teacher can make us feel more at ease. Queen Philomena smiled. The information and abilities have been reviewed. What's the problem? It's true that the name is a bit strange. Emperor Ersha also smiled lightly. The Polestar Academy has reviewed it, and the resident blood god has reviewed it. Although there are some concerns about the submitted information, it seems to be fine so far. Name? I think I heard that it was because of his white hair and the name he was given after the person who raised him found a dragon-like monster when he picked him up. Prince Lagu recalled. White hair. Queen Philomena was slightly confused. Humans rarely have white hair, and at most they have silver hair. It's just a bit special. It's not the white hair and red eyes of the demons, it's just golden eyes. Prince Lagu said casually. It's indeed quite unique. Emperor Ersha didn't care. Instead, you said he has white hair and golden eyes. Queen Philomena's expression suddenly changed. Emperor Arsha rarely saw this look on his wife's face, and he immediately realized that the matter might be serious. Is there an image? Emperor Arsha asked quickly. Oh, yes, it's probably like this. Prince Raghu activated light magic to generate an image of a white dragon. Queen Philomena, who saw the image, said a word that was somewhat unfamiliar to the father and son in an almost convinced tone. Goddess. Chapter 36. First timing. The Arsha Empire still uses Kalian's mobile phone communication mode and normally asks the elves about teacher Beilong. Prince Raghu needs to learn space magic and asks how long it will take to come back. The response given by the elves was, "Next week, along with the few teachers and students left behind, we will take a commercial flight back to the Arsha Empire. I'm not sure if they have discovered it yet. The top priority now is how to bring him back normally," Queen Philomena said still solemnly. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, this is a very common way of asking questions. There was nothing unusual about the response from the elves. "It would have been better if I had told you earlier, Queen Mother." Prince Raghu blamed himself. "It's not your fault. Even the God clan cannot guarantee that every member of the God clan knows the information about the God descendants. At least there is still a possibility that the elf clan hasn't discovered it yet," Philomena said comfortingly. "Although it is normal to extend the exchange and study, it is difficult to guarantee it with that white dragon." Emperor Arsha expressed concern. "Can the Queen Mother allow the powerful blood god to sneak in and bring her back?" Prince Lagu asked. "It's hard. The area-level magic array of the elves is more powerful the closer it is to the core. Even the high-level blood god under the Blood Moon Night state cannot guarantee safe sneaking in. What's more, the Ju Yuan ice god of the elf tribe has long since awakened, and is most likely staying on the island of the Fire Elf tribe, which is the northernmost of the several major islands, to prevent the secret invasion of strong men from other tribes." Philomena shook her head, not thinking this method was feasible. Although the elves have a peaceful personality overall, it does not mean that they are weak. On the contrary, being able to maintain a peaceful character and still stand in the world for thousands of years depends on real hard power. Then send a team of people to try to retrieve it normally, and secretly let the powerful blood god follow you. If necessary, just grab it and bring it back. If he is really a god, even if it is just a bait, he must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the elves. Especially, they cannot use this as a bargaining chip to trade a large amount of advanced magic technology to Kalian, so that Kalian can succeed. Possible. The worst is to kill them all," Emperor Arsha said decisively. Philomena nodded slightly, approving this approach. At the same time, he also quickly reported the situation to other senior leaders of the Blood clan, especially the Blood Ancestor, the super god of the Vampire clan who had recovered and was recovering his strength. Without alerting the enemy, the Arsha Empire prepared to adopt the normal retrieval method and sent a team of people to the elves. In the dark, blood vampires and blood werewolves, each of the 13 major clans dispatched a mid-level or high-level god, the kind that went to the sea areas around the elves. Prepare for the worst and prepare for the outbreak of battle. Deity. It must not fall into the hands of the elves or Kalian. Even if they are directly obliterated, they will not be allowed to stay. At the same time, Kalian, a spy lurking in the Arsha Empire, received the top-secret order from Kalian Beimu City. Go to important places such as the Imperial capital, Peter's Holy Land, and Polestar Academy to find a young man who has only one image of both magic and martial arts. And while ensuring safety, we will do our best to escort him back to Kalian. Synchronize. Kalian, members of the God-killing team and Ace team who had no mission, infiltrated the Arsha Empire in batches and prepared for battle. The God-slaying team and Ace team, who were performing combat missions outside, immediately interrupted their respective missions and returned to Kalian's headquarters for supplies and rest. Military. All aerospace aircraft carrier fleet groups have entered a state of readiness for war. The monitoring satellite and area array systems are fully activated to closely monitor the movements of vampires or other gods. Just one day, the name White Dragon was presented to Kalian's capital, Beimu City Wolf Cave Building. Regarding Beilong's situation in the Arsha Empire for the past year, they were presented in extremely detailed detail, including some important people he had contacted. For example, Caspar Joshi, the director of the magic pump station under the Black Darya Mountains, Dros Andy Anamizi, who came to support during the magic disaster, etc. Even I met the manager of the old Prince estate, Uncle Ryan. Ayrshire Empire. The second largest city, the Holy Land of Peter. Prince's Manor. Your penetration ability is still so strong. You actually came to me before Master Ayrshire. Uncle Ryan simply made tea and seemed not surprised by the visitor this time, the members of Kalien's god-killing team brought by Sylvia. In the room at this moment, except for Uncle Ryan and Sylvia who were sitting in the living room, dozens of members of the god-killing team were hiding in the room and in the bushes outside the manor. Observe the surrounding situation vigilantly and be ready for battle at any time. Uncle Ryan, are you? Sylvia suddenly understood something. I am indeed old, but I am not confused. I don't know who he is, but I can still detect his unusual behavior. He has the shadow of your brother in him. Uncle Ryan said with a slight smile. In that case, why didn't you tell us? Sylvia suddenly became excited. I didn't tell Master Ayrshire either. Uncle Ryan still smiled lightly. Sylvia was silent. Now you come to me, it should be that young man, does it have something to do with him? Uncle Ryan asked. If nothing else, he should be a divine descendant, just like my mother, a second-generation longevity hybrid, a hybrid of the divine race. Whether it's the bait or the very unlikely person, he is the only clue at the moment. So please Uncle Ryan, please help us. Sylvia pleaded seriously. However, Uncle Ryan shook his head gently. There is nothing I can do to help. I just asked him to use magic to take care of the weeds and shrubs on the manor that I no longer have the energy to deal with. The grass that can be seen outside the window now was the one he helped take care of last year. After Uncle Ryan finished speaking, he looked out the window and saw the grass that had begun to turn yellow. Isn't there any useful information? Sylvia was a little disappointed. What do you think he would talk to an old man like me? Uncle Ryan said with a faint smile. Really? Sylvia lowered her head slightly in disappointment. Actually, I don't think you should come to me. You should go to the other boy he brought. It seems that he was brought here as a guide. Maybe we talked to him a lot on the way, and he might be able to get the useful information you want. Uncle Ryan said immediately. Another boy? Sylvia did know that in the report submitted by the spy, there was indeed a magic apprentice with whom he had a good relationship. It's a little guy that you might bring with you to the occasional teacher gathering to play cards. Check with the spies over there to see if the little guy named Yumiha is still in the academy. Is there any chance to bring him out directly? It doesn't matter even if his identity is exposed. Sylvia immediately made a decision. The members of the god-slaying team next to him immediately understood and tried to contact the spies from Polestar Academy. Subsequently, Sylvia couldn't hide her anxious waiting, while Uncle Ryan drank tea calmly. Finally, about 10 minutes later, the message came back. Secret language translation. Student Yumiha has been secretly taken away and is on a flight to the Imperial capital. The flight number is being confirmed. The Ayrshire Empire has also noticed. An extremely clear idea immediately appeared in Sylvia's mind, hijacking the plane. And you have to move very quickly, otherwise once you enter the airspace near the Imperial capital, there are many blood gods secretly existing in the Imperial capital, and you will not be able to rob people easily. If you determine the target, leave quickly. Now that Master Ayrshire and others have noticed it, they will soon know that I have also been in contact. Uncle Ryan also said at this time. Okay, thank you Uncle Ryan this time, and this is a gift for you. Sylvia hurriedly left some things behind and prepared to leave. Be careful on the road. Uncle Ryan said with a smile. Sylvia nodded. Almost at the same time, the entire god-killing team at the prince's manor disappeared together with Sylvia. Apart from the gifts left behind, it seemed like it had never happened. Really, this kid? Uncle Ryan looked at the gifts left and shook his head slightly. I have told you many times that there is no need to bring a lot of things every time I come. I don't need anything at all. Get up. Put away the tea sets and put away the gifts. Business as usual. Known information about the Ayrshire Empire. Teacher Bai Long of Polestar Academy is most likely a descendant of the gods. The person with the closest relationship at present is Yumiha Nibjung, a student of Polestar College. White Dragon's current location is the Elf clan. Additional. Not sure if the elves know about it, not sure what attitude the elves have towards the gods, and they don't dare to act rashly. Known information from Kalien. A suspected god-born boy named Bai Long, a teacher at Polestar Academy. The person with the closest relationship at present is Yumiha Nibjung, a student of Polestar College. White Dragon's current location is the Elf clan. Additional. Not sure if the elves know about it, not sure what attitude the elves have towards the gods, so they can't act rashly. The only one that can take direct action. The priority is to snatch Yumiha Nibjun, whom Bei Long has had the most contact with before. A fierce battle between gods in the air, unknown to the people of the Arsha Empire, broke out meters above the Hyderabad mountains. The fierce battle affected all the monsters in the mountains. Cause, unknown. The result is unknown. The empire itself has not disclosed any information about this. Only nearby residents and practitioners have roughly sensed something. Anyone with a little more astuteness will quickly understand that there must be some secret. This caused both parties, including the empire, to have concerns, thereby covering up the news of the incident and pretending that nothing had happened. Until it is the 3289th day of the th month of the year of the walled calendar. 3 full days have passed since the exchange study ended. A team from the Arsha Empire went to the elves to try to pick up the White Dragon teacher who had been delayed in the elves on the grounds that Prince Raghu needed personal tutoring. The result is Bei Long, missing. Chapter 37. Disappeared. Arsha Empire, Emperor Arsha in the Imperial Palace, looked extremely solemn. What's the reason given by the elves? Philomena asked. Reporting to Her Royal Highness the Queen, it was mentioned in the detailed response given by the elves. Teacher Bei Long applied for access to the historical data of the Forest of Memory, and they gave permission without rejection. Even the second inquiry later, they did not refuse. Just after the second inquiry, Teacher Bei Long disappeared from the Exchange and Learning Academy. The remaining signs of the activation of space magic at the scene seem to be the use of long-distance space magic. With the help of the temporary passage props issued to him, he penetrated the area-level magic circle blockade of the elves and left the Elf Islands. The subordinate reported the response of the elves. The reason makes sense. According to the descriptions of teachers and students who have returned, Bei Long did apply for 6 hours of historical data review during the exchange study period. If you feel that the amount of research is not enough, it is not impossible to apply again during the extended exchange and learning process. Based on their speculation, it may be that the strength and memory are damaged after recovery, and relevant historical memories are needed to restore it. It is indeed not possible to rule out the possibility of directly escaping after inquiring about key history, recovering part of the memory or power. But not much credibility. Emperor Arsha frowned. If you apply for history query for the first time, the elves may not notice anything, but if you continue to apply for the second time and don't notice anything abnormal, then either they are fools, or they think we are fools. Philomena said coldly. The elves are most likely lying. One more thing, Your Majesty. Another subordinate said at this time. Say. Emperor Arsha. The signs of preparations for the Kalian aerospace aircraft carrier fleet have been confirmed. A small number of the divine aircraft under surveillance have received an order to leave their original station. Kalian is afraid that there may be something big going on. The subordinates reported with some concern. This is really troublesome. Emperor Arsha pondered. Kalian is a powerful country in the eyes of ordinary people, a country that can compete with the legendary resurrection god. Same. In the eyes of gods like the longevity species and the Arsha Empire, they are also powerful and troublesome countries. Not only does it now have the ability to fight against gods, but as more talents are discovered, magic technology continues to be iteratively upgraded with the assistance of computers. Various powerful magical technologies will explode rapidly in the next few decades. And this time is the time for their resurrected gods to fully recover to their peak. Now they all have to put a question mark on whether the gods can catch up with the development speed of Kalian's magic technology after their resurrection. Because in the past 10 years or so since the death of head of state Kalian, the quantity and intensity of anti-god weapons such as new divine machines and aerospace aircraft carriers have been produced to an extent that cannot be ascertained. According to the latest news, with the joint efforts of the Witch Tribe and Kalian mechanics and alchemists, the 11th level, high-level god, divine machine has passed the actual combat test stage, and only the final machine jockey, pilot, needs to be determined. You can form a true high-level divine combat power. This is actually not the most troublesome thing. Kalian's top magic technology is actually unable to fully compete with truly powerful high-level gods, or even more powerful super-level gods. But the victory lies in quantity, the quantity of other weapons. The magic technology weapons that Kalian can now mass-produce can already enable ordinary people to have the strength of at least a 3rd level cultivator, and the stronger ones can even reach the 4th or 5th level. The residual heat of Kalian's head in their hearts has not yet been dissipate. It would not be a good thing if a war breaks out. Emperor Ersha knew that now was not the time for war. Kalian wants more development time to further iterate on magic technology. Similarly, gods like those in the Ersha Empire, as well as gods that have only just recovered and whose strength is incomplete, do not want to provoke Kalian, who is still shrouded in hatred. Once a war breaks out, the residual heat from the era of the head of state of Kaolian will quickly ignite the war mood of the entire Kaolian. At the place of recovery, gods have already experienced it. Be prepared for the worst. Kalian must know that Bai Long is among the elves. They should most likely exert pressure and let the elves negotiate with them in exchange for benefits, in exchange for the possibility of being detained. The White Dragon. Only under extreme circumstances will the possibility of war arise. As a force close to Kilian, we need to be prepared to be affected. Philomena also made a quick judgment. As long as the descendant of the gods is identified, it is possible to find clues to the resurrection of the gods, and also to the possibility of the resurrection of the former leader of Kalian and the head of Kalian. It is difficult to say whether this situation will lead to violent reactions from the gods of various races. At the same time, Kalian, who also received the missing response, also had the same suspicions as the Ersha Empire. This rhetoric seems to make it clear that I will be detained by them and wait for us to negotiate terms. Prime Minister Yasei immediately judged. It's not that we can't understand what the elves are doing. Even if the gods want revenge after their resurrection, the first target of revenge will definitely not be the elves. If they use this as a condition to exchange for more magic technology from us, it will be a good choice. Grand Marshal Jaika also expressed his understanding. If this is the case, it would be better if we can have a good talk. Send someone over first. If you are interested, I will personally go with the Demon Queen. Yashai quickly made a decision. You call an emergency meeting to discuss it, and I will coordinate the army here. The gods of other races may have noticed something, and we must always be vigilant. Jaika said very cautiously. Although in order to avoid alerting the enemy, both the Ersha Empire and Kalian behaved calmly. But now that the elves have made it clear that they are missing, which is almost a showdown, they will probably not hide anything in the future. The gods of other races are much more sensitive to the resurrection of the gods than the elves. Kalian. Negotiation preparations and war preparations are in progress simultaneously. The elves at this time. Not to mention being calm, it was also a little panicked. Because. How did he escape the Academy's blockade? Or are there 3 mid-level gods and 1 high-level god secretly watching? Can the space blockade disappear even when the space blockade is at its strongest? Manslu, the leader of the Fire Elf clan, was extremely puzzled. Also puzzled were the other clan leaders who arrived later, as well as the Elf King of their generation, the Elf King of the entire family. Aloof. It's not what the elves said, but it's really missing. The marking magic cast secretly has also failed. Apparently he has noticed it and used a powerful elimination magic to erase it. Sure enough, it was because he searched the history, recovered some of his memory and power, etc., and directly sensed our intentions and escaped. To be able to secretly escape from the academy covered by a powerful magic circle, the entire island's regional magic circle, and guarded by 3 intermediate and 1 high-level people, how much strength does it take to do it? Is it possible that he was originally the strength of a high-level god? Are you kidding? There are very few gods in history. The most powerful one is only an intermediate god, and most of the others are not even god level. What if the appearance of the descendants of the gods is the disguise of the gods? I didn't notice which clan leader raised this question, and there was a sudden silence in the hall. If so, the god's appearance is a disguise. He is actually a powerful god from the Protoss. After escaping the anti-resuscitation methods used by many races, he was resurrected at the expense of memory and power. And in order to evade pursuit after resuscitation, he deliberately disguised his resuscitated body as a god? That possibility. Not without it. Anyway, let's make up some obvious lies first to pretend that we are forcibly detaining him to maintain the situation. Otherwise, even if we say we are really missing, the Ersha Empire and Kalian will definitely not believe it. At least for now, it can be delayed for a while. Elf King Alov said at this time. Their responses to the Ersha Empire and Kalian were deliberately made up. According to normal circumstances and normal logic, one would reasonably suspect that the elves are temporarily detaining him, and there is still room for continued mediation. Has there been any response from Lady Esther? Fire Elf Clan Chief Manzalo asked. Lord Esl is the super god of the elves. The ultimate ice god, Sa or below hit. She did not sense the aura of the super god, which at least proves that this white dragon cannot be directly related to the super god of the gods. But at present, she cannot easily end the retreat to restore her strength, and there is no way to give direct answers to this matter. Help! The elder responsible for contacting Jueyun Ice God responded. The Jueyun Ice God is actually a super-level god of the elves who was resurrected in advance before the Forbidden God curse was broken. However, his power has not returned to its peak state due to the influence of the Forbidden God curse that lasted for thousands of years. In terms of power recovery, it is no better than the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan, the Blood Ancestor of the Vampire Clan, and the Demon God King of the Demon Clan. Then what to do next? You will always face it after procrastination, and if he really took the initiative to escape after recovering his memory and strength, can it be judged that the time for the recovery of the gods is not far away? The leader of the Water Elf clan said this time asked. Find. Elf King Elf only said one word. Whether he used some disguise method and failed to escape smoothly and still stayed in our clan, or he has gone to Kalien or other hidden places to prepare the means to revive the god clan. We must find him before he formally contacts Kalien or prepares to revive the gods on his own. And be prepared for the possibility that his disappearance will cause a chain reaction among other races that will be informed later, leading to a possible war. Elf King Elev also made an immediate decision and was wary of the future situation. Chapter 38. Disappeared. The Ersha Empire wants to let the blood gods sneak into the elves to find them. Kalien wanted to have clear discussions. The elves wanted to delay while actively searching. The problem is coming. Beilong, where have you gone? Islands controlled by the Sea Clan. Slate Islands. It is an archipelago controlled by the Atlanta West region of the Sea Tribe, also known as the Atlanta West Empire by other races. The Sea Tribe is a race similar to mermaids that live in the sea. She has a body and a fish tail, but she is not as handsome and beautiful as the legendary mermaid. According to the aesthetics of the human race, the proportions of the sea race's facial features are normal. However, both men and women have no hair, and their heads are oval and their shoulders are slightly narrow, all for the sake of an overall streamlined and low-resistance body. Not to mention anything else, just having no hair is enough to dissuade most of the human race. The legendary image of a mermaid with long flowing hair can easily become a liability when moving in the ocean. Hair, a surface tissue used to maintain body temperature for land races, is completely unnecessary for sea races living in the ocean. And then there's the skin color. The skin color of sea people is similar to dolphin color. Mainly the light gray group, there are also light gray blue, charcoal gray, white gray, dark gray, and pink sea group. The only people who are more in line with the public aesthetics of human race are the white-skinned sea people with white dolphin color. In the past, there were black and brown sea people. However, they were exterminated during the High Clan Civil War. As for why the Sea Tribe controls the island? Just like the human race, if they want to control the air, they need an archipelago as a basis to ensure control of the entire sea area. When necessary, sea people can also live on land. Ordinary sea creatures can survive normally on land for 2 to 3 days out of sea water. If there is continuous seawater moisture, there will be no problem in living a normal life for several months. Therefore, on the archipelago, there are even unique buildings of the Sea Clan, and there are also Sea Clan who rotate every month to garrison them. Is it really okay for you to do this? Beilong was a little worried and asked the white-haired and red-eyed beauty in front of him. Is there any problem? The white-haired and red-eyed beauty asked. With a height of 1.7 meters and wearing high heels, the graceful figure is a head taller than Bai Longdu. There is an inexplicable pressure on Bai Long as a man. How can any royal family of the demon clan save the descendants of God from escaping? You have done your best to save me in the realm of the demon clan. What does it mean to save me in a neutral place like the Sea Clan? Bai Long also couldn't help but ask. That's right. The reason why he was able to successfully escape from the elves was not because his power suddenly increased sharply due to the recovery of part of his memory. His space magic is not enough to break through multiple blockades and the surveillance of 1 high-level and 3 mid-level gods. The reason is that the powerful space magic item used by Tiffany, the beauty of the demon royal family in front of her, took them both out of the elves at the same time, and even teleport directly to the sea islands 2 to 3,000 kilometers away. How much memory have you recovered? Tiffany didn't answer, but asked. Regarding the chaotic memories of some ancient tribes, there is currently no way to revive the gods. Bei Long responded. Just think what you said is true. Then where are you planning to go next? Tiffany asked again. You don't want to save me because you want to get the method from me to prevent the possibility of the resurrection of the gods from the source, right? Bei Long asked vigilantly. Although in his heart, he had an inexplicable affection for the beauty of the demon royal family in front of him, but at this moment, his identity still made him absolutely wary of the demon royal family. You wouldn't believe me if I said I wanted to help you revive the gods, would you? Tiffany said instead. It's really hard to say. Bei Long said instead. Oh. Tiffany was a little surprised. In some of the memories I have recovered about the troubled times of the ancient race, there are also incidents of long-lived species betraying their own race, including high-level leaders of the gods, demon kings, and the like. Bei Long seems to be quite accepting of this. Only for this. Tiffany didn't believe such a simple reason. It seems that we need to have a good communication first, otherwise with the spatial ability and apparent strength you have shown, I will not be able to fight or escape. Bei Long also became serious. Tiffany. A member of the royal family of demons, a god of both magic and martial arts, the pinnacle of low-level gods. He is proficient in space magic and carries space magic items with an unknown upper limit. If you judge my true intentions, I may even consider letting you go and helping you secretly. Tiffany said with her arms crossed. First of all, I want to confirm one thing. The last information I checked over the past century shows that the head of state Kalian who died 16 years ago did indeed summon the god clan's heavenly gate when he broke through to the intermediate god, right? And have the ability to use the supreme artifact, the authority of the gods. Bei Long asked. When looking up history, this record shocked him. Because in his common sense memory, the supreme artifact of the gods, the power of the gods, is not only a powerful magical artifact, but also represents the power of the god king, similar to the crown of the human emperor. What was given to the head of state Kalian was not to borrow his power to open the door to heaven. Rather, it can indeed be used directly, including but not limited to combat, assistance, and other manifestations of the power of the artifact itself. It is equivalent to a kind of recognition of head of state Kalian. To know. According to the records of the elves, Chief Kalian is the ultimate hybrid individual with the blood of humans, vampires, witches, and the weak undead, Phoenix. Yes, when he broke through to the intermediate god, my father was also present. He tried to attack at that time, but failed. Tiffany admitted frankly. Her father is actually a witness? If the records are correct, the demon king present at that time should be the demon king named Srika, the younger brother of the current demon king Bashir, right? Before the resurrection of the gods, she was recognized as the strongest space magic god in the world. No wonder she possesses such powerful space magic props. Bei Long also quickly sorted out his thoughts. If you think about it further, you should be conflicting with some of the decisions made within the demon clan. Bei Long thought quickly. Yes. Tiffany admitted frankly. Really? It is almost impossible to get authorization from the elves to enter the Forest of Memory without being a special member of the demon royal family. At least asking the elves for help is no longer in line with the behavior of a demon royal family. As a descendant of God, I should be related to the gods, and I should also be related to Kalian, who is the most powerful country today. Then can I further reasonably speculate that the contradiction in your overall decision-making within the clan should involve Kalian, right? Bei Long continued to ask. Yes. Tiffany still simply answered. He actually still has something to do with Kalian. More further reasonable speculation. She seems to have a very good relationship with sisters Neve and Nero, and according to Nero's introduction, her sister Neve had studied in the Old Empire. Although I don't know which empire it is, due to its geographical location and the degree of multiracial contact in modern history, excluding Kalian, who is far away and later in time, and has never proclaimed himself emperor, there should be only the Alpha Empire, right? The only thing that can build a relationship between the elves and the demons is this kind of learning and exchange process in a foreign country. It happened that the demon clan was weak at that time, especially since all kinds of technologies were completely monopolized. Sending female demon kings to exchange and study may also have marriage considerations. Have you ever studied in the Alpha Empire? Bei Long asked. Did you hear what Ni Luo said? Tiffany asked as an answer. She only said that her sister Neve had studied in the old empire. Bei Long shook his head slightly. Continue. Tiffany didn't ask any more questions. If this kind of thing is true, you can find time to ask Nero later to find out if it is true. Bei Long should not lie about this kind of thing. In the modern historical records of the elves, I can't see a small part of the exchange and learning with the Alpha Empire that is blocked by the elves' magic. Combined with the fact that the elves' blood identity of head of state Kalien is a mixture of human races, a mortal race, rather than a recognized mixture of orcs' mortal races. It seems that the elves have speculation about the true identity of head Kalien, or it's a bit unique in knowing the truth. The rise of the country of Kalien in the Orc region, which is poor in all aspects of technology, at least requires the accumulation of technology and the help of some technical personnel in the early stage. So I guess. Among the foreigners and foreign exchange students in the Alpha Empire, there is Chief Kalien who uses the bloodline ability of the Blood Clan to sneak into the study and exchange. And you are familiar with him. Bei Long further speculated, or guessed. He himself has the ability to use blood magic, and he also knows that blood magic is very convenient for many things. The possibility of this kind of speculation is still very high. There's a slight mistake. He enrolled as a vampire at that time, so it doesn't count as infiltrating. Tiffany seemed relatively satisfied, and her answer was no longer a simple yes. Bei Long also breathed a sigh of relief. Since you really know the head of state Kalien, it will be easier to guess. Bei Long said with a smile. Then what's the reason why I saved you? Tiffany asked back, while her red eyes looked seriously at Bei Long's pale golden eyes. You must be very familiar with the demon clan's rigid class-based rule based on tens of thousands of years of royal power. About Kalien, I haven't been there since I woke up, but I have heard about it. And judging from the nearly 100 years of historical records of the elf clan, it is not only completely different from the demon clan, but also from the entire world before. The feudal monarchy is an absolute conflict. Including the upcoming divine rule, the same conflict. There are two possibilities for you to save me. First, it is still for the interests of the demon clan. Secondly, I believe that the demon clan, including the demon clan, should try Kalien's ruling method. Bei Long finally raised two fingers one after another and speculated seriously. Chapter 39. The interests of the demon clan do not mean directly wiping me out, or finding from me the recovery method reserved by the gods, and eradicating it from the root to gain benefits for the demon clan. But you, or what is now recognized by all races. The door to the heaven of the gods is still there, and the best key to open the door to the heaven, the authority of the supreme artifact of the gods is still there. The recovery of the gods is just a matter of time, and there is a high probability that after the recovery, they will cooperate with Kalien and the people behind him. The Witch Clan unites with them. This will be an extremely powerful force. Unless the current tribes can be like the ancient tribes in the early and middle stages of the chaos, multiple tribes united together regardless of their past grievances, and once again jointly besieged Kalien and the Witch Tribe, Ghost Tribe, Goblin Tribe behind him, as well as those who may still be standing together secretly, other long-lived species. Otherwise, the recovery and return of the gods to strength will be doomed. Help me is to help the gods with the icing on the cake without being able to prevent the gods from resurrecting. At least in the end, because of your help, when the demons faced extreme difficulties, they were able to preserve the fire. Just like how the demons were still able to survive after their defeat in the war 5,000 years ago. Bei Long calmly analyzed the first reason for helping. The resurrection of the gods is destined. It's a matter of time. Once, in the early and middle stages of the ancient tribes' troubled times, all tribes were able to temporarily unite to jointly destroy the most powerful and threatening god tribe. This was the result of multiple interest factors in the context of the times. But after the destruction of the gods, all the tribes experienced the turbulent times of the ancient tribes. The conflicts between various ethnic groups have already reached their peak. The hatred between the resurrected races can no longer support their common unity. This is why the longevity gods, who have been recovering for almost 2 years, still have not united to discuss how to deal with Kalien, who currently has a clear goal of killing gods. Including the powerful Dragon Clan, they did not take the lead in counterattack when the Dragon God was being hunted. Because everyone knows. Their enemies are not only Kalien, but also other longevity species. Fighting against Kalien, both sides suffer losses. What happens next? What about the second? Tiffany did not answer whether it was correct, but continued to ask. Demons are generally divided into three types: royal demons, high-level demons, and low-level demons. The natural class stratification is similar to the class division of royal family, nobles, and common people in human feudal monarchy. The difference is that the reasons for such classification are not simply appearance, intelligence, mastery of production means, etc., but actual cultivation talents. It is difficult for low-level demons to cultivate and be promoted to the god level. The possibility is even smaller than that of human civilians. This natural class stratification and deep-rooted racial concepts make the racial rule of the demons as stable as ever. It is a natural imperial race. Bei Long also has a general understanding of the demons in his common-sense memory, and he can know it without historical records. It's also because of this. As long as the demons are willing, the Demon King, the supreme power over all demons, can try to transform into the racial system of any country. If Kalien's system is more efficient, the demons can completely transform. And even if there are any problems, the inherent characteristics of the demons can be easily transformed back to the old system. The demon race itself has a very high error tolerance rate. When Bei Long said this, Tiffany's calm expression finally showed some signs of fluctuation. Since the current fact is that Kalien's magic technology has experienced a break in power. So why can't the demons, who have a very high error tolerance rate, try it? Although due to their natural racial characteristics, it is definitely impossible to achieve an electoral system like Kalien's that convinces most people from other races, but it can certainly be used as a reference. Follow the example that is beneficial to the demons. Unfortunately, if I'm not wrong, today's demons have similar views to other races. It should be theocratic rule first, right? Bei Long finally expressed his guess. It's not even a guess, because the many gods' territories now are the best proof of the restoration of divine rule. I somewhat understand why the gods chose you as a candidate for recovery. Even if my memory is lost, I can still try to clarify the thoughts of a demon king like me from the limited clues and behaviors. Regardless of whether it's correct, at least you've overlooked one thing. Or you do this deliberately. Tiffany Lee got a little closer to Bei Long, and was about to approach the so-called intimate distance category. All right, you win. I did start to doubt myself, whether I was the head of state of Kalien. But I don't have his features, do I? Bei Long also admitted with open hands. He had guessed and analyzed so much, and naturally he had not thought about it. The mature and beautiful demon royal beauty in front of him actually had some special relationship with the head of state Kalien, which increased her reasons for saving him. But what does this have to do with him, a descendant of the gods? I really can't feel any of your bloodline aura about the vampires and witches, and your use of space magic is not like my father's. Tiffany looked at Bei Long seriously again. Bei Long also complained in his heart. I really can't feel it. If it weren't for the battle, I wouldn't know that I have vampire abilities. Speaking of your father's method, could it be that the space magic of head Kalien was taught by the powerful space magic god? Is there any strange interest transaction in this that allows you to teach others strength like this? As long as the benefits are sufficient, anything can be discussed. The demons are really as good as ever. Okay, what are you going to do with me next? Bei Long returned to this issue. Tiffany has not confirmed directly whether he guessed her reason correctly. Go to the Sea Clan and meet a Titan god. If you want to revive the god clan, the Sea Clan may be able to help. Tiffany said. Will the Sea Clan help? Bei Long wondered. Unlike other races, even those as powerful as the gods, there were only 3 super gods in the previous troubled times of the ancient races. There are 12 Titan gods in the Sea Clan that they believe in. Each one of them has super god strength. But according to other races, the Titan god's super level power is super level on paper. Some powerful high-level gods also have the ability to defeat them head-on, but there is still a big gap between them and the truly powerful super level gods. But super level is super level, even if each one is the weakest super level god, there are still 12. Think of them as the 12 peak high-level gods, they are all extremely powerful beings. You should know. In the early days of the ancient tribe's troubled times, the Sea Clan was not involved in land disputes, so they did not participate in the siege of the God Clan. At the same time, after the God Clan was destroyed, the Sea Clan was ready to make a move, and then all the tribes joined forces to seal the 12 Titans. The God Clan and the Sea Clan do not have any direct hatred. Although they have broken through the seal now, and at the expense of the powerful 12 super-level divine powers, falling to high levels, they have forcibly broken through the long-weakened Forbidden Gods curse blockade. But it does not mean that they are in the cultivation period of recovering their strength. Just do nothing. At least try. Tiffany simply explained the situation. So there is such a choice. Bai Long thought seriously, it seems that before going to Kailian, you can indeed go there. In his previous consideration of the elf tribe's emergency situation, he indeed ignored the sea tribe. Sea people. In the troubled times of the ancient tribe, there was no move to destroy the divine tribe. Subsequently, he got involved in land battles and was sealed by various tribes, not to mention the participation of the gods. There is no contradiction between the two. It can also be said that there is some consistency in dealing with issues of various ethnic groups. Then let's go, Beauty, you are, not human, where is the devil? Bai Long looked up and found that Tiffany was gone. Only then did she suddenly realize that when Tiffany said she was going to meet a Titan god, she did not include the subject us. You mean, I'll go by myself? Bai Long fell into deep thought. I am unfamiliar with the sea and I don't even have a map of the sea areas of the current sea tribe. How can I find the Titan god? Although analyzing Datung, the sea clan is likely to be neutral, and may even have the idea of helping the god clan. But risking your own life on something that has not been confirmed? Now head to Kailian. Especially if I am really the head of state, I will definitely be the best choice. But as long as I am not, then I am just a bait specially released by the gods according to the ability of head of Kailian. After going to Kailian, there is also the possibility of studying how to use it to revive the Protoss. Those who are incompetent are destined to have no power to dominate themselves. Besides, don't hand over the throne. How difficult it is to create another empire. Words suddenly appeared in my mind. If I still don't know who it is, I still don't know if it's my memory. But that feeling. It's decided, let's go. Bai Long made a decision immediately. If I were really the head of Kailian and went to the Sea Clan alone, it would be possible to gain the Sea Clan alliance. It should be, not a problem, right? If not, being imprisoned by the Sea Clan as a bargaining chip is not much worse than being under house arrest by Kailian for research. Bai Long is very decisive. Regardless of any magical disguise that might be seen through, he directly used dark magic to erase his hair roots and turn himself bald. When you are completely bald, you no longer have white hair. When you become bald, you become safer. By the way, it can also be transformed into a bald image that matches the appearance of the hairless sea people, killing two birds with one stone. Find the sea tribe stationed on the island in rotation, accept their recommendation, and then go to sea. In the dark, Tiffany observed Bai Long's every move afterwards without any additional reaction. Just silently observing. She didn't give Bai Long any speculative answer as to why she saved him, but she was still. Intention unknown. Chapter 40. Got caught again. Why say it again? Let's not get entangled in this detail. To clarify the reasons, we must first understand a few things. First of all, although the Sea Clan does not have as large a population as the human race, the orc race, the goblin race, and the dwarf race, the total population is still in the hundreds of millions. There are also divisions such as countries and tribes. Even similar to ordinary civilian countries on land, it has its own royal aristocracy system, as well as slavery, class divisions, etc. The most common one is based on the skin color of the Sea Clan in power. What is the skin color of the royal family? The Sea Clans under the rule with the same skin color are first-class Sea Clans. The rest are divided into second class, third class, or other levels according to the situation. The overall difference is actually not as big as imagined, at least the social structures are similar. Before the Sea Clan shared their belief in gods and the 12 Titans, who were revered as the 12 sea gods, were unsealed, the Sea Clan had a total of 2 empires and 11 kingdom levels of strength, excluding the various large and small tribes. The 2 strongest empires among them are Atlanta West Empire. Lemurian Domain, Lemurian Empire. They also prioritized the unification and integration of other surrounding countries and tribes, and then fought a 13-year empire-level war with each other. In the end, the Atlanta Western region won the final victory to complete the unification, and reached a consensus to jointly unblock the 12 Titans. The direct result was that the Titan god broke out of the seal and forcibly broke through the forbidden god curse at the expense of his own super-level divine power. This is the first question. The time it took for the Sea clan to unify was less than 3 years, maybe 2.5 years at most. Are regions stable enough? Has the old class system been sorted out? Has the post-war pacification been handled? Obviously, not at all. After the Titan god broke the seal, his priority was to recover his strength through meditation. In addition, I really don't know the overall situation of the Sea clan now. I only know that they are temporarily unified, and they are not prepared to intervene rashly unless there are no major problems. The current situation is: the old class issues were not properly dealt with. Conflicts between sea tribes of different skin colors were not properly handled. Many issues such as interest distribution and power structure have not yet been properly addressed. Now he leads the entire western region of Atlanta, a huge sea tribe with more than -1 million people of the sea tribe. It is Tislat, the prophecy king of the sea tribe among the 9 previous prophecy kings. The last of the 3 women in the king of prophecy is also the most overlooked. So what's wrong with her? Not at all. Just like a regular emperor. He is decisive in killing, has clear rewards and punishments, and is close to virtuous ministers and far away from villains. Riots, bloody suppression, no mercy. Surrender, be generous and accept, regardless of past grudges. There is no problem at all with the extremely standard traditional imperial approach. And the problem is: we will never accept the tyranny of the imperial territory. We should have the same basic rights as those by people. Combined progress. We must pursue the same progress as the land races. The tyranny of the imperial domain will never be allowed to continue to exist. Lord Poseidon certainly does not want a brand new world where the decadent class oppression of the old era still exists. A group of sea people with mainly charcoal grey and dark grey skin colors carried a human bald boy in a manner similar to that of a sedan, and paraded through the streets of their underwater city, holding high flags and making special sonic shouts. It was the bald boy who was not know how to shout. And this bald boy was naturally a white dragon who continued to apply diving magic to himself and went into the sea in a normal procedure. As for why he was put on the shelf even if he went into the sea as a normal procedure, that is because he was lied to, or deceived. Beilong was panicking now. Because he was sitting on a shelf made of unknown plants, there was a special magic that restricted his escape, making him look like he was sitting upright on it. The reason is the second thing to understand. About an hour ago. Do you want to travel to our sea tribe? As long as you pay enough, we can hire a translator for you to help you travel our beautiful ocean more comfortably. This is what the reception translator from the High Clan told Beilong. That's good. I actually don't speak your sea clan's language yet. How much will it cost? I don't have many gold coins on me now. Beilong was a little worried, mainly because he enrolled in a cram school for Imia during the summer vacation, bought a high magic technology product like a mobile phone, and secretly purchased some other information, so he really didn't have any spare gold coins. Don't worry about this. Our charges are very low. After all, our empire's economy is not very good now due to post-war problems. It would be good to have money making work. 10 gold coins. It will provide you with normal food, accommodation, and translation for a month. Isn't it a good deal? The translator from Haizu gave us a very cheap price. What Beilong gave was a gold coin from the Arsha Empire. The value of 10 gold coins was almost equivalent to an adult strong cow. Only enough for 1 month? Do you think having a profitable job is enough? It's not necessarily so expensive to sign up for a tour group in other empires, right? Consider that you get what you pay for. Beilong still gave him money, and then he successfully obtained procedures similar to temporary entry and went to sea. The translator we hired along the way was pretty normal, until he said that because of the fee he paid, he could ride in a free sedan chair, and then it became like this. What was supposed to be a sedan chair for leisure travel became a symbol of their street demonstrations. Although he couldn't understand it at all because of the language, only the translator, who was obviously lying, was beside him to give him an explanation that continued to fool him. But no matter how you look at it, this is not an activity to visit the customs of the High Clan, right? And also, what you are learning is the street demonstrations of the land races. Do you think I don't know you? Even more outrageous. Although I don't understand what you are shouting, the momentum, the tone, and the collective actions do not look like welcoming VIP tourists at all. Don't worry, distinguished guest. Our welcome ceremony will last about 2 hours. You just need to sit here quietly and enjoy it comfortably. The translator next to him said with a smile. Furthermore, the magic power on the sedan was increased to prevent the white dragon from breaking away and escaping. As the saying goes, the conditions under the sea are not very friendly to land races, so the magic power is used to protect it in all aspects as much as possible. Fight imperialism. We want a system that can advance together. This is the envoy we invited from the most powerful country on land, the United Kingdom of Komi. He will lead us to overthrow the tyrannical empire. Pull those white-skinned guys down from their lofty throne. The surrounding sea tribesmen shouted in unison again. For Beilong, that special sound wave was still a bit unfamiliar and a bit harsh. Putting aside the issues of content and sound, why is the tone so high-pitched? And also, the sea people around me looked at me with obvious hope. What's going on? Isn't this really some strange ritual, or taking advantage of my outsider status to do something? Beilong is getting more and more panicked now. Well, I want to go to a hotel or some other place to rest. Can I end it early? Beilong was still trying to communicate. Don't worry, we will send you there, and it will definitely be the most comfortable environment. We can also prepare a purely land-style room that is isolated from the sea water. The Haizu translator said with a polite smile. Down with imperialism. With the help of Envoy Kalien, we will build our new country of common progress. Long life progress together. The surrounding sea people continued to shout. And this time, they also took out another flag, a larger and brighter red flag. Isn't that the pattern of the silver warmer and the black sickle crossing? This is obviously Kalien's flag. Are you really conducting some kind of welcome ceremony? Beilong finally couldn't help it anymore, pointed to which flag and said. I don't understand what's being shouted, but I know the flag anyway. No matter how stupid you are, you can still realize that something is wrong. Aren't you from the Kalien human race? Sorry, they got the wrong flag. Just wait until tomorrow and change it again. If you don't hate this flag, just make do with it first. The High Clan translator remained the same. He said politely with a smile. I want to get off the sedan, no. Get off the sedan. This is not the sedan chair used to travel to your sea clan. Let me down. Beilong began to resist and tried to penetrate with magic power, convinced that he could break free of the magic power on the sedan with all his strength. Please, this distinguished guest, please don't make things difficult for us. The High Clan translator still smiled. But this time, the smile no longer contained a polite look, but a faint threat. Although he only has the strength of a 5th-level Moonlight Warrior, he can faintly feel the strength of the 7th-level War King and the 7th-level Great Magician around him. It was obvious that preparations had been made for a long time, and it was inevitable that this Kalien envoy, who had at least a 7th-level aura of strength and was a master of both magic and martial arts, would cooperate with them in completing this demonstration in order to unite their people's hearts. White Dragon. As the only human visitor with suitable strength in recent times. Although they were younger, they had no time to find other scapegoats, so they could only make do with it. Being young and capable, he can be regarded as meeting the standards of Kalien envoy. Even if he uses force, Beilong must cooperate with him. In the end, Beilong did not choose to escape, but continued to cooperate. It's not that he's afraid of being surrounded and beaten. In fact, as long as he is willing, even if he really can't defeat those sea tribes under the sea, at least he can escape with space magic. There are no multiple blockades such as the Elves Academy Magic Array or Regional Magic Array here, so the use of space magic is a breeze. As for the reason for choosing to cooperate, it's just that he thought that maybe this was his chance. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.